kings, it's our honor showtime.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all to get it out. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way, dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest
you from? Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run, and I'll make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, never mind, can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
Kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I can see it, I gotta show down. We got no cry. We burn it five as one, crash in pieces, you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still with the rain.
Say.
I'm drinking my soda.
For my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what tears.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
Defeat.
Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed.
Bom, meu nome é Daniel, sou o jungler da Alpha 7 e meu nick no jogo é Dani. Bom, depois da derrota eu tive um tempo off, então eu consegui me reavaliar, eu vi o que eu precisava melhorar, como eu poderia ser uma pessoa melhor, como eu poderia melhorar como player, me dedicar mais, tanto jogar mais partidas quanto assistir mais jogos, levar o treino mais a sério, então eu tive que me reinventar, na verdade. Nesse tempo off, eu continuei treinando todos os dias, então eu acho que apesar da derrota, hoje com certeza eu sou um jogador muito melhor e mais preparado. A diferença é que agora eu estou em uma nova organização, eu tenho um novo time, uma nova lineup, então é algo muito novo assim para mim. Porque nos outros campeonatos internacionais eu joguei na mesma organização, com a mesma base, e agora eu tô com um time totalmente diferente. E, bom, a nossa preparação também foi muito diferente, foi a primeira, como eu falei antes, foi a primeira vez que eu fiz um bootcamp. Então, eu tô bem animado para esse campeonato, eu acredito que a gente tá bem preparado. E eu tô bem ansioso para mostrar isso no stage. Bom, eu não sei na verdade se é um super time, mas a ideia desse time, desde que a gente montou a lineup, era sim conseguir montar um time muito forte para conseguir competir internacionalmente e conseguir colocar o Brasil no topo novamente. E como você falou, a gente não perdeu nenhuma partida no Qualifier. Acho que foi muito por conta da nossa preparação, e a gente se preparou muito bem, treinou bastante e espero que a gente consiga manter os bons resultados, porque acredito que essa lineup tem muito potencial e a gente está treinando bastante, então espero conseguir executar isso no campeonato. Bom, no último campeonato internacional que eu não consegui participar, o Brasil não conseguiu ter um bom desempenho e eu fiquei muito chateado com isso. E agora que eu estou de volta, eu não posso aceitar que o Brasil não tenha um bom resultado novamente. Então eu vou amassar a Vitality e vou amassar a G também.
Ryan, and my in-game name is Clue. I'm playing for Gen.G team, and I'm the roamer for the team. Oh, we still have a bit of time before tournament, right? But for now, it's doing like really well, especially in scrims actually. But yeah. It's just the same. It's like another international tournament for me, that's it. Any specific preparation? Because I think if you play our games, you can like really easily beat them. But they are in their, like you said, they're in their home crowds also. So maybe in stage it will be like way different. We could have seen it before in Indonesia, in KC. Dominator got some home crowd boost and they end up like top 2. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to play both of those teams actually. From my personal side, it will be Vitality team. Just like some sort of like long-term competition with them since like last year and stuff like that. So I will be like really happy to play them actually. I think it depends because like roamer role can give like different thing in game, you know. So I don't think there is like specific any best roamer player, but yeah, I'm still really looking forward. I know that there is like so many meetup players and fans that are looking for us to do well, and you can trust us. Thank you for supporting us.
Defeat. Hello guys, welcome back to my...
I believe that failure is a stepping stone to my growth. I believe that persistence is the only shortcut to glory. I believe that giving it my all will lead me to victory. I believe in myself. With Honor of Kings, I will achieve my own glory. HOK Invitational Season 3. Step onto my stage of glory. Witness the thrilling moments of passion together. February 21st to March 1st. 12 global teams battle for the ultimate victory.
Welcome to Honor of Kings Invitational S3, where excitement will unfold at the vibrant capital of the Philippines, Manila. The tournament will run from February 21st to March 1st. Honor of Kings Invitational S3 will be held at SM North EDSA, the Block Atrium, and we are ready to bring an electrifying atmosphere for players and fans. Representatives from the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Americas, Europe, the Middle East and North Africa, Japan and South Korea, and wildcard qualifiers will compete at the grand stage in Manila. 12 of the world's best teams will compete for the ultimate prize, the first Honor of Kings World Champion title of 2025. 4 teams will be seeded. The first places from the S3 Philippines qualifier, S3 Indonesia qualifier, S3 Malaysia qualifier, and S3 Americas qualifier. Each seed will be assigned to a different group, while the remaining 8 teams will be randomly distributed across the groups. The group stage will follow a best-of-5 format, with the top 2 teams from each group advancing to the knockout stage, where teams will face off in a best-of-7 format. The journey will culminate on March 1st, when the first 2025 Honor of Kings World Champion will be crowned. Additionally, a major announcement: the global ban and pick format, pioneered by the KPL in 2018, will be fully adopted in this tournament. For over 6 years, KPL, Chinese Honor of Kings Pro League, has set the gold standard in MOBA esports and will continue shaping the global competitive scene. Honor of Kings remains at the forefront of innovation and excellence. We can't wait to see how the world's best teams rise to the challenge. With a staggering prize pool of $300,000, honor, recognition, and substantial rewards await the champions. The stage is set, and the stakes are higher than ever. Here's a guide for Honor of Kings esports fans to join this exciting journey. You can catch our live streams either in-game or on our official channels. Joining us in person? Here's everything you need to know to make the most of it. Take part in in-game activities and earn exclusive rewards. The countdown is on. Mark your calendars and see you in Manila.
We do see Azar up in the sky with the Infinite Bastards. Come back down to try and protect the T2. Nice set sail into the backline there for Elevate. There's First Blood going over to Clue. Clue down, Ray down. That is a collapsing onto Wen, but it just wasn't quite enough.
Oh, knock up Wen. He's going to get a flaming fall, but he's going to survive. Danny's not going to be as lucky. He's going to get guillotined. Allow trying to get over the wall, does not have that cooldown ready.
Allow the minions to push, and then the side of Gen.G get this.
Oh my god!
Mitsuri with the crucial kill back to improve from Elevate. Is this going to be enough to get game 2 in that? Down a little bit too overzealous there. Going into the bot lane, but Wolves my board comes through for the side of Elevate. We do see the Juicy gets taken down very low. Is Azar, so that is currently a 2-1 trade for Blacklist, but Hyde is now coming into a already battered team. Yeah, know that they will punish their enemies if they do so.
Okay. They get the lockdown onto Faye, but he's so tanky on the backlines again. Yo, what a catch! The senior!
The base, but there's so much going on here. We see the Magma Slam come through there, just trying to stop it, but hey, Papa passing.
Yeah, knock up as well. He catches the backline. Right now, Illusion looking for the steal. Can he manage? He's going to push them away. Who has a smite? Haku takes it away from the side of BTR, and this could be...
A 2-2 trade, and when you're approaching the crystal, it's not exactly what you want on the side of Elevate. Game 2 maybe closing out here. They have no minion waves. They do now have the minion waves coming through, for Gen.G, but Jizzix is actually doing a fantastic job keeping Gen.G away from this crystal. Maybe the Overton window is Rock being taken down by the side of Elevate, but right now we're seeing that they're just trying to keep these minions away, because if they allow the minions to push and then the side of Gen.G get this...
Oh my god!
Mitsuri with the crucial kill back to improve from Elevate. Is this going to be enough to get game 2 in that belt? It's definitely a start, as Ray is looking pretty low. Ray goes down. It is Jizzix with a triple kill. But hey, Tempest Dragon again. Kin was not trying to say it. He was telling us that the fable of the second Tempest Dragon of day 1 of the group stages of Season 3 Invitational is here. And oh my god, Inua, he gets the Sage's Sanctuary wiped out, and Mitsuru's like, boom, let's take the snipe from afar, but Azar is coming in with takedown onto Rock into the Bastards as well. Jizzix put it in the work. It is going to be Elevate coming back from such a far defeat in this game 2 to take it for themselves.
Yeah. As my principal used to tell me, right? You do it once, you do it well. You win that one big team fight, it is over. And the fans, they love it. Elevate.
Honor of kings. Honor of kings. Honor of kings. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Dugo naman dirigma, sa akin nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas, sa aking iwawagayway. Sa kasaysayan ng matitirang taga-salaysay, ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Ibusan ng lahi, ang pwersa ko ay pupuntangi, humahawi ng isang batalyon, parang buhawi. Di magwawakas sa digmaan hanggat ang huling hari ay di pa nasasakal gamit bituka ng huling pare. Ubod ng barumbado kapag nang balagbag, sugutan ng patago hanggat di pabasag. Puso lang ang dala ko, palaglan ng palag, uulan ng palaso, taas ang kalasag. Kasi kapag ako nakumana, lahat natutulala. Hindi nila inaasahan ang mga atake ko na nambubulaga, namumula pa ang mga mata na parang bata, kalabawasak sa kada atak. Lumalago pa ka mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapat pa siya. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Bugaw kaya iba yung galing. Kahit galok veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin. Kahit letra lang gamit kaya kang buntalin. Kahit pagsama-sama pa akin lang bubombahin. Yung asta boys in the hood, yung dating boys to men. Sobrang toxic na galawan dapat dyan poisonin. Ako yung prince of landing, lahat pupuksain. One hit kill, lahat susubukin for the win. Paalam sa karera nyo, advanced condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang duda na kami ang the best, oo guess. Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends, diba? Common sense.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
G. Hindi ko na dapat gagawin to eh. Pero wala, binuhay niyo uli ang dragon man. Gra! Samda na po, kanda na pita, lakanda na pita, lakanda na po, sa lakanda na pita, lakanda na po, darakanda na po. Sa lato pira da pi, sa lato pira da po. Sa lato pila to kulo, sa pila to kalita pira to. Pero ang kompetisyon, bigyan mo ng kombinasyon. Siguradong bompanisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paboritong komedyante na jowa mo. Ba't nag-aaway tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas. Imbis maghilaan pababa, bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas? Kasi
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Honor of kings is what we fight for. Looney, Abra, Malupiton, 2025.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
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 Come and join us and witness history. Ito ang Day 2 ng Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3 here in Manila, Philippines.
They do have the double slash though. Might go in from the back. Lou comes in. Is he able to get? He's got 4 from the side of the building. This is the time of KAGENDRA coming. Babegumi gets 1 here. X0.
Okay, they get the lockdown onto Faye, but he's so tanky on the backlines again. Kyo, what a catch! The savior of Longship, and they might get wiped out. Gen.G 1v1.
Looks like Blacklist may have found their very quick pick up in here. Is it going to be N-Jizix falling down a little bit too overzealous there going into the farm lane, but World's-Mod comes through for the side of Elevate. We do see the Juicy gets taken down very low. Is Azar, so that is currently a 2-1 trade.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. Taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all to get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
so many exciting matches up for you. A, B, and C, these are the groups that we're going to be covering today. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me, once again, it is Sir Cloud. Cloud, how are you doing?
Oh, awesome, man. Today will be day number 3 in our group stages, and we're going to see some new teams making their debut on stage today. So I wonder what's going to come up next.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of questions about this particular team, right? I'm talking about AG Global. This is the performance we've been waiting for. They have let us wait for 3 days. Now on the 3rd day, finally going up against Alpha 7, who's looking for some redemption.
Yeah, and AG, they had a bit of a roster swap, so let's see how that will impact their overall performance later on, because it's a slight change from their Malaysia qualifier stage. They were second seeding on Malaysia qualifiers. They lost to Nova in a very intense grand finals. The fact that they could push Nova to the 5th game, I believe they're going to put up a good performance against A7.
Yeah, and also talking about Nova, right? It is also their debut game today, and let's see how Nova performs. I mean, we all know how strong Nova is, but to what extent, we don't know. But the extent that you will definitely know about is actually the Infinix GT20 Pro. This is our official gaming phone of the competition. They're looking for performance, not only with the strength of the phone, but by design as well. This is something you definitely need to get your hands on. So let's move on for today. Any thoughts about the matches so far, Sir Cloud?
Oh, so far we have been seeing a lot of good matches. We saw comeback matches. We saw tight matches as well. We have even seen like an almost again comeback from Elevate yesterday against Blacklist International. But Blacklist International, they've shown why they are the top seeding in the Philippines qualifiers, and there's a lot of expectation for them to breeze through the qualifications moving on. Of course, the final match will be against Gen.G. That will happen tomorrow.
Yeah, so actually I'm quite excited about Blacklist International as well, because we were watching their games yesterday and I think they definitely have leveled up, right? And as we get closer towards that semi-finals, the knockout stages, and of course the grand finals best of 7, ooh, we are in for a big surprise. It's gonna be a big adrenaline rush as well. Now, let's talk about the prize pool here. This is what they're going to be playing for, a total of 300,000 USD, with the champion taking the lion's share of 100,000 USD, right? Followed by 50,000, 25, 15, and 10 respectively for the relevant places as well. So that's quite a lot of money. You can make a lot of bank here. Besides that, you have to understand that, look, while the money is big, you have to put the work in as well. And I think the teams have been putting work in, but it's only gonna get more intense from here on out.
Yes, it's a competition at the end of the day, so only one can take home the 100,000 US dollars. And look at the gap between champion and also second place. It's a 50,000 US dollar gap. And you can buy a lot of sneakers with that. And then it goes all the way down. But of course, all the teams would have a share of the prize pool at the end of the day. Now, just to remind everyone on groupings, we have Group A, B, C, and D. And on our next match, we will be putting focus onto Group B, Vitality, Alpha 7, and AG Global.
Yeah. And after that, we will have our Group C competition, Nova going up against KAGENDRA, and we'll end the day off with Blacklist going up against Gen.G. So this is a very intense day, let's be honest, because I think Group B, the group of monsters here, we're going to introduce you today into day 3 with a monster matchup. AG going up against Alpha 7. I think we all have our own conclusions about how that game is going to run, but bear in mind, I think Alpha 7 is a team that learns really quickly. So yes, they got battered by Vitality, but I think that was just perhaps a detour, right? It's about learning lessons, and we'll see if they can recover and maybe bring their A game against AG.
Yes, and it's going to be a crucial match for Alpha 7, like what you mentioned, because they lost against Vitality. This is a must-win game for Alpha 7, and they're going up against AG. So it's quite a tall order, but we've seen surprises in this tournament, so anything can happen. Followed by Nova versus KAGENDRA as well in the second match today, and our third match will be Blacklist versus Gen.G. Mind you, this is on a rolling schedule, so if any matches end earlier than scheduled, we will roll the next match right after.
Yep. So stay with us. Make sure you keep your eyes and tabs open to be able to win some prizes as well. Now, we are looking for that Dragon Slayer as well, right? We have not had too many moments of the Tempest Dragon yesterday in comparison to day number 1. But I think maybe today we might see a lot more Tempest Dragons as well, because a lot of these teams are fighting for their tournament lives. Do or die day for a lot of the groups.
Oh yeah, because some of these teams will be playing their final match. So it means a lot. It means everything. Whether they qualify or they don't qualify, that is going to be the main objective. Whether they're on first seeding or second seeding, well, that's the secondary story. As long as they qualify first. And we are, of course, looking at Alpha 7. And speaking about Alpha 7 and AG, we would like to introduce to you, ladies and gentlemen, these two amazing teams that will be walking on stage. And here they are, the players from AG Global.
Yep. All Gamers Global, they are a name that you're very familiar with. I think they have shown very good quality across the board, right? I mean, they have always been on the back side of the Malaysian region. And this time, finally, they shine. They get the chance to come up onto the main stage. Now, the 5 players that will take their walk out into the venue itself. This is their debut performance, at least for this competition for our Invitationals Season 3. Are we going to see a monster performance from these 5 boys?
Yes, and technically, this is also their first season at an international stage. Prior to this, AG Global, they were represented by players from Hong Kong, but now they have moved their region to Malaysia, and this is a new representative for them. As for Alpha 7 Esports, not the first time for them to be on the stage. This is going to be their second match and also their final match in the group stage. A must-win for Alpha 7.
Yep, and we will have quite a lot of eyes on the different boys coming in from Alpha 7, right? They have been dealt the hard hand here, and the end of the short stick going up against Vitality in their first series. Unfortunately, could not make it out of that one. So this one is an important series to win today. And I was told, you could hear them screaming and cheering in the background. So hopefully they are pumped up. They're ready to bring the A game against AG Global.
Oh, and I love the A7 pose there. It just shows the level of confidence that they have walking into this. They know that they can do it. They have the experience at the international stage, so they know how to deal with the pressure. And here are the players of All Gamers Global. We have Leo, Akira, Saber, Ja, and Daohan.
Yep, so these are the 5 representatives. I think we are all having eyes on Tia, right? So Tia and Tao Hen, I think the two of them, very prominent players coming out from the AG Global lineup. And I think today really depends on how consistent and how stable they can play today. Now, this is not an easy task because they will be going up against Alpha 7, represented by the best of the best in the Brazil region as well. Fury, Niap, Danny, Almighty, as well as Villau. Now, like I said, they haven't had the best performance, so today it is paramount they give their best.
And just to add on as well, the Brazilian region received the global rollout earlier than any other region as well. So, in other words, when we talk about like length of play, Brazil has a longer length of play than all the other regions. So that could be their advantage of knowing the game a bit more longer than the others. But of course, they're going up against a very, very strong team, All Gamers Global. And here we are live at Manila, ladies and gentlemen, whereby if you happen to be close to the venue, feel free to drop by. There'll be a lot of activities going down there. And also, you can check out our sponsored phone, Infinix GT20 Pro.
Yep, a lot of fun things to have, and right now, let's jump straight into the game. I want to talk a bit about Alpha 7. So Alpha 7, I think one of the things that was very, very glaring in their game was the fact that Vitality was able to step into their jungle and occupy pretty much almost all of the games in the series, and Alpha 7 could not handle that pressure. Besides that, it was very distinctive bans, not against the draft, but against the players of Alpha 7. So I'm curious to see if AG Global, will they employ the same tactics to try and win this series against Alpha 7?
Yeah, and speaking about some of the tactics that Alpha 7 deployed that time against Vitality is that so they played like the Byron in their first game, the Byron, the Menki, Gun and Mo, Arlie, and also Moses. So they might want to stick to the same something that they're comfortable with, or they might want to switch it up. But of course, it also depends on what sort of research they have done against AG Global. Now, the thing about AG Global, yes, there is data from their qualifiers, but because of their swap, the data could change. So it could be a somewhat like a wild card to Alpha 7 try to deal with.
Yeah, it's actually quite difficult, right? When you have new members coming in or players that you don't normally play with, the synergy might be affected as well as communication. And I think these two markers are actually really important, especially on that professional stage, competitive stage as well, because everything needs to be clean, calculated, and done as a team. Your effort as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. So that is the thing that I believe even the audience would like to observe on whether they are able to adapt quickly with each other. But of course, to be fair, they have all been playing as a team anyway. It's not like, okay, you get a third-party person to come in. They have all been playing together, so I'm sure they have a level of chemistry or synergy together to prepare themselves for today.
Yeah, another player that I want to focus on the side of AG Global is actually Dao Hen. I think Dao Hen, his mid lane has been touted as one of the best, and coming in from a sub position, I think this is really interesting to see whether he can actually match up against the players on the side of Alpha 7 as well. Now, Alpha 7, they are a lineup of, I would consider, veterans in this game already in their own right. They have had, like you said, a very extensive experience because Brazil was one of the regions that actually got the game first. So I think they need to be able to showcase that prowess that they have. I think it's unfair to, have them kicked out of the competition without them showing their A game.
Yeah, on top of that, they have a good amount of international experience as well. And not only international experience, but also playing in front of a crowd. So that could be their advantage, because if we talk about AG, their recent tournament was during the Malaysia qualifiers, and it was done online, so you don't get to feel playing in front of a crowd. That could be one of the factors that could impact their performance.
Yep, just a side piece here. The Vitality lineup also in the audience, looking very closely, and you definitely understand why they want to pay close attention, because they will be going up against AG Global really soon. Now, with that being said, we will start our global band pick format for this. This has been incorporated from KPL since 2018. This means you only get to pick one hero for the entire series once. Once you pick it, you use it, win or lose, you don't get to use it again.
Yeah, so that's going to really test the depth of their hero pool, right? And we'll be jumping onto the draft really, really soon. Now, just to summarize like some of the hot picks so far in our tournament, of course, the Algran is a really hot pick, the Dharma, Long Yuquan, and Zhang Fei. And occasionally we do see the Yuquan and Dharma being banned out, but one of the top banned heroes is the Mai. Mai might not see the light of day still.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some glimpses of the Mai Shiranui yesterday. Performance-wise, I think it's up and down, right? We have some teams who really flourished with the Mai, and then there were some teams that didn't. But right now, I think the main concern here is they want to pick heroes that do well in lane, but also have the option to catch. This refers to people like Byron, refers to people like the Dharma, of which we have seen players like Kyung9 yesterday really just hit the ceiling with the fan, catching so many different members on their opponent's side. And now let's take a look at the bans itself. First ban going to be the Dolia, and we're going to have the Mai. So stock standard bans coming in from the side of Alpha 7 and AG Global.
And the Liang's main ban are very, very a good hero to zone out all the other heroes as well. We've seen how it was used yesterday. It was used very effectively, not necessarily to get the kills, but to zone out heroes is going to be good enough. The Arlie is taken out as well. So AG Global, they definitely done their homework. They have seen Alpha 7 using this in their first ever game in this tournament, so they choose to remove it. There will be Alpha 7's first pick.
Yeah, I like that hero pick. End of the day, it provides good heal. That Destined Encounter could really change a lot of situations. While she doesn't have the best wave clear, she is unexpectedly tanky and does give quite a bit of damage. Now, AG Global, they will go with the U1 and the low pick, so there is a lot of invincibility frames with the Unending Sorrow. At the same time, Infinite Fastness could be that get out of jail free card coming in from AG.
Yeah, and we do have the Dun, a very, very tanky hero, able to engage, able to absorb a lot of damage. Expect him to be the one to try to absorb as much damage as possible, especially from the flaming palms of Long. And then we have the Mayan, very, very mobile hero. So this gives AG options to do split pushing.
Yes, it does. At this point, I think Dun is a Danny special, right? You have already seen this in the Americas qualifiers. Alpha 7 actually employed the services of Dun to really just allow Hell to freeze over, right, at that point, because he was so tanky, nobody could really take him out in the team fights as well. But going up against the AG lineup, right now, with the Mayin, you have to be really careful about your backlines. Now, Mayin is pretty good at having that wave clear in lane, but at the same time, a lot of opportunities to catch the different members on the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, and here we have the Zhang Fei being taken out, and Lady Zen will be in the lineup for AG. So, Lady Zen, pretty standard pick as well. And now coming to Alpha 7, we have the Shi being picked up, and also last pick, expect another tanky hero perhaps. So I like to see an Outgrun, but nope, it's not going to be that. It's going to be the Charlotte being picked up.
Okay, the Charlotte and Dun. Both of these will play a very important role of trying to have access into the backlines. The person that is most at risk is actually Tao Hun, who's going to be playing this Lady Chen, because I think if there is a surprise flash or a jump in coming in from the Charlotte or the Dun, I think the first and primary target would be Lady Chen after Lung. And right now, I like the fact that he picked up the Jing. Jing obviously has a lot of benefits while using that mirror domain, a lot of iframes, able to traverse the map really quickly as well. So let's see how Akira does on this Jing.
Lots of mobility for AG is going to be a tall order here for Alpha 7. And the fact that AG, they got the last pick so they could pick something that AG does not have, which is a big CC lockdown, or at least a single target CC lockdown like a Taji, to try to catch those really, really fast moving heroes. So it's going to be quite a challenge for Alpha 7 going up against AG's draft.
Yeah, it is. And at this point, it looks like they will be going for the Yuan roam once again. I like that idea. Kind of matches the heals provided by Vilao, right, to Almaini on that idea. At the same time, actually, I would think that it's going to be a really difficult farm lane for the side of AG, because the range on Almaini, Lady Sun with the rolling raid, definitely outranges. And if timed properly, I think this Loom is going to have a pretty hard game.
Yeah, the downside about AG's draft is that they do not have much tanks. But looks like based on their lineup, they might want to go for an aggressive gameplay. Probably from the get-go, they're going to try to invade the jungles and try to take away resources from Alpha 7, trying to just choke them down. And this is going to be game number 1 of our match 7. And of course, this is the debut of AG Global on this stage. Alpha 7 will be playing a very, very important match as well.
Yeah, I think the jungling speed is going to be quite different if you take a look at it on both ends. Jing is actually one of the fastest junglers, farming junglers in the game itself. So Akira, you can expect that very early rotation coming in once he clears up his respective buffs. On the other end, I think Danny will need a little bit more help, either from Fury or maybe Vilao. I don't think Vilao needs to go to help Danny, but Fury definitely needs to try and help Danny clear the waves faster.
Right, and here we go. The first game between these two teams. Who's going to set the tone? We'll continue to observe that. And so far, based on their formation, as usual, nothing too out of the ordinary. Both teams, they play their standard lanes. Not like, okay, the mid goes to the farm lane and so on and so forth. Trying to win very, very early objectives. And so far, AG doing so good.
Yeah, they are. And in fact, the Clash lane is the one that is going to be of utmost importance here for the side of Alpha 7, right? The early rotations coming in from Akira may spell doomsday for the side of Miak, but it looks like Akira's going to focus on getting the farm up. Like I said, faster jungling speed, I think they should play on that strength instead and make sure Danny is below them in terms of the XP.
Lots of focus farming on the bottom jungle here by AG. It looks like they really, really want to help their jungler Jing to farm up as soon as possible, and it's totally understandable because you want to gain as much as possible. You can make those rotations quickly and try to get very, very early pickouts, and I believe that's what AG is looking for.
Yeah, so you can already see the rotations coming in, right? Taohan is hoping to see if there's any catch coming in for the side of Alpha 7 as well. But I think Alpha 7, they kind of recognize the rotations as well. So you can see the Lady Sun, Almighty, maybe just a tad bit safer this time. Danny manages to kind of get some waves into his pocket as well. So that's to help him match up against the juggling speed of Akira. But right now, I think the biggest skirmish will come in the clash lane. Like I said, Akira, they want to make sure that Nyap doesn't have a good game.
Yeah, and Akira is waiting in the bushes. But while he's waiting, he's not really farming, so he's not getting much, so he cannot wait that long. But backup has arrived as well. They really, really want to try to get down.
Okay, hang on, first blood.
Okay, that was a quick work there, and first blood is actually given towards Alpha 7. Interesting, and now in the middle, a bit of a skirmish, but it's just more of like poking.
Yeah, it's a very indecisive movement coming out from AG here. The one-on-one gonna happen. Yep, gonna try, but it's... Oh, he will not commit, I think. Yeah, at this point, I thought about it. I mean, AG, they definitely want to spoil Nyap's game, because if Nyap is unable to do damage, that's a lot of safety for the backlines. They can really dive into the lineup of Alpha 7 without fear of getting counter-attacked. But because Tia died here, AG now, they have to kind of take a step back, because if your Loom is not farmed, where is your damage going to come from?
Yeah, that's going to be the problem, right? And so far, Lung is getting a lot of protection, right? They send Saber down, then Daohan is there together with him as well, so they want to make sure that he is well protected. But if you have 3 players there, you're opening up space for the other lanes for Alpha 7 to farm. And right now, Alpha 7, they have about 1,000 gold gap between themselves and AG.
Well, that's a good start, right? But that's not the end of the story for sure. I think at this point, AG, they need to wait for one particular marker, which is to get a kill. Either that, or they wait for the 4-minute mark, which is coming really soon, to secure that first neutral objective, right? Be it the Tyrant or that Overlord. I think the Tyrant definitely will make much better sense. It allows them to clear the way faster as well. And finally, Danny going to invade the jungle, get 1 camp away. It may be small, but it's valuable.
Yep, good move by Danny there. I mean, it could snowball to something even bigger later on. And like what you said, the 4th minima is coming, but before that, we're going to see Danny now being taken out. Akira is in. They go in all onto Danny. 3 onto 1. There's no way that Danny will be able to survive that.
Yeah, communication was missing there. Alpha 7. Danny, unfortunately, gives his life at the worst possible time here, because AG now have access to the Tyrant for free. I mean, it's going to take a lot to steal, and I don't think you want to take the risk.
Tyrant has been defeated.
Free Tyrant, and we can see clearly that none of the other players from Alpha 7 are interested to try to steal it away, understandably. But anyway, they still have the Overlord, so not everything is lost.
Yep, right now, AG, they don't really care about the rest of the map. It's all about the farm lane, this T1, because it's going to stifle Almighty's growth. At the same time, if there's any freebies that may be coming here, you could see that big fight coming.
Oh, this could be a fight here, but it looks like AG, they might disengage. Oh, but look at Akira is coming from the other side. Fury is pretty low, and Akira jumps in on the Fury, not allowing him to get away. And Almighty went down as well. So 2 for the side of Alpha 7, gone towards the hand of AG.
Now this is the standard we're expecting from AG for sure, and of all the kills to get, he gets Almighty as well in the farming. So they trade out that first death from Tia, they return the favor to Almighty, and take a look at what the result is. It's going to be a T1 in the mid taken as a perk as well. So a lot of value coming out of that one play.
Yeah, even if you look at the replay again, just keep an eye on the movement of Akira, like just going all the way back, and this is really, really smart by Akira. Try to aim for the back line. But the fight's not over yet, we might see the next kill here, and Akira again, this time on the rampage.
Yep, Akira recognizes the strength that he has, right? So in the mirror domain, essentially he is like a god, and it's very difficult to deal with him, and Nyap might be caught here, 3v1.
This could be the end of him. Yes, it will be. Nyap. 3v1, no way he's going to be able to escape that, and 3 towers gone to the hands of AG. This will open up a lot of space for them to invade the jungle.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to be in, right? Because who does Vilao catch? At this point, you want to stop Akira from coming in, because in that mirror domain, it also provides a lot of security for the rest of AG to throw out their relevant skills. And with that being said, Tia will not be caught.
Oh, but speaking about getting caught right now, looks like 1 Danny caught, Vilao caught as well. Double kill given to Akira. Akira is carrying the entire team right now by bringing in all those kills. Leo traded back, but it's okay. AG, they still won the fight.
Yeah, AG, I think at this point, getting a couple of giving a couple of kills over to A7 doesn't really matter, right? Because at the end of the day, the goalie is starting to stretch. 2,000 goal. The itemization difference is pretty glaring. 6-0-0, and I'm talking about Akira here on that thing, already at 6.4 thousand goals. Acts of Torment building towards that Master Sword as well. So if you thought the burst was big, he's going to have even more damage coming in.
Time to check out the replay again. Even the blue buff was stolen away by AG. So Alpha 7, they didn't get anything or didn't get much out of this fight except for that one trade. But Leo's positioning, okay, as much as he wanted to get away, he was pulled back. So that was a bit unfortunate for Leo. But the fight's not over. Here we go. Another skirmish between AG and Alpha 7. And Almine gets Leo again. 2 deaths in a row for Leo.
Yep, Almighty manages to recover some farm there as well as a one kill for himself, right? So this is good for Almighty. He needs everything he can get at this point because he's too weak, he's under-farmed as well. And I don't like the fact that Alpha 7 is choosing to stay here. They would definitely get caught out.
But coming from the side, and here comes Akira again! Going all the way back, getting one target, but he's disciplined enough to not continue on the fight because his other teammates will need to reset.
Yep, and here's the thing, right? Alpha 7, the reason why they picked this the idea for Villau is the fact that they wanted to stop Akira from coming in with the mirror domain as well. But the difficulty of that is that because the farm is so the gap in gold is so big, Villau cannot survive any of the attacks. And Daohan is always together with Akira, ready to throw the destructive deluge, flowing Sai, the full combination if you must have. And it's really hard because Danny is not tanky enough yet.
But with that, looks like they're going to get the Tyrant for free. Again, 2 Tyrants taken just like that. There's nothing much that Alpha 7 can do about it. At this moment, Alpha 7 will need to focus on their farms. Just like what you said, Danny is not tanky enough.
Yeah, they need to figure out how to get the farm going for all the 3 different lanes, right? So if you want to try and go for a split push, because right now, because the T2s are, only T2s are left across the map, there's about 60% of the map that Alpha 7 cannot traverse safely.
And Alpha 7, they cannot traverse safely on the top jungle right now. AG is all around it. They're looking for the next target. They might want to go in for the T2. T2 down to the last hit. They will be able to get it just like that, unchallenged again by Alpha 7.
I don't see how they're going to be able to do this. The interesting thing is that Almighty's farm is actually higher than Tia here. Almighty is at about 6,000 gold. Tia was last seen at about 5,000. So Almighty, he does have a little bit of damage, but the difficulty of this is where's the catch going to come from, right? It requires Nyap to go into the backlines and have that power gradation onto multiple members. Hopefully stop Daohan from throwing out all these CC and freezing skills. But at this point, look at the position of AG. It's so difficult to try and find an angle to go in. You have to commit a probable flash silky beauty from Fury, which is not worth it at this point.
Yeah, and just the formation of AG, right? They don't stick together. They know that if they do, Danny could probably take advantage, coming with group CC. So they know that, okay, guys, let's split out. And by splitting out, it also gives you the advantage of flanking. And we've seen multiple times that AG did that. But then again, Alpha 7, they found an opening. They punished Daohan in the open.
Yeah, that was not the best position to be in, especially as a mid laner, right? And you are responsible for the CC as well. Nice jump on the back line.
Oh, check out the back line, but then again, it's really low. Leo taken out. Daohan, last we saw him, he was out as well, so they do not have enough players here to fight back against Alpha 7.
This is not a good trade for the side of Alpha 7, right? Danny dead, there's no smite. The best thing they can do, which is what they're doing now, is to take the T1 in the mid. They have to be really careful about their positioning though. Akira waiting in the sidelines.
Akira got out. Oh no! It's a disaster by Akira! Oh, shut down onto him, and this will leave the Tyrant open for Alpha 7!
Oh, they have definitely given them a lifeline here, and this is going to be a free Tyrant. There's no one else to contest for this. AG at this point, he is not the biggest loss in the world, but it's something considerable. Simply because they gave the shutdown go to Almighty. How did he get caught?
Okay, we're gonna see how that happened again. Okay. Looks like Alpha 7, they start to read out the formation of AG. They know that, okay, guys, we gotta be aware of our flag. Somebody's gonna sneak up on us. And that's how they caught Leo and subsequently Akira after that.
I think it's really important that you keep tabs on where Fury is, right? Fury, I think, end of the day, as this Shi, yes, she has perfect control when she lands that Silky Beauty on you, but she's very squishy. And I think for AG, they need to be really careful whenever they can't figure out where Fury is, right? At the same time, the same can be said for Alpha 7, which is if you don't see Taohen, you don't see Akira, you need to keep your eyes peeled because the burst potential or that burst CC is something that none of the members on Alpha 7 can tank besides Danny.
He helps scout out the Overlord, but he is not in the position to try to steal it away, and he has to let that one go. But Nyap has to be extra careful. 3-on-1 right now. Nyap, how is he going to get out of this? At least a trade for Nyap. Looks like no. Nyap still able to jump over the wall, but they're going for the chase, and Nyap has another teammates to come in just at the right timing to save him.
He wasted quite a bit of time from the side of AG as well. Now AG, of course, they're still in control, still in the driver's seat for now, with the Shadow Overlord actually flying down the mid as well. But that aggression and pressure alleviated. Alpha 7 now have received some breathing space.
Oh yeah, even when it comes to the goal difference, they're pretty much on par with AG at this moment. So they caught up to the net worth, so that's pretty good work there by Alpha 7 to hold on to the situation. But of course, for AG, like what you said, they still have control just because of the number of towers that they have taken down, opening up the map for themselves.
Yep, it's really interesting here. They actually choose to traverse through the Crimson Golem buff area. I think that's one thing they want to disallow from being given into the hands of Alpha 7. Now, the fact that Almighty is pretty much having quite a lot of gold in his pocket already is something of concern to AG, which is why they're kind of checking this Crimson Golem, right? You don't want that red buff in the hands of this Lady Sun. That's too much damage.
Yeah, they're trying to steal away as much as possible, right? But we can see as well that Alpha 7 is starting to group up now. They're probably looking for another pickup. But before that, they have to clear off the lanes and they can try to find a target. But the best target right now that they could see is going to be Leo. Leo, of course, the Mayan is very, very slick. So you don't want to commit all in onto Leo.
I mean, it's just the stock standard Clash Laner memo, right? We'll do the split push and then hopefully we get a catch of some sort. Right now, it's just they're feeling each other out, right? Can they find the angle? And both teams, they have learned the lesson to be really careful about their positioning, right? Danny is now always in the front line, so if anyone gets caught, it's Danny, and Danny should be able to survive.
Yeah, I really love that point, right? Like the adaptability of Alpha 7 happens in-game, happens very quick, and they're very flexible, adapting to how AG is put themselves in a spread-out formation or even in a flanking formation. So right now they're trying to find their next target. Now Danny sends himself into the forefront. He is tanky enough for now, so he can absorb a good amount of damage.
Now is not the time to take a fight though. Alpha 7, I think more importantly, they need to protect this bot lane because if the T3 of the bot is exposed, it's going to put them in a horrendous position because the opposite lane is actually where the Overlord is. They need it for that lady.
Or maybe even at the top. But the Tyrant will be taken by AG. Alpha 7 will not go in, they will not challenge, and I believe it's because, like what you said, they have to take care of the lanes, but at the back, look at this. Leo all alone. Leo has to get away. He is way, way far away from his other team.
Yeah, Villau, if he manages to catch him out, that's great, but I don't think they will be making it in time. So once again, Alpha 7 now in a very precarious position, right? This farm lane at the bot is so important for them to watch, which is also why AG keeps coming here. They want to make sure that this pressure does not get softened up.
Lots of pressure now onto the bottom lane. They really want to get that bottom lane in the back for AG. But they are playing it patiently still. As long as they can secure the next objective, which is the next Overlord, they will be in a good position.
Yeah, and Akira here using his mirror image to kind of scout out who are the different members on the side of Alpha 7 on the bottom side of the map. Right now, information, especially vision, is so critical. This information will change the amount of benefits and advantages they have in a team fight. I like the position that Leo is taking though.
And I do like the fact that both teams trying to go for the Overlord is very important as well. Keep an eye on Leo, like what you said, all the way on the back, in the middle. He could sneak up to maybe the Lady Sun, and just try to take him out, or maybe even the She take him out as well. So both teams really, really cautious.
Yeah, Fury already in a good position to get the catch as well.
Up, going in right now from the back line. We can see Leo taking a lot of damage, and Leo puts on 4th pass of Fury. The Overlord is still up for grabs. Who's going to get it? But before that, the fight will continue on. And Alpha 7 takes out Akira. A very, very important target for them to eliminate.
Oh, this was A+ from the side of Alpha 7 as well. Now, he doesn't care whether he can kill Jia or not. It's all about pushing him away. And at the same time, this is buying time for Alpha 7. Look, Almighty in that particular fight positioning A+. That's the kind of quality we expected of an A-star team coming in from the Americas region. And Almighty, not only did he reposition himself after giving away the first life from that Sage's Sanctuary, he was dealing all the damage in the world. The AG, they were kind of distracted, trying to get control of the situation, but because of that tunnel vision, look at the backlines here. It was all Almighty's show. He was just laying the bullets down.
And I think that AG will need to try and switch up their strategy. They've been trying to go for the sandwich strategy, like sending one player from the back, like a Leo or Akira, but it hasn't been working out for the Alpha 7. They are prepared. They are adapting to the situation, so they need to find something else now.
Yep, they actually delegated Fury to be in the rushes, so he does have eyes on all the different angles that AG can actually approach them from. So I like the fact that Fury has been very disciplined, and it's only because of his position that they won that fight, because they had that information. And finally, A7 might turn this around.
A7, right now they got the T3 at the bottom, but also at the same time they have to be aware of their backline. They sent Niap behind again just to make sure that Akira does not backstab them, and so far he has been doing a good job.
Yeah, this is a much cleaner gameplay coming out from Alpha 7, and once again, now we reverse the tables, right? Tables have turned. Alpha 7 breaks the T3 on the bot for the side of AG.
Oh, they caught Daohan. Daohan is the one in trouble right now, and Daohan will be taken out by Almighty. And now they have access to T2 at the top. T2 will fall to the hands of Alpha 7. Right now, AG pushed through the back into their face.
Yeah, they can go for more. They still have plenty of good ultimates available. Nyap available with the power gradation. Danny still has the unruly play to go in as well.
Comes the T3 down at the top, opening up more access for Alpha 7. All in focus onto the mid lane now.
I don't think they want to overpush this though. Just get the T3 and get out, right? At this point, I think it's too big of a risk. Yes, Tao is dead, but he's out in 10 seconds. And I don't think it's going to be enough time for them to break that crystal. So very good choice. Alpha 7, they choose to back off, but now the base is barren on the side of AG Global.
Will they go in to challenge the Tyrant? Looks like AG might not. Yeah, they don't have enough players ready for that. And the Tyrant will fall into the hands of Alpha 7. This time around, the tables have turned like what you said. Right now, Alpha 7, as long as they're disciplined enough, they should be able to end the game.
Yep, they want to push them away. And here's the thing. Almighty, actually, if he goes into a 1v1 against Akira, this skill matchup is going to be of utmost importance. Unfortunately, for the side of Alpha 7, Lady Luck seems to be on the side of AG because the Tempest Dragon will spawn on the bottom side of the map.
Speaking about the bottom, looks like Akira went in for the 1v1. He found his target. Yep. Will he be able to eliminate Nyap just in time? But the rest of Alpha 7 have arrived. Nyap survived 10th kill again. But we do see the Infinite Masters being deployed as well to try to get away. AG forced back again, but they were still going for the chase! And they got Ja at the end of the day. But keep an eye on Akira as well from the back line. Akira is not able to reach in time, and the crystal will be taken by Alpha 7. Game 1 goes to Alpha 7.
This is what I told you about, right? I mean, we were educating everybody. Look, Alpha 7, yes, they didn't have the best start in this competition for Invitational Season 3, but they learned really quickly. And no, this is not just about, hey, they were the region from America that got the game first. This is just 5 of the best that Brazil has to offer. And now, AG, sucker punch in game number 1.
And just looking at the footage, can feel the disappointment of AG. They know that they have control from the start to the middle of the game, but there were some slight strategies that were read very, very well by Alpha 7 that they could not redeploy again, especially the strategy of trying to go from the back, trying to flank. It doesn't work anymore. The moment Alpha 7, they knew, they read it, and they were prepared for it.
And this is why the idea was so potent to the side of AG, right? With the lockdown from the bitter farewell, you can start to see Akira starts to struggle. He cannot make full use of the mirror domain. At the same time, if Vilao changes his target onto Daohan, once again, it's free CC and a free kill because not only are you stuck in place, you are far away from Almighty, and Almighty gets to shoot at you at free will.
Yeah, so I must say, I have to give it to Alpha 7 though. The level of adaptability that they have in this game, like in the middle of the game, they're like, okay, guys, let's switch our strategy. I really, really love that. They learned their lesson very, very quickly. And by adapting to the situation in game, when obviously you cannot change your draft, all you can do is just change your strategy in game. And it worked out very well for Alpha 7. Definitely a team with a lot of experience showing in this game.
Yeah, a lot of mental fortitude as well, right? Simply because if you get crushed on your first day of the competition 3-0, to come back and take a series against AG Global, that's no small feat. And I'm really excited. We need to take a look at the items. I think I'm really curious as to what Almighty was building, because he actually farmed much harder than Jia. He actually had the gold advantage in the middle of the game already. And I think because of the positioning, I want to also give a shout out to Fury. I think Fury played extremely well. The way that he positioned himself in the brush not only allowed the team to understand which angle that AG was trying to enter from, but he was also able to set up kills for the rest of the team, especially for Almighty. Look at Almighty, 17.6 thousand gold in his pocket. Defensive measures as well, Cuirass of Savagery, Blood Reaper, Master Sword, Shadow Reaper, as well as the Eternity Blade. Making sure he has full value, sold away the boots with the Sage's Sanctuary to get the maximum value out of this Lady Sun pick.
Yeah, even Danny went full all-in tankiness, and by being a tank, he positioned himself well in front, opening up the space, getting information as well at the same time. And looking over at some of these stats as well, when it comes to damage output, Fury and Almighty almost the same.
Yeah, I just have to highlight, I think AG, maybe once again, it's just their first game. A lot of things haven't been set in stone just yet in terms of synergy, in terms of rotations, or even movement. Because there were a couple of times where I think they were very much out of position on the side of AG. And when you give A7, Alpha 7 a chance like that, oh no, that's a horrendous mistake. Because Alpha 7 will punish you every single time. It was a back and forth game. But let's see, there is no back and forth for this. Fury with the Shi was one of the main markers why Alpha 7 had such a successful second half of game number 1.
And we can see that there were many occasions that AG tried to get Fury at the backline, but the moment they positioned themselves well, they had a difficult time. Now, checking out the best moments from the previous round, at the very beginning, it was a bit of Alpha 7, and then during the mid stages, it was all on AG until Alpha 7 readapted.
Yeah, the early rotations by Akira really made the difference in the early parts of the game. But AG, they kind of gave away that lead the moment when the mid laners and the farm laners started to get a bit too comfortable walking right in front of the different members on the side of Alpha 7. And one thing they didn't manage to do as successfully in the second half of this game was the fact that they could no longer reach Almighty. Almighty was always in a safe spot, whether he was in the middle or the back or the front of the entire composition and position. Almighty was never touched in any of these fights. And that was what led to that turnaround for the side of Alpha 7. And adding on to that, because of this pressure, the Lau with the catch, Fury with the catch, Danny with the stuns also, it was just disaster for the side of AG Global.
Yeah, and Leo was caught out quite a amount of times as well as he tried to go for the back line, and it didn't really work for him. Maybe it could have been better if he continued to try to put pressure onto the lanes, but hey, they know what they're doing, and it just probably didn't work out for them because it's Alpha 7 that we're talking about here. At the end of the day, Alpha 7 took up game number 1, but it is a best of 5 series, so there's a lot more games to go.
Yep, so we've seen the recovery from Alpha 7. Now, let's see whether AG Global can perform the same kind of recovery, right? We are looking for the creme de la creme, and we know these players, these teams, they all have the potential to win games in a very strong fashion. Now, the question is, can AG kind of recognize the mistakes that they did in this game number 1 and reformulate? Because you cannot pick the same heroes for the draft, but you can pick same kits for your next draft, right? People who also have stuns, people who also have huge burst potential. And will AG keep on with this assassin-style jungler, or will they switch it up to be more of the tanky, this Dun-style jungler?
So I also want to put out a discussion point for you, right? What do you think about AG's swap of players, right? Without him playing in the mid instead.
I think it is fine, right? He has been touted as one of the strong players on the side of AG. No team picks up a player that they don't think is good, right? So definitely there's a quality that they see in Dalhan that allows him to be part of the AG roster. Now I think perhaps it is about the playtime. Maybe it is about the rest. Maybe it's about the stress as well. A lot of different factors go into competition. And I think Dalhan for sure is feeling the pressure of this debut game against Alpha 7. They also know what's at stake, right? They want to beat Alpha 7 because that secures them a slot either as the first or the second seed in their group. And I believe playing in front of the crowd that definitely makes you feel a bit more stressful than usual.
Yeah, the offline experience as well in a foreign country. So a lot for them to adapt here as we prepare ourselves for our next game. And in case you just joined us here, as you can see on screen, Alpha 7 took home game number 1 against AG Global. But it is also overall AG Global's first game in this tournament. Maybe it's also a warm-up for them to try to understand the pace and also the type of challenge that they're up against. So AG preparing themselves for the next round. What sort of heroes do you think we might see?
Okay, looking at the history of Alpha 7, or in this case, let's deep dive a little bit more into specific players, and I'm talking about Danny, right? Danny loves to play those very huge, tanky, sustained heroes. Season 2, we've seen him really make full use and full efficiency with the Hano pick as well. Very tanky, doesn't deal a lot of damage, but his job is just to soak, right? He's the sponge, and he's the one that draws the opponent team in so that the rest of the members can finish the job. So we might, I'm hoping to see his style of Menki, his style of Agudo as well. These are two very tanky but controlling-esque heroes that I think fits Danny's MO really well. And I mean, the rest of Alpha 7, I don't really think it matters that much who they pick, right? I think the crux of Alpha 7's draft derives from who Danny plays.
Okay, so this is going to be really interesting, right? Danny sounds like the key player in your opinion. And I do agree as well. If we look at his Dune pick earlier on, the moment he reached his power spike, that he's able to tank as much as possible. And he seems to have this trend of liking those kind of tank sort of heroes. Not really too much on dealing the damage, which is absolutely fine. You always need that in your team. It will be interesting to see what sort of heroes he might pick. So some of the interesting picks in that lane, it could be maybe like a Sunchair could be pretty interesting, or like a Lambo. Both of them kind of fit the bill.
Yeah, I think CC is definitely of utmost importance for the side of Alpha 7 as well. And one of the signature picks on the side of Alpha 7 is also Diguan Yu for Niap, which was brutally banned out from the side by the side of Vitality during the first game that they played, first series that they played against each other. Right now, I think the bigger issue for AG Global to solve in this case is, okay, we already know what kind of heroes that Danny likes, but what kind of heroes do we like, right? I think it's important to understand your opponent's game, but it's also important to play your game. And I think AG haven't kind of figured out what their game is just yet.
Yeah, and to be fair to them, of course, some of these players, the first time on this sort of stage, of course, with the new global ban format as well, that would disrupt a lot of comfort picks. There's almost no such thing as a comfort pick thanks to the global ban pick. Once you use that as a quote-unquote comfort pick, the next round you're not able to use it, so you have to find comfort in other heroes. There's still a lot more to come. I mean, we have not seen the Dharma, we have not seen the Algran yet, so those are some of the hot picks that could be deployed in the game. My personal farming favorite is like a Gen.G that could be out as well later on. The Ali was banned out previously, and we might see the Ali being played if it's not banned out this time.
Yep, exactly. And we still have the very potent Ming combination. I mean, for those of you that have read the latest patch, Ming has been buffed as well. So we've seen some teams already put the Ming to very effective usage. Now let's see if AG wants to put Ming in that particular lineup. Now, if they were to play into the hands of Alpha 7, I think it would be a good idea to go blow for blow, go for a very tanky jungler as well. Right? So let's see if maybe they want to take a stab at using the Dun for themselves, or maybe they want to bring out the Ogren this time for game number 2, because you don't want to allow a team that has already won one round to gain even more momentum. I think that's a very definite mistake.
Yeah, putting out the Ogren is pretty nice as well. Ogren is one of the top pick heroes so far in this tournament, so that could be a good option. I personally do like the Dianwei. Dianwei is able to run down heroes and is very, very tanky, opening up fights as well, so that could be also another option to be considered. And as usual, we might see the Mai being banned out. It could be released, but I don't know. Leaving out the Mai open is a bit of a risk, so that could be taken out by Alpha 7.
Yeah, at this point, I like the idea of a Tianwei, but until the suppression heroes like Dong Huang or Liang are banned, I don't like the choice of going for Tianwei, right? Tianwei, yes, he's able to recover from CC, but he can't deal with suppression. And if suppression is on the board, it's not the safest choice to pick at this point.
Ooh, okay, and the mic is open though. I wonder if AG is going to go for it.
Oh,
Nope.
they don't.
Okay, so they leave the mic up for grabs for Alpha 7. This could be real interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Fury already showcased in game number 1, he knows how to hide in a brush. And they obliged. Alpha 7 say, okay, thank you for the freebie.
I wonder what goes on their mind. Maybe they thought that, okay, Arlie, yes, is also a very good hero, so they don't mind picking that up as a priority pick. The Zhang Fei is going to be picked up by Alpha 7, so this is going to be his big, tanky, beefy boy here, playing on the roam side. Whoever who is going to play on the farm lane will have good protection by the Zhang Fei.
Yeah, AG, I think, yes, they heard us. It's going to be the Ogren coming into the hands of Akira. Still a flex pick, right? Like, Ogren can definitely go into the clash lane, but I think teams in the competitive scene will very much prefer him in the jungle. And Daohen will be picking up the Yixing. So a lot of area control, AoE control as well, but it requires very precise aiming, right? Taking liberties, there is a slight delay before that skill hits you. And in that slight delay, I think Alpha 7 definitely can maneuver their way around it.
Ooh, and we have the Diren-J, Zhang Fei, Diren-J combo on the farm lane is really, really
Nice
good.
call.
Yeah, because Diren-J, you need the space for him to get continuous stacks and also to deal out the damage. And having the Zhang Fei at the front line, especially when he has the Unbridled Outburst, that will provide him that space for Diren-J to just wreak havoc for the back.
Yep, in this game, our mining is going to have to pay attention to the usage of that Maple Dance, right? Maple Dance for Jia on this early is going to be very important because a lot of people don't expect this, but Diren-J has actually huge bursts when he uses his tokens. Legal immunity, we've seen highlights where the flash legal immunity and then just spamming your auto attacks is going to net you the kill as well. And with the fact that they have a Zhang Fei, there is quite a lot of protection if he wants to go for risky moves such as that.
And they're pretty flexible with the inclusion of Mai, right? Like Mai has the ability to go in and out of fights and also go into the backline directly. And not to mention, they have the option to flank at this moment. As for AG, the 3 heroes that they have picked, so far, no flanky type heroes. They're pretty direct approach from front to back and more of like a team fight composition. The fact that they have the Yixing with the World is My Board to try to trap as many players from Alpha 7 in it.
Yeah, my concern here for All Gamers Global is they don't have a unexpected entry point, right? Right now, their initiation is very standard. It's going to be the path of passing coming in from Ogren, maybe the lift step coming in from Jia's Arlie. Everything that Alpha 7, when taking a look at, can prepare themselves and position themselves well for it. So I like the fact that they actually picked up the Charlotte. This Charlotte is going to play a very important part to try and, I mean, Leo has done a good job in game 1, just, they had better vision on Alpha 7. But if he can perform the same way against Alpha 7, maybe this time he can catch them off guard.
Looks like AG is playing the 2-tank formation here with the Zhongzi and Ogren to try to protect the front line. But on the back line, maybe they're going to deploy the Charlotte. It depends, right, on how Alpha 7 is going to play this game. And we're going to see the inclusion of Pei as well. Very sneaky hero. Now, if we're looking at the lineup of Alpha 7, it looks like they are willing to play the long game.
Alpha 7, they want to rush this early game. I think the late game insurance is the Dharma and the Diren-J as well, right? If they do get it, if they don't get the early game, the Pei's saving grace is that hopefully our Miney as well as Nyap are going to perform to their best abilities. But this is the difficult situation because now Saber on this round turn, as long as the butterfly effect is up and off of cooldown, it's not going to be as easy for Alpha 7. Even if they initiate properly, perfectly, just the butterfly effect is going to cancel everything. The anti-CC is too strong.
Yeah, especially if you have a Zhangfei, you want to have as many anti-CCs as possible. But the thing about the Zhangfei is that you really need to land the Unbridled Outburst at the right timing, at the right angle, because it's a very expensive ult to use due to the Madness stack before he's able to reuse it again. To a certain extent, the Zhangfei's cooldown for the Unbridled Outburst doesn't really matter. It's all about stacking the Madness for themselves. So he has to really time it carefully.
Yeah, I mean, besides being a very expensive skill, I think this game also comes down to your ability to have false error on your opponents, right? If they actually use that butterfly effect a little bit too early, or they use the Unbridled Outburst a little bit too early as well, it could cost them that big fight, which would in turn convert into towers or even neutral objectives such as the Overlord, such as the Tyrant as well. So this game, it requires quite a bit of control and making sure that you don't be too trigger happy with your ultimates as well.
And let's see who will have that discipline to not be trigger happy as we head on to game number 2 between All Gamers Global and Alpha 7. Let's go.
Everyone is looking at the RLE. This is apparently one of Jia's specialties. So let's see whether Jia can impress us, or will he be shut down by the likes of Alpha 7 once again.
Yeah, I also want to point out the fact that you mentioned about objective taking, right? So with the fact that Alpha 7, they have a double smite, of course, with the Zhangfei and also the Pei. So it's going to be rather difficult for AG to try to steal away those main objectives, whether it's the Tyrant or the Overlord, depending on how the situation is. So with that being said, perhaps AG, they might need to find the advantage by trying to eliminate either one of them in order for them to grab those objectives.
Yeah, this first rotation coming out from Akira needs to be very effective, right? They need to shut down Almighty because Almighty's lane is actually a winning lane against Jia because the shield, the Leaping Savior, will allow extra hits to be absorbed. And right now you can see the benefits of that already working onto this Firehawk as well. And with the help of Fury, they will make that decision to go in deeper, but Akira comes in.
Makes an appearance, but they're targeting onto Zhangfei, so it's not the target that they really want. So it's an easy escape there for Bilal.
Yep, so failed first move from both teams. I think it was a more defensive measure coming from Alpha 7. So AG didn't really hit the mark. And right now it really comes down to, can they slow down the farm of Akira? Meanwhile, Danny already taking a huge share of the farm on the side of the mid lane as well. And I think this is a good strategy, right? You want to make sure that Danny, he gets as far ahead as he can because Pei is a very dominant early game hero.
Yeah, and so far so good for Alpha 7 in terms of the gold department. And Danny has been given that space to farm, not challenged by AG Global just yet. But AG Global, to be fair, they also need the farm in. Akira needs to get the items in before he's able to tank and even invade the jungle on Alpha 7's side.
Yeah, there's a very small window, right, before they actually have the huge advantage on the side of AG Global. So I think at this point, the longer they survive here until we get that first few core items coming out from Akira, such as the Eye of the Phoenix or even the Blazing Cape, it is the ball is in A7's court. Alpha 7, they will be able to have a sizable lead.
Yeah, we can see both sides kind of respecting each other for now, like no big invasion moves yet. But that's also to give space to even heroes like Mai to kind of like stack up the levels, experience, and also the gold before he truly hits his power spike. And speaking about Mai is actually moving towards the top.
Yep, this first blood is not going to come anytime soon. I would assume that it's going to be a situation where the huge overstepping only comes during that first neutral objective, which is going to be Tyrant. Right here, AG, I like the idea. They want to try and force out the waves first, make that early rotation. They need to find some opening entry against the likes of Alpha 7.
Another rotation from the top to the mid right now. Might be looking at their first jungle invasion, but the buffs are not up just yet, so waiting for the right timing to truly come in. And when they come in, they're probably going to come in hard to try to steal away the buffs so that they have the advantage against the next objective, either the Tyrant or the Overlord.
Okay, let's take a look at the growth of items. Doomsday not yet completed on either of the farm laners, so pretty much even. But the first blood may be here.
Oh, 2-on-1, but Leo steps away to safety. But didn't really get anything out of that. Leo is still well and healthy.
No, but he committed his flash. That's a huge common spell to be not having right before a big team fight here in the neutral objective as well. So maybe this could be the downfall. I don't think Leo is going to come and join the fight. It's a 4v5.
Yeah, AG is coming in though. Let's see who will get it at the end of the day. It looks like it's going to be Almighty securing it for Alpha 7. The fight continues on with Akira on the side, but they're not going to overcommit.
Not a good situation for AG at all. If they allow this goal gap to increase even more, you will be put in a situation where Saber unfortunately will have to use butterfly effects, not to save the team from NTCC, but from the sheer damage. And here we go, Fury nets them a sucker punch to the face, doesn't do too much at this point, but Alpha 7, sizable, consistent lead, 1000 gold ahead, pretty much the entire game.
And not only that, they got the first Tyrant, so that is a good advantage that they are having right now. And they're back to default. Okay, back onto farming. They have the potential to play the long game anyway, so they don't really need to pressure AG just yet.
They're going to try onto Leo once again. He does not have flash. So this is going to be a free T1 on the top for the side of Alpha 7. As long as they don't overstep their boundaries, I think this is a big win. AG will not be able to punish.
And here we have it, the T1 at the top being taken out, and Leo's not having an easy time at the top. With power down especially, he has lesser space for him to farm.
Yeah, wave here, not their strength here. That's a healthy amount of damage, but it's Akira on the Algren. The Algren has pretty good sustain, but they're just wasting his time at this point, right? Slowing down the amount of farm he's getting. In fact, actually forcing the farm to go into the hands of Daohen instead of Akira. That's a good idea.
Rotating to the bottom. Of course, Saber will be at the front line. As long as Saber is still there, they won't be able to truly jump onto the Ali. And plus, Ali is rather mobile as well. So that's why they are not really committing or spending too much time on trying to get the Ali.
Yep, Leo, can he actually... No, it's not Leo, it's Danny. If Danny can force out a flash again from Leo, it's a horrible situation for the side of AG. But in the mid lane, it looks like they are trying to see if they can open and force any of the skills out, common spells, away from that AG lineup. Alpha 7, this is such a stable game for them so far.
Yeah, objective gameplay. Get the lane shut up, try to take down the towers. We don't need to commit into fights, but they might be forced into one. Let's see what's going to happen here with Bilal at the front line, opening up the space again. But it's just a poke between himself and also Saber.
Yeah, I don't think they can handle too much of the pressure coming in from the side of Alpha 7 just yet. And it looks like if they do actually get the kill on Akira, this is going to be horrible for the side of AG.
Okay, looks like they're going to continue to put pressure onto the bottom lane right now, AG. But keep your eye on the back though. World is my bot being used, but nobody's actually caught there.
Yeah, very preemptive ultimate here. And I mean, okay, the World is my bot has a relatively short cooldown, so I don't think it's the biggest loss in the world for the side of AG. But right now, if Nyap gets a nice cut of truth onto the wall, I think it might cost AG a lot more.
Yeah, we still don't get to see the first play. We are coming into almost 8 minutes into the game. It just shows that these two teams are playing very, very objectively. But we might see the next fight happening soon as they try to challenge for the blue buff. Blue buff up for grabs, 50% of health. Let's see who will get it at the end of the day. But at the same time, Danny got a tower, but they're going for the chase of the nap. And finally, we see the first blood given to Leo, and also the second blood for Akira.
Overconfidence from the side of Alpha 7 there, and they were punished rightly so as AG, they're looking for more.
Okay, that was a real quick one in the middle. So 3 kills back to back for AG just like that.
Yep, and now they're suddenly back into the game. Even up the goal deficit. In fact, they could be having a small lead in a couple of seconds time. Right now, they also don't have the Primal Bond, so neutral objectives such as the Overlord open for the taking.
Oh, that was a sneaky move there by Akira. Akira stole away the blue buff from the hands of Alpha 7. And now the tower in the middle is open as well. World is my bot will be used just to buy some time for the rest of AG to get away.
Yep. Now Alpha 7, they recognize the position they're in, so they have to try and make a beeline for that overlord, right? It's not the shadow versions just yet, but they have to make the lanes a little bit more uneven against the side of AG, because AG now, with the recovery of the farm, in fact, they are in the lead right now. It's not going to look too good for the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, Alpha 7, they had an early advantage, they had the early goal advantage, but they didn't really put pressure onto AG, now allowing AG to make that comeback.
Yeah, and this is where the true value of Saber is going to be seen, right? Because then it's going to be pretty hard to deal decent amount of damage against AG Global. At the same time, you will have to rely on your big ultimates to really change the tide of the battle. And that's where the true value of Saber comes out. Bear in mind, he already has the redemption along with the heals. So he provides butterfly effect, extra shield, redemption, extra shield. He has the heal. So there's life to be given. And Alpha 7 might not enjoy that experience.
And Alpha 7, coming from the side, World is my board, will be used to protect the tower, but the tower will still go down at the end of the day. And right now, AG, they back off. Both teams just playing it again, still very objectively.
Yep, Danny manages to secure that Crimson Golem for himself. I don't think AG will be able to steal away the 0-1 as well. So everything still status quo for the side of Alpha 7, but you can start to see that the pressure is mounting a little bit coming out from the side of AG Global.
Akira at the front line, but from the side, Niab tries to get a pick off, but no real opening for them. Both teams again, even though Akira sees a bit of an opening, but no big commitment by them.
Yeah, they don't need to, right? Right now, the map is pretty even, it's okay. Shadow versions are out, hang on, there's a lot of damage.
Oh, and Leo from the back as well. He might sneak in from the back to try to get one of the backliners, but they saw Leo. Leo is the one in trouble, but Leo still managed to get a kill onto Bilao. Now they don't have their main tag. They have to get away without the Sangfei. They do not have a proper tag.
Yep, it's a bad situation to be in. They're going to try and make the trade here, and it looks like if Leo, if he's able to get in the steal, that will be big for the side of AG. They don't manage to get it, so it's a trade of sorts, but benefits still to the side of AG because they're still pushing in.
And AG will take down T2 in the middle, easy peasy lemon squeezy, while at the same time Leo is just doing Leo things, trying to shove out the side lanes as what he did in the previous round.
Yep, and Saber, he understands his role so well, right? Look, butterfly effect, not used at all. Yes, they're low on health, but until maybe Bilao uses the Unbridled Outburst to catch a number of members, or even Niap comes in with the truth, he's not gonna let go of that ultimate at all.
Yeah, if we were to look at the replay of what happened earlier on, just keep your eye on to Leo again. He loves to go in for these flanks and tries to go in all the way to the back. They spot Leo just in time, but by the time they try to take out Leo or stop Leo, half of their members are already halfway down in terms of health, so they could not do much against Leo.
Yep. To add on to that, you also have to recognize that they were too trigger happy on the side of Alpha 7, right? The Bilao Zhangfei actually got baited by Jia's lift step and actually used his Unbridled Outburst onto their shadows. So he didn't hit anyone. And I think there was one small mistake coming in from Almighty, right? He actually stepped back in to the World is my board, and that actually had to force him to use the flash to get out, which then allowed Akira to jump back into the fight and split them apart.
Oh, okay. They see one target, but Jia is there. So Alpha 7 cannot overly commit right now. They do have the Overlord Dragons, and they will take down T2 at the bottom.
It's still a favorable situation for the side of AG. Until Saber expands that butterfly effect, I don't think Alpha 7 can kind of do anything here.
Yeah, Alpha 7, they won't overly commit into a fight, but they're still playing this objectively. They cannot overly commit just yet. So they're just shoving up the way, just trying to put back the pressure onto AG. But they have to be aware of the flank again. Keep your eye on the middle. The Dharma could be caught out, and they know that's about to happen. The fight's happening right now, the chase onto Fury. But Leo failed to get a kill this time.
The call did not come in time. AG, a little bit disconnected over there. Leo, yes, that was the correct move to play, but unfortunately, it's a little bit too far from Saber. So Saber still holds on to the butterfly effect, but right now, Alpha 7, they have a numbers advantage. I'm not sure whether you noticed, but AG was kind of trying to bait Alpha 7 in at the bottom side of the map, right? They wanted to pull them in so they can use the World's My Board.
But then again, Alpha 7, they know that something's going to happen on the back, just like what they learned in the previous round. So they are well prepared for it, and that's why they didn't overcommit to jump into the base.
Yeah, and this time it's actually Nyap who was doing the job of being the vision instead of Fury.
Yep, that's the next best tank perhaps, because you don't want to put Fury at the front or somewhere too overly exposed. Bilal, you want to keep him at the front line, so that's why the next best option is going to be Nyap.
Yeah, Saber's positioning also is really important in this game. As long as Saber is with the team, they aren't going to be exposed too much at this point. Almighty?
Okay, they try to go in.
Oh,
Well, it's my ball managed catch two of them. It's time for AG to go in. Unbridled Outburst will be used, but Bilal will not be able to escape the wrath of Akira.
Yep, there's a big double kill for the side of AG, and this could be that opening they've been waiting for. All the way they've been pressured by Alpha 7, and still Saber has the butterfly effect as a deterrent. And I don't think he needs to do anything more at this point, right? Alpha 7, they're down by 2 members. I don't think anyone else is able to tank through what TR has to offer in his kit on this RLE. So, AG, they have a sizable advantage in terms of gold and damage. What can they do with it?
Yeah, whether do they try to take out Saber as fast as possible, but this is the dilemma, right? Saber is pretty tanky, so it's not going to be as easy as, okay, we go to the back line, we catch them. Now, looking over at the replay from the previous fight, beautiful, World is my bot to catch at least 2 from Alpha 7, and those were the 2 that they took out.
Oh, Tunnel Vision, yeah, they will get the T3 on the top, but it's going to be instantly traded out by Nyap. Right now, actually, if they can stop the TPs, it's going to be huge, but one of them actually slips through. Leo is that hero for the side of AG. It's a trade nonetheless. But Alpha 7, this could be a benefit, a silver lining in whatever that they have just lost.
Yeah, nice trade there by Nyap though. So both teams have one lane totally exposed. Now this overlord is going to be really important. Alpha 7 started off first, while AG is keeping an eye on what's happening at the overlord. World is my bot will be deployed, and they managed to only catch Bilal in it, but Bilal is good enough. Now Alpha 7, they don't have that frontline tank.
Yeah, the lucky thing is he didn't get to expand his ultimate simply because he didn't have enough madness or rage. So AG, they have their work cut out for them. It seems like it's an easy attempt, but there is still potential of a jump in, and that's why Saber is positioned over there. His job right now is to make sure that nobody on the side of Alpha 7 is able to enter near towards that overlord pit. And congratulations, AG, they do reward themselves. Now they alleviate the pressure across all 3 lanes, and Alpha 7, once again, back on the back foot.
Yeah, they have to wait for Bilal to come back onto the gorge here. 5 more seconds to go. They should be able to hold on, not going to be a problem. While that is happening, Nyap will be the frontliner to try to open up the space and gather the information. AG just waiting for the lanes to be shoved up before they put back pressure onto Alpha 7.
Yep, and all of the defensive measures coming in from Saber are online. So this is going to be a very difficult fight for the side of Alpha 7, right? This is where Daohan is going to be the playmaker. If he can get the World is my bot beautifully, oh, he actually catches 4 of them.
Okay, World is my bot activated, but they're not committing just yet because the tower is still active. Their objective is just to take down the tower. The tower is not down yet. One more hit on the tower. Tower goes down. This is it. AG goes all the way in. They try to catch as much as possible. They got Almighty down first, and then a double kill for Akira to take up Bilal. And this is AG. They should be able to end the game. They try as they might, but Alpha 7 will fall to AG in game number 2.
So it's a tie now, 1-1. AG, very consistent performance throughout the map, right? They were just waiting for that opening. And I just want to point out what that marker was. It was when Almighty used his flash. In every instance where Alpha 7 got destroyed, it's simply because Almighty had to expend the flash, got caught out by the World's My Board, or by taking liberties. And Daohan, I think, to me, is my personal MVP in this particular match of the series. He was so very apt at catching the different members on the side of Alpha 7, but specifically Almighty, and that was the win condition.
Yeah, and at times he catch Bilal as well, because they know that the weak point for Alpha 7 is that they depend on Bilal's tankiness at the front line. Yeah, you could probably have the Dharma in front and all that, but still, nothing beats the sound when it comes to a good frontliner. So the moment they even manage to kill off Bilal, they know that, okay, opportunity is open.
Yep, and I definitely have to give a shout out to Saber here. I think Saber was just on point this entire game, right? He made sure he saved his butterfly effect only for the most dire of situations, which was that ability to be caught out by Niap. And Niap, essentially, until the butterfly effect was used, he couldn't go in, and he was just rendered mute the entire game.
Yeah, so overall, I would say AG, they played a very good team composition. And like what you said, yep, Saber, you gotta love your supports as well. Although he did not contribute in terms of kills, but that's natural as a support. But because of his positioning, he did not die at least once. And also he gave the he gave sustainability to the entire team when it comes to team fights.
Yep, a lot of value actually. Just by existing, Saber did so much work, right? So butterfly effect for the extra shield, he had redemption in his kit as well. He actually took rejuvenation as well. So there was heals, there was shields. So it's a very difficult fight for the side of Alpha 7 to take. The ball was always in AG's court as to whether the result of the fight was going to be good or bad for either side. Now, with that being said, the series is now tied 1-1. Any expectations so far? Who's your MVP on the side of AG?
Ooh, okay. I do like Daohan. Sometimes I do wonder that, oh, well, is my bot being used prematurely? But then again, if you kind of reflect onto it, he has a point. Like, sometimes the world is my bot used to catch heroes, right? That's pretty straightforward. But sometimes you use it just to try to zone off some exit points. And I think that one step ahead thought that Daohan used or Daohan deployed was crucial to their win.
Yeah, I think he was the marker for forced errors, right? Like I think earlier we were talking about one of the win conditions, and that's to force your opponents to make errors, because there was always it was like scissors, paper, stone. One person had the win condition for a specific situation in the fight, and until that option was expended or exhausted, there was no way they were going to win that fight. So I think in this case, Daohan actually was the one responsible to try and force the errors out of Alpha 7, and when they did, they were ready to pounce.
Yeah, if we were to look at the stats, but before that, we gotta give it our MVP. It's going to be Akira this time. Perfect round for him. 704 KDA damage taken, 36%, a damage output 24%, and a total goal of 23%.
Yes, very healthy performance on the side of Akira as well. It also came down to his death's precipice, his ability to make life difficult, slow them down. And that was also one of the reasons why they were having such successful fights. Take a look at his ultimate here. Healing up so much, baiting them in, and getting the lockdown from Daohan onto that the world is my board. And then just chasing everyone, splitting the fight apart. And Alpha 7, they just couldn't recover from that.
Yeah, and this was one of the attempt of a backstab that kind of didn't work out for Leo. A bit of probably a miscommunication like what you pointed out, but they recovered quickly for that. And this is, again, the world is my board, capturing two players from Alpha 7. One of it is Almighty, the biggest damage dealer and the biggest tank. You took two of those components out, it's wide open.
Yeah, and making full use of the CS state there, Akira, that's also something that you need to pay attention to, right? I mean, I've always tried to play the Organ, maybe not as successfully, but here a lot of learning points, right? Making sure that you have the CS state at the appropriate times, getting the kills easily, and you know, with the tankiness that Akira offered, there was no doubt they could take the fight anytime.
Yes, and speaking about the fight, that was definitely a fight there, especially for AG Global to make that comeback. They were behind in terms of goal, in terms of experience, in terms of level. But the one thing that Alpha 7 didn't really capitalize is to continue to put pressure into the jungle of AG Global when they had the advantage.
Yeah, they needed to starve them more. I think Almighty was farming pretty well. But with how this game turned out, right, we need to take a look at the drafting strategies coming in from the side of AG. So does this mean we abandon this assassin jungle composition altogether, and then we just go for the traditional tank jungle, and you know, the rest of the team cleans up?
Yeah, arguably that worked out better based on what we saw in game number 1. And if they want to go for that again, they still have good amount of options for them to go for that kind of strat. Now, of course, we are having this global ban pick, and the third game, there will be a lot more heroes that you cannot use anymore. But there's still also a decent amount of heroes that can still be used, depending on which side they are. We still have the Ogren that can be deployed. One of the other sides have not used that, and that is Alpha 7. So it will probably be an option for them.
Yeah, I'm curious to see whether we'll get to see the Nyap specialty, the Guan Yu today, right? With the fact that Zhuangzi is now taken out of the hero pool for the side of AG, of course, there is still heroes that counter this horseback champion, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult. We have seen the traditional lineups, the classic matchups, Byron against Guan Yu in Nyap's personal history in competitive scenes, right? But let's see if this is going to be the case. Alpha 7, this was not the result they wanted, but AG, I think, shared the same sentiment as well. They were looking for a clean sweep today and got, kind of surprised by Alpha 7.
I also want to point out that as popular Zhang Fei is as a pick, the win rate for Zhang Fei haven't been as good as compared to like during season 2 and before, right? So over time, I guess, though there's not that many nerfs onto Zhang Fei, but it's because of the rise of the other teams or the other heroes, and also how the strategy has been played in this global ban pick. So the Zhang Fei, yes, it's still a decent pick in my opinion, but when it comes to this high-level competitiveness, maybe Zhang Fei might fall down in terms of the popularity rank.
I think it's also due to how often he can use his skills, right? I think we were looking at the comments coming in from the viewers as well. I agree with you. I think if there were more shorter cooldown skills in terms of control, that would definitely benefit the Alpha 7 lineup more. I mean, the build coming out from Villau was already decent, but he just wasn't able to provide value because he couldn't survive, right? There was not enough control coming out from the side of Alpha 7. Now, with that being said, we are heading into the third game of our best of 5 series. One step closer to have the lead, right? It's tied 1-1 now. I want to see what kind of strategies both teams are going to try this time. We have shifted from the assassin burst style jungler into the tank jungler on both sides. Will we continue this trend, or maybe we'll go back and try that assassin burst thing again?
And if they want to go for a more tanky build, we still have the Lianpo and Sanche both open for both sides. Or if they want to go for a more engager kind of draft, the Lubu is also open for both sides as well. So that could be an option here that they can go for, which I find pretty interesting. Other than that, I would say that perhaps if they want to go for something out of the ordinary, right? I don't know. I was thinking about Arthur, but something just crossed my mind is that the Elaine is still not being picked up by either side.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many Elaines in the past few days just yet. I think we might see more Elaines coming out. But at this point, I think there are a lot more valuable heroes that they can have access to, namely the Dolia. I don't think Dolia has been used just yet, right? That opens up so many avenues that they can use to try and edge out an advantage to their side, because there's so many heroes that benefit off of that Celestial Melody. We have seen Nongshim use it with the Sun Ce, with the Tun as well. Now Alpha 7 can't use Tun, but there's so many other heroes that still benefit from that refresh. Gan and Mo, even Nuwa, she does wonders with the double annihilation.
And here we go with the draft again. So we saw the Mai being deployed once earlier on, and it was used by Alpha 7. Now, of course, AG can still use the Mai. This will be the question whether Alpha 7 wants to ban out the Mai or not, since AG, they're on the blue side, they have the first pick, and one more ban to go.
Yeah, in fact, I think we might see our first Soyu game here. Quite a lot of the farm lanes already being focused out by the side of both AG and Alpha 7. No access to Lady Sun, Arlie, Lung, and yes, Mai will not have a showing today just yet.
Yeah, and we're going to see the Dolia. Oh, I'm sensing either a Gan and Mo, or either an Elaine, or maybe
even Shangguang.
Or I was thinking of the Hou Yi even.
Yeah, I mean, whoever. Double ultimates makes a lot of sense. At the same time, in the lane, Dolia provides a lot of value because of the heals from the Wave Breaker and the ult to kind of push people out, right? So I like this counter pick coming in from Alpha 7. That's one of the benefits of being on the red side. So they will go for the standard, very Danny-esque jungler, the Menki, and this is going to be complemented by Sakir. Now, Sakir absolutely is an absolute beast to play against because she has heals. I don't know whether it's a he or she, but yeah, Sakir has plenty of heals and a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, and also has a decent amount of mobility too. So it's a good pickup here as one of the newer heroes in the Honor Kings realm. Other than that, Dune is going to be picked up by AG. This will give them a lot more tankiness at the front line. We have seen how Alpha 7 deployed the Dune. And perhaps they might be thinking of, okay, there's a Dolia. The Dynamo might be picked up. So let's pick it for ourselves before they do.
Yeah, I think down here, this game really relies on who Leo and Nyap are going to play. Because it's going to be really hard to take a standard team fight here. Someone from the Clash needs to split the fight up.
Yeah, like what we discussed, like if you see a Dolia, like the Elaine might be comboed with, so they ban out the Elaine. I'm kind of surprised to see that AG, they didn't pick up the Elaine earlier because you know that you're going for a second phase ban pick, but maybe that's not part of their strategy. Maybe they have something up their sleeves because there's still that many that Dolia can combo with.
I like this Marco ban. Personally, I think it works wonders against the Dun. And in the lane, I think Di actually does well against Marco if you know how to position yourself well, right? But as a team fight component, yeah, it's really hard to play against a Marco when you are Dun. Because Marco just outmaneuvers you, too mobile, too many skills to use to move in and out. Your Unruly Blade does not have that fast of a cooldown.
Yeah, and especially if you're caught in one of the lanes, you don't want to go up against a Marco Polo, so you receive a lot of damage. But like what you pointed out, looks like we're going to see a Shoyu this time. Good call.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only option left, right? At this point, and Alpha 7, for the first time, I think this is a very strong late game draft as well. If they hit the strikes even earlier, Alpha 7 can definitely take this game as a lead in the series. But AG, I like the amount of control they're having. This Shi, we've seen the performance on Fury with this Shi, right? Acting as the vision and as the counter measure for flanks coming in from either Nyap or from Leo. And this time, it is going to be the Sun Ce. I like the rotational speeds coming out from AG. This could be a very fast-paced game.
And the potential of a double set sail, that could be pretty interesting to see. Lots of CC with the set sail, of course. But for AG, they need to find their way to the backline because of how Shoyu is being deployed by Alpha 7. And finally, we get to see the Guan Yu up in the lineup.
There's a Nyap specialty there. I haven't seen him lose too many games with the Guan Yu in the professional scene. So let's see if he is going to be the one that is the game changer against AG. Now, this is a very strong draft from both ends. They have certain components of control that make sense. Now, it's really, can they win the lanes? And farm lane, I think it's... Almighty might have a decent time against Jia here.
Okay, so... Right now, the biggest tank for Alpha 7 is going to be Menki, but it's going to be hardly supported by Sakir thanks to the heals, so they have a very good front line. On the back, if they want to protect the Shoyu, the Guan Yu can actually be deployed really, really fast as he has a very high movement speed. So it's going to be quite a challenge for AG. Considering that what we have seen in the previous rounds, AG, they love to go in for flanks. They like to come in from the back, especially that's kind of like Leo's gameplay. So maybe Sanjay might use the set sail not from the front, but he might try to bang from the back instead.
Yeah, I think the flank is definitely a angle that works. But I think in this game for AG, it's really important that Tao Hen does not die. If Tao Hen dies, I think it's pretty much game over because they need that defensive capabilities and also the corresponding aggression that can come out from a successful Silky Beauty, right? That CC will change the fight for the side of AG Global. If they can stop Nyap from coming in, if they can even catch out Almighty as well, that would definitely impact the way that Alpha 7 gets the fight.
Yeah, and this will be the final draft here for both of these teams. For both sides, well, pretty balanced, I must say. Every side has their own advantage, but which side do you think has the better advantage?
I think let's talk about the way to execute this draft. I think execution in draft is a little bit easier for the side of AG Global, right? There is quite a few factors you have to consider on the side of Alpha 7, especially for heroes like Nyap on this Guan Yu. He needs to make sure that his heroic charge hits the marker at the correct timing. He must make sure that he does not get CC'd or slowed. And it requires quite a little bit of coordination because they need tunnel vision. Guan Yu is actually quite easy to spot out.
Yeah, and Guan Yu, as much as he has high mobility, but he's not really that tanky, especially when it comes to the early game. He really needs time to get those items if he wants to get as tanky as possible. So he will need a bit more time. Hence, that will also mean that he needs more backup and also rotation from either the jungler or from mid.
Okay, so quite a bit of success in the mid lane already, and this is good coming out from the side of AG. And with no help coming out from Bilal, not through the fault of his own, I mean, there was just too much pressure in the mid lane. Looks like the lane is going well for Jia though.
So far, so good for Jia. Yes, he's able to chop up the lanes and also put a lot of pressure onto Almighty. I would kind of expect Almighty to be able to like just poke from the back, but maybe he needs Sakir just as an insurance policy to keep the front line chopped up.
He needs the damage items, right? Until he gets the burst, Almighty won't be able to do much and offer much across the map just yet. And if Jia out farms him, gets the advantage, you will not see Almighty come online anytime soon.
Yeah, so they do have the time yet still, but it also depends how aggressive AG is going to play this. Now Danny is going to absorb the damage at the front. As cute as the Mankey looks like, well, he's able to tank a decent amount of damage, so he's going to be okay right at the front in front of his tower.
Okay, set sail already used, and Nyap trying to establish a little bit of control. He, for the first time in a long while, he's not winning his lane. Which is kind of expected, I guess.
And I guess like what you pointed out, because it's the Guan Yu, it's the Nyap specialty, so he has to give a bit more respect to that.
I mean, Sun Tzu has quite a lot of skills that allow you control, right? He gets the stun, gets the slow as well. So it's not the easiest time. And once again, I think Dao Hen is already showing signs of what is potentially going to happen. He already has caught quite a few Silky Beauties already. And it's getting a little bit too comfortable.
Oh, it might not be too comfortable here for Akira. Took a decent amount of damage from the Blades of Fury. And he has to back off, but yeah, he's able to recover quickly, no problem.
Yeah, the couple blades, I think at this point doesn't really hurt him that much, right? Biggest concern here for the side of Alpha 7 still remains to be Almighty for me, and the corresponding lane on the Clash side is also of utmost importance. If Nyap does not get an advantage out of this game, it's not going to be pretty. In fact, rotational speed, I would give it to Leo. Every time he does have the set sail, it's a much bigger advantage going to the side of AG. Nice catch.
And here we go. Looks like there's a lot of damage onto Bilal. Bilal will fall. The first blood given to AG.
Yep, but it's a roam and support that gets the first blood. So while they get that extra gold, it does go into the Dolia, so it could have been in better hands. Dream Roam going to be expended as a defensive measure, nothing too big at this point. But the bigger pain is actually losing a camp. Actually they don't. Danny takes it back.
Yep, and immediately force out the set sail, and where is he going to go? Okay, circling around, trying to find his next target, banging into the mid. And it's going to be Fury receiving it, but no big commitment because there's no minions there.
Okay, big power spike for the side of AG. Jia just got that Spark Force Jagger. He's going to be able to deal quite a little bit of damage. And it looks like Alpha 7, they are going to be forced into a bad position here because they can't contest. So Akira rewards themselves for the side of AG with the first Tyrant of the game. 12,500 in the pocket, close to 1,000 gold ahead.
And if we were to talk about like control, AG might have that slight advantage still. We don't see Alpha 7 really putting in the rhythm, trying to force AG to play their style, but instead AG is like, okay, if you're not really doing it, we will. But Danny, he gets another kill, so that's going to be 1-1 right now for the both sides.
Okay, so this is a healthy thing for the side of Alpha 7. Yes, they lost the T1 on the bot, but the recovery of the kill onto Leo on the top lane does give Nyap a little bit of breathing space, right? So now it forces Dao Hen to go for the rotation as well. Once again, so they pull the different members on the side of AG away. they get space to farm, and this is perfect for Fury, perfect for Almighty. They need all the space they can get this farm because they are quite behind.
But looking at the bottom lane, Alpha 7 is starting to invade the jungle. They're confident of taking down T1 at the bottom. But before that, T1 at the top, taken out by AG. And now it's their chance to try to continue to put pressure. There's nothing much that Nyap can do except to watch.
Yeah, it's a consolation prize, right? Right now is who does more damage, and Alpha 7, they lack in that damage department, and they are in a very tight position because any mistake, they can actually get bursted down pretty quickly, and Moody Blade starts the fight.
Oh, going on to the back, Fury managed to get away. They failed to get a kill out of this engagement, but because the tower is still there, they show respect to Alpha 7.
Yeah, and this is where you see the benefits of having a small but decent goal lead, right? So they lose the T2 on the top. So Alpha 7, lesser vision and lesser gold as well. AG, they still have that T2 on the bot. And now that's a lot of space for them to farm.
And with that space, this will give them the ability to continue to snowball. They are ahead by about 2k in terms of the gold department. And Saber is waiting in the bush. He's waiting for Sake. He sees Sake. Sake's going to pass by. Sake, do not overcommit. And Sake sniffs out something wrong. He will pull back for now. But the rest of them not really pulling back. And this gives AG the opportunity to try to sneak out a kill. But they are not overly committing yet.
Right. Nyap did a very nice job of actually stopping that set sail coming in from the side of Leo here. And Danny, I think, does secure his Azure Golem, so nothing too big of a loss coming in from the side of A7. They're still behind, but I think this is a good recovery, right? AG maybe looking for another entry here. Tia needs to back off. If he gets caught out here and taken apart, it's a potential opening for A7 to take advantage.
Yeah, good move by Jara. He senses the rotation by Alpha 7, so immediately backs off, just showing the level of discipline that he has again. But at the top, still Leo has free roam, but now he's moving towards the mid. They're going to start an engagement onto Akira. Akira, 50% of health. Akira makes a U-turn because of the set sail coming in from Leo from the back line, and Leo being pushed back down. Leo was to use a flash, but at the same time in the middle, very low health here for Downhand. Downhand has to disengage while Jia makes sure he gets a double kill out of this engagement.
Oh, they were trying so hard, and they will get a consolation prize here.
Oh, not done yet though.
But it's not enough.
Oh, triple kill for Jia. Alright, beautifully executed, and this will allow Jia to continue to scale in terms of the damage.
Yep, and AG win big with that move there. And it's going to be 4-2. It's not the biggest kill game, but you can see the growth of Jia already, right? With the Doomsday as well as the Sparkforge Dragon, able to kind of melt many of the members on the side of Alpha 7. Now, they get the mid T1. What more can they get? 8 minutes into the game, they're already at 3,000 gold ahead, and Nyap gets caught out.
We're going to see the next Tyrant soon, so they might challenge for it. Both sides prepping themselves up. All outs are currently prepared, currently ready for both AG and Alpha 7. But Alpha 7, okay, they're not really moving in yet. I mean, they still have the time though, and they are somewhere around. But AG is going to start off the Tyrant.
They can't do anything. Danny cannot go in. There's no escape mechanism. None of them have flash. So this is a guarantee for AG. They will secure it. Tia takes it for the team. And now they keep this 3,000 goal lead, right? But more importantly, they are also positioned to make sure that Alpha 7 doesn't get anything else that's free across the map.
I wonder will be any free kills in the middle right now. Alpha 7, they are circling around. They're trying to know if everyone from AG is in the middle. But the fact of the matter is that it's not. While AG, they continue to send Jia at the bottom to secure this T2.
No, they're too fed. At this point, AG has a significant gold advantage, itemization as well. So there's plenty of damage already coming out from Xia. And with the position that Akira is having, he is the vision for the team. This is allowing them to make more conscious decisions on what is the best play available, right? And Tao Hen, very clean gameplay so far, like I said, has already been very comfortable with catching people with the Silky Beauty. Hasn't been deterred from doing so at all.
T2 will be taken down in the middle, allowing AG to have even more space. But the discipline that they're showing right now, they know that in about 20 more seconds, the next objective will be up. So might as well keep all their skills to secure the objective.
Yeah, with the reset, no more Primal Bond as well. This is a big advantage that AG can get for themselves. All they need to do is not die here.
Yeah, but Alpha 7, they have to shove out the lanes in preparation for that too. You can see that on the bottom lane, Nyap is shoving up the lanes as well, but he will rendezvous with his other teammates at the Tyrant area. As the fight will continue on, we can see Danny receiving a lot of damage, 50% of health left for Danny, but Danny is tanky enough, he should be fine. But the backline, Leo goes in, they catch one, Chia on the rampage.
Yep, this is what they're looking for.
Oh, not over yet, this fight. You can see Nyap coming in, Nyap taking a bit of damage, but Nyap committing again. They're trying to sandwich the players of AG, but they don't have the damage. They don't have the damage to secure those kills.
They don't want to fight. At this point, it's really just pushing them away because Tia is on the top, breaking down the towers.
Oh my goodness, Jar is there, Jar is in right now. They have to go back. AG has infiltrated the base. They want to break the crystal at this moment, but the minions, they are not in yet. Nyap is trying to pull them away, but Nyap will fall to the hands of Jar. Minions are out. They're waiting for the next wave of minions to end the game. They will continue to put pressure onto Alpha 7. 50% of health left for the crystal. They take out Fury. This could be an ace, ladies and gentlemen. It is an ace. And AG wins game number 3, putting them to match point.
This is more like the AG that we know, right? Very calculated moves. I like the fact they have the composure. Tia just made a beeline straight for the T3. And you know, the fight, it was purposefully taken slow by the side of AG Global. And on the position of Alpha 7, there's nothing much you can do, right? You want to try, do you end the fight there? Do you go for more? Or do you just abandon and try to reach Tia? They made the decision to try and go for Tia, go for the disengage instead. And that's where the flank came. And you know what the funniest thing was? The flank didn't come from Leo. The flank came from Taohen with the catch of the Silky Beauty as well. So that was a perfect gameplay, playing the macro game much better than their counterparts on the side of Alpha 7. So AG, congratulations, they take the lead 2-1.
Yeah, and gotta give it to Jar as well with the top lane pressure, like he infiltrated, like he pushed towards the crystal, and at some point, if Alpha 7, they were not aware of the presence of Jar, like he could have ended the game just like that with somewhat of a backdoor. So that was really, really good coordination there by AG.
Yeah, I like this strategy, right? This tunnel vision strategy is both very exhilarating to watch, but it's a nightmare to experience, right? Alpha 7, I can't imagine what they're feeling right now because they thought that, hey, Danny got caught. They're like, let's save Danny. We need to go for the fight. And suddenly it's like, hey, no, that's not the play they're going for. Just at the top, our base, protect the crystal. So difficult situation to be in, but a very clean game coming out from AG.
Yeah, and just look at Jara, 5-0-3. Not only he was the catalyst of that win by pushing at the top alone, but he brought in the kills as well. So it's a perfect game for Jia. For me, it's quite clear, right? It's quite apparent that Jia is definitely the MVP as well.
Yeah, he definitely had a lot of impact this game. I think Alpha 7, of course, they did make a valiant effort to try and come back into the game. I think Nyap was doing very well to control Leo in lane, at the same time block off the set sail as well. But for all of the damage that they were tanking through, look at Danny, 39% of the damage tanked. Nobody could deal with Akira and Tia because these two, they were laying down the pain. And if pain wasn't enough, Taohen was actually so prominent this game. The amount of CC he laid down onto Alpha 7 really just ensured that there was no comeback into this game.
Yeah, and according to the chart, this is the most convincing win so far for a team in this matchup. So AG Global, from the start to the end, they dominated the entire round. They did not allow Alpha 7 to play their game at all. Alpha 7 almost had no control over the entire match. And they even took all the objective, 2 Tyrants for them. MVP, of course, it is Cha with the KDA perfect 5-0-3.
Yep, very good performance coming out from Tia. I think this is the quality we expected out of him. Now, this is not his first rodeo on the professional scene and professional stage as well. So it's really nice to see him rewarded for his efforts here. I mean, impressive. 7%? Dude, he only took 7% of the hero damage for the team. That's how clean his gameplay was.
Yeah, and that's how he kept his position out of danger as well. But checking out the best moments from the previous round, if we were to look at this, yes, there was a first blood given to Alpha 7, but that was probably their only highlight moment. Other than that, the rotation from AG overall, especially with the fact that they had the set sail, allowed them to put surprising pressure to Alpha 7.
Yep, this is what happens when you don't kind of stifle the growth of Leo, right, in the Clash lane. Ideally, what Alpha 7 wanted was the fact to give Leo a very horrible game so that Nyap could have the freedom to do what Leo was doing to them, which is flanking on the backlines as well. But simply because they could not find that advantage earlier parts of the game, they got the first kill onto him like in the first, 2-3 minutes. But at the same time, number one, they couldn't handle Leo. There was no winning on the bot lane because Xia was dominating on the side of Almighty as well. And here's the result, right? Xia gets fed, Leo gets fed, and there's no other comeback factor available for Alpha 7.
Yeah, so it was a very clean win again for AG. And now they are being put in a situation that they like, which is the match point situation. One more game to go. And if you kind of think about it, Kin, Alpha 7, if they lose this game, that's it. They're out of competition.
Yes, I mean, that is both the beauty and the curse of the competitive scene, right? So you do or die, this is your final try. They have to make it work here. Alpha 7, this has to be the best draft of their lifetime, at least for 2025 in this Season 3 Invitationals. Now, AG, the story is not over just yet. They are not guaranteed the win. They still have to work hard for it right now. I hope they keep this strategy up, okay? Keep it with the tanks. Let's not go into the assassin burst jungler. I mean, if they do, it has to be something that is unbreakable.
Yeah, so Unbreakable, well, they still have a good amount of options as well. Looking at some of the popular heroes that's not deployed yet, the Lianpo is still not deployed yet. That could be an option for them if they want to go for big team fights and also the level of tanking. It's just that, of course, the Lianpo is not as mobile, but if they do have that level of confidence right now to take team fights, Lianpo could be a good option.
Actually, based on how I see Leo plays, the way that he likes to flank and be aggressive, I think a Byron will work perfectly. Especially with the positioning of how Alpha 7 has been playing. They do have the tendency to clump up when they feel pressure. And I think that could be a winning condition coming out from the side of Leo with the Byron. I think it makes perfect sense for him to pick Byron in this potential last game of the series.
Yeah, Byron and maybe even a lane, that would kind of fit the profile as well. So still a good amount of type of heroes for his kind of playstyle that he'd like to deploy. If he wants to go for something that is out of the ordinary, other than the Byron, maybe a Lubu as well. Imagine Lubu from behind coming in with the Tremble models. That would shock their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, with the recent rework or rather patch with Lubu as well, he's able to deal much more consistent true damage. So I think, yeah, that's a valid point as well. I would love to see a debut Lubu game coming out into Season 3 of our Invitationals. At the same time, let's take a look at the other side of the map, the farm lane. I'm very sure both teams are going to limit the amount of farm laners here.
Yeah, the farm lane, man. That is going to be super tight now. Okay, we saw the Marco Polo being banned out earlier on. It could be open this time around. We even saw the Huyi being banned, so that could be another option that could be deployed again. Long and Gen.G can still be used, but it depends on which side that we're talking about. And another one, Fang, fast mover, able to take down towers. That could be an option if they want to go for a really fast-paced game.
No, but that's the thing, right? If you take a look at like AG's lineup and the hero choice that they have used, Marco, Hoi, they work horrendous against the side of AG. They have so many stuns that can come true. The Byron is an option, right? Elaine is an option to chase down. There's so many heroes that make life difficult for Hoi and the Marco as well.
Okay, looking at the summary.
A7 in a tight spot.
And looking at the summary, we're definitely not going to see a Dune again. Both sides have picked the Dune in one of their matches. So, coming to the farm lanes, heroes are starting to dwindle down, right? Like, do you have like a farm lane pick that you would like to see?
I mean, I thought Sawyer is a pretty good pick, but let's be honest, I think it will probably go into the hands of AG because Alpha 7, they had the chance. They used it, didn't make the best of it. Now they're only left with heroes like Alicio, Garo, Hoi, Marco, Fang. Yes, Erin maybe if you want to give it a try, but Erin's a high risk, high reward hero as well. So it's in the competitive stage, not the ideal heroes I would go with.
Alright, I personally would like to see a Fang, just because of its ability to take down towers really, really fast. And that would allow like a different kind of strategy to kind of swap in and out the clash laner to the farm laner to be the one to try to split the opponents out. So that could be an option that they might want to deploy. Now coming into the draft here, we have seen multiple Mai bans, Mai being used once, and the fact that Alpha 7 will have the first pick this time, they might want to ban out the Mai from the hands of AG.
I actually think they would like to ban out the Musashi on the side of Alpha 7. They have not used the Organ just yet.
Musashi, okay. Yeah, both sides haven't used the Musashi, so that's going to be an interesting
It's a
ban.
safe, yeah.
Yeah, it's a safe ban. Lady Sun being taken out, Arlie out as well, so it looks like a bit more focus onto the farm laners this time.
Okay, they take out the Liang as well. I'm expecting either Assassin Jungler coming out from the side of Alpha 7, or it could be the Organ as well, because Organ suffers hard against suppression moves. There is no Zhuangzi available for AG. They've already used that saving card. So the only possible option I think would be to go, if Alpha 7 goes for the Organ, we would definitely see the Musashi come out.
Okay, first pick Princess Foss. Okay, that's fine. And coming on to AG, well, farm lanes, they're probably going to pick it later. They can still afford to do so. There's still an okay amount of farm lanes, I must say. But if I want to put focus, probably one of the tanky heroes that they can pick as a focus again, because it worked out for them. And yes, true enough, the Lampo finally makes his debut in this match.
Yep, it's a great pick against the Princess Force, right? You want to make sure you kind of nullify that Frigid Prison. So what if you get it? It doesn't matter because I'm CC immune, right? I like this. They pick up the Marco Polo. Personally, I think it's a good choice. With a Princess Frost, your inability to deal with very mobile heroes is a curse. So right now, Alpha 7, they have to find something else that benefits and can fight into the lineup of Marco. And Marco suffers hard against people with CC or against people with huge bursts. So Yuan, I think is a very nice pick, and they will go for the Dolia. Okay, this could prime up to have a nice Lupu pick, but I would advise against it. I don't think he works well against Marco.
I'm also thinking for AG to pick up the Guan Yu for themselves. Since looking at Leo's capability, he's able to...
That's even better.
Yeah,
They have
okay.
the Dharma.
The Dharma is even better. I was just thinking of like, okay, he likes to go for the backline, but hey, the Dharma can do the same as well. So he can use the Dharma to flank Alpha 7 again.
Oh, this is a hard draft to fight against, man. I mean, AG, just the first 3 picks, this is a hard one to play against. And they're going to continue stifling and just cutting down the amount of farm lanes that they can use on the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, multiple lockdowns here for AG, right? Based on their first 3 picks, allowing Marco Polo to deal the maximum damage. So this will be interesting though on how they're going to deal with the Marco Polo, especially if they want to overcommit the Marco Polo. He has a decent amount of protection with the Lampo, and if the Lampo starts the fight and then Marco Polo comes in later, it's also both sides. It's really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, it's so hard, man. Alpha 7, I mean, the coach must be racking his brains because the available farm lanes left, they all suffer against Marco. Lupan, Hou-Yi. Okay, Hou-Yi has been banned out. Lupan, Garo. These are heroes that are stationary when they attack. And Marco loves stationary E-mobile heroes to play against. And to pair that up, Dharma loves it as well. Liempo loves it as well. You have to commit a flash to get out of sticky situations. And that's the strength of AG's draft. You can't just be immobile. You have to you have to be you have to have an escape mechanism of sorts. And right now, yeah, I would love this. Ziya, good stuns, good bursts, level 25 for maybe Marco, maybe Jia, I don't know. And I don't know. We have not seen Akira's pick. Akira definitely could go very greedy here with an assassin style jungle.
Dude, AG has 4 AoEs now. This is insane. Team fights, quite clear for them. And you didn't mention about like, oh, Marco Polo loves stationary heroes. Now that the fact that they ban out the Fang. So Alicio has to be their next pick. So Alicio at least he can kind of jump out of the way when Marco Polo comes in with the forward barrage. Now for AG, well, they can go in for a single target pickoff, like what you said, an assassin, the lamp is still open, and that's what they will go for as a cleanup hero.
It's a very dangerous situation here. I think Alpha 7, they're in for a very tough game. Okay, look, Alicio, he does have some form of CC immunity, right? But that's only when he uses his ultimate, that Sunset Fireworks show. Now that's a mouthful, so I'm just gonna, when he uses his ultimate, right? So his ultimate works best when the opponent heroes are low in health, low in HP, because that's where they maximize the damage. So if you actually force out Almighty's ultimate early in the game or early in the fight and in the exchange, AG have the upper hand all the way. Now, I think this game, it really depends on the mid lane, right? Fury needs to do a good job of clearing the lanes against Daohen. Easier said than done. And if Daohen makes the first rotations work and get a kill off of that first rotation, AG, they're gonna have a splendid game ahead.
Right, this is my worry for Alpha 7's draft right now. Who is going to protect the backliners? The Dolia, Princess Frost, and to a certain extent, even Alicio, even Yu Huan as well, because you have the Lam here for AG. He will be the one to sneak up from behind, and it will be very, very dangerous for Alpha 7. They might easily just lose one hero and everything will just fall off.
Yeah, and another concern here is Alpha 7 don't have a lot of damage, right? In order for them to get that damage, it requires Fury to land that Frigid Prison. Aside from that, in the first few minutes of the game, there is no damage to be offered. Alicio, yes, level 1, he does have some decent damage, but he's also easily vulnerable to catchers coming in from the side of AG. So AG, I really love this draft. Very strong draft to try and close this series out. It is going to be a shocker if AG don't close this series out for me.
Yeah, I second that as well. Based on the draft itself, it is quite clear for me that AG has the stronger draft, and that is bad news for Alpha 7. So they have to somehow find a way to adapt to the situation now that the draft has been set, because this is match point right now for AG Global. If Alpha 7 loses this, they are out. Let's move in on to the match point game. Alpha 7 versus AG Global.
Okay, all eyes from the Brazilian region, the Americas region, right? The strongest of all Brazil's representatives coming together to form against AG Global here. Almighty and Villau, they need to make sure they play at max range. They can't allow free hits coming in from Jia, they can't allow free hits coming in from Saber. That's the win condition for them. As long as they can survive into the mid game, get the itemization up, Shadow Reaper, that Eternity Blade, then it could be a potential game that Alpha 7 could put in their favor.
And what's even scarier is that Jia took the common spell of stun. I don't see Alpha 7 able to try to negate that. It's going to be quite difficult. The most is that they try to tech a little bit and try to jump out of danger, like how Armani could do. But overall, it's still pretty scary.
I mean, that's why Villau takes up the Purify, right? He's trying to bank on the fact that his Wave Breaker into the ult is going to be able to stop Jia in time. But it's really difficult because it takes about a second to half a second, 1.5 seconds before you get the knockback effect of your Wave Breaker into the ult, right? So Jia has about a second worth of damage from his Fever Barrage in any situation. Add that on the stun, it's even worse. So Alpha 7, they need to make sure they know and preempt themselves even before Jia uses that Fever Barrage. If they can make that situation happen, then I think it's going to work out in their favor. Okay. But in experience, it doesn't work like that.
And it would be bad if they are forced to use the Purify before the Fever Barrage is being used. So that will be an immediate signal for AG to just go all in. And let's not forget as well, there is Saber there who could start the fight and force out the Purify.
Yeah, Tremor Smash, definitely important as a initiation tool. Also, I mean, it's a stock standard with the Flash, right? So there's so many ways that AG can come in to catch the lineup of Alpha 7. That is why we are so scared for the start of Alpha 7, because not only is the draft already a very difficult one, if AG Global get the financial advantage, it's even worse.
Okay, but what do you think would be the winning condition for Alpha 7? Looking at most of our discussions, were leaning towards AG having the better draft.
Just give Almighty the bank, dude. And here we go, first blood for Danny. That's one way to do it.
Okay, getting a good start there with the first blood and maybe even more out of that, but it's okay. It's still early. They got the first blood. They're happy with that. But the fight's not over yet though. They try to engage in another battle in the jungle. Try to steal away the blue buff. The rest of AG is coming in. They should not be able to steal. And there will be a turnaround here. Danny went down to the hands of Dowhan. They could probably get more out of this. Saber takes a lot of damage. He backs out for now. Jan needs to get away to safety, but Almighty gets another trade back.
That's the perfect dream scenario for A7. Okay, maybe not the best dream, a couple of nightmare moments there, but Alpha 7, not only does Almighty get the kill, he also makes it out. He burns the ultimate away from Jia. So this is good, as long as he doesn't die here. He does. Akira, he punishes Almighty for being overzealous there. And I think Almighty recognizes that. That was a blunder for sure.
And the Lam is a nightmare for most farm laners, right? So that's one thing, especially if you leave a farm laner alone on the lane. Lam, that's basically his dessert.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look at the lineup from Alpha 7, right? These are heroes that Lam absolutely loves as a hero. Once he uses that death from below, I don't think there's much you can escape, especially from Fury. Fury on this Princess Frost, it requires you to know the exact range that he's going to end up at after he uses the death from below. At the same time, he has iframes to play around with, right? So he's really difficult to catch.
Saber managed to steal away one jungle creep from the hands of Alpha 7, so that's a slight advantage there. But checking out the replay from the earlier fight here, there was an attempt by Alpha 7 to try to steal away the blue buff, which was commendable, but the rotation from AG Global was just on point that they managed to shoot up away. But still, Alpha 7, they tried to get something out of the fight. Yes, a couple of trades there, but still pretty neutral if you ask me.
I mean, that's why you need to know when those common spells are up, right? Every time Leo has flash available, he is a real threat. So Alpha 7 needs to recognize this. They need to make sure that they don't allow the situation to happen again, right? Once again, a reminder, this is the final game for them. If they lose, they're out. So Alpha 7, they need to play a little bit more cleaner here.
And it's not helping the fact that AG, they did a lane swap. So right now, the top is wide open. T2 will be taken down. And we're about 5 minutes into the game. Another fight might happen here, but Leo, is that really the target that they want? Leo is tanking enough, but Leo will make the engagement instead. They pull back a little bit there, but look at the fact that Akira is trying to find an opening. He's trying to find the backline target, but not able to get it yet. But they managed to put the health down low enough. Danny gets a double kill in the process, and Alpha 7 won it.
Yep, they wrestle back control. Okay, not the lead just yet, but they do even things out. Right now, there is the Crimson Golem buff onto Almighty as well, so he does have some decent damage. It was unexpected for me because Tauhan actually landed his Universal Law onto so many members on the side of Alpha 7. And I think, you know what, Danny recognizes the strength he's had, especially his range as well. So Tragic Beauty was the killing blow to kind of finish off the remaining members on the side of AG. Now AG, I think they need to figure out what else can they do here because they're losing a little bit of map control, which is not supposed to happen with this draft.
And they might lose this blue buff though. Let's see if they're able to go in, but then again, it is Akira that we're talking about. Managed to push it out and to secure it for himself.
Okay, wave clear much stronger this time from the side of AG, and they should keep this up. Tia does have that stun into Fever Barrage combination. So this is a very scary situation for Alpha 7. They need to make sure they know where the point of entry is available at for the side of AG.
Alright, now AG, they want to try to get absolute control again. They want to try to invade the jungle, but they're finding the right opening. In fact, they want to steal away the buff. Okay, the buff is up, but no opening. But instead, they found one target. They tried to jump it onto Danny, but Danny, like what you said, he knows his position. He knows his strength. He couldn't get anything much out of it, but instead they tried to jump it onto the backline right now with Akira there, but Akira is pretty low. He has to back off, and instead it's going to be Alpha 7 getting a kill out of Saber.
Yeah, this disconnected. This is AG trying to fish for an opening, right? But they just can't find it, and rightly punished from the side of Alpha 7 as well. So this is a good recovery from the Americas region here. Lifeline given once again by AG, right? That was not a win for Alpha 7. That was a mistake by AG Global, and I think they need to try and figure out, right, how do we force them into a corner? That's where Leo wants them to be. So far, it hasn't been done just yet.
Yeah, and Alpha 7, they're probably learning from their previous rounds, like, okay, that's going to be their play style. They like to do certain things, especially going to find the back line or even going for the flank. So Alpha 7, they seem to be more prepared this time.
Yeah, it's actually due to Niap, right? Niap on his Mayin has been very successful in catching Saber out. So stopping the best possible position from the Tremor Smash seems to be the working formula for the side of Alpha 7 to get the counter attack in as well.
Okay, just keep your eye on the side though. We have two players from AG. We have Leo and Akira there. They're trying to take the Tyrant as quickly as possible before potentially engaging in the fight in the middle. And the other players, the other teammates bought enough time. There's going to be a free Tyrant. But at the bottom, they saw one player. They're going to go in for it. But the rotation came in from Alpha 7 to shoot them away.
Yeah, they shouldn't lose the team fight here. I mean, the Tyrant buff is available on the side of AG. I think now would be the best time for them to try and regain a little bit more map control. I mean, the map is in favor of AG. They have taken 3 turrets in comparison to the 2 that Alpha 7 have gotten. But it's side lanes for the side of Alpha 7, right? So there's still plenty of vision in the middle, and AG can definitely play off of that because it's a position where the walls are so close. So Leo is very happy with this. He could get the perfect truth if they choose to fight in the mid lane.
It does look like Alpha 7, they managed to even up the odds right now in terms of map control, in terms of farm. And now AG is being put in a situation where they are facing up against the pressure of Alpha 7 actually catching up.
They do manage to stifle the growth a little bit, right? Akira manages to sneak in, steal away the Azure Golem from Danny. Danny without the blue buff is not the scariest thing in the world, right? He needs the extra cooldown, he needs the mana regeneration as well. If we take a look at the itemization, it's a little bit better. I like the fact that Fury already has the Splendor. This could really change the team fight. If he times it right, it could bait Saber in with the Tremor Smash as well.
Man, the Tremor Smash is available for the next fight. But speaking about the next fight, Akira is now pretty low. He needs backup. Jia has arrived at the right timing. They should be able to get this kill. Niap goes away, but Niap not able to run. And now they have to continue on this fight. Akira secures that kill. And on the front line, we can see that they're trying to trade it back. But from the side, Dowhan comes in with the damage to take down Fury. From the outer side of the jungle. They're going for Danny right now. Danny, where are you going to go? Where are you going to hide? You will fall to my hand.
Yep, they actually missed out. Tia was so lucky there. They actually got the kill on the them. And I think the recovery coming in from Alpha 7 was just a tad bit shy late. Right, so AG Global, they will take that any day. Now, Almighty, the only silver lining is that he was not part of that fight. He did not die. So he will do well for himself not to join this fight here. He needs to find farm elsewhere in the map.
And I really love the positioning of Zia, right? Like putting out the universal law from the outer side and forcing out the movement from Alpha 7. And checking out the replay from the previous round, or from the previous fight here. Just keep your eye on to Dowhan's position. Like from the outer side, he's just looking for the right moment, puts out the universal law, and they will force them to be funneled in to a corner. And that is the opportunity that AG Global wants.
Yeah, and also very smart decision making from Akira, right? He knew he was dead, so he needs to provide value for the team and maybe delay the movement back into the base. So what he actually did was to dive back into Fury's hands, which allowed them to catch up on the side of AG and get the kills on the relevant members. Here we go, nice knockout.
Oh, here comes the Tremor Smash. Managed to catch a couple of them. That's crucial crowd control for Saber. And with that, they managed to take out 4 from Alpha 7. This is starting to be a disaster for Alpha 7. It is an ace for AG Global. They could potentially end this game right now.
Yeah, a shaky start, but it's not how you start, it's how you end. This is going to be Alpha 7 taking out AG. Welcome as the potential first and second seed of their group.
And we have to say thank you to Alpha 7 for competing in this season. Unfortunately, they will be eliminated. Not able to take home a single win from the group stage. Hopefully we get to see them again in future tournaments.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And of course, shout out to them. They did improve by quite a lot. Decision making was much better, much more crisp in this series. They did push AG Global to the wall a couple of times there. So they must be proud of their achievements so far. Global Ban Pick has definitely forced this team to level up, not just in the coaching department, but in the execution department as well.
Yeah, and also their hero pool too. So this has definitely challenged a lot of teams, including Alpha 7, who had a lot of high hopes coming from the Americas region to perform well, but it was just unfortunate for them. And AG Global, with their debut game, coming in with a win, taking their bow to the fans, to the audiences at the venue.
Yeah, now this is a monster draft. Let's put it out there first. This was an absolutely monstrous draft that AG Global gave to themselves to secure and close this series out. The cards were already dealt before the game even started.
Yeah, we did talk about that, right? Like the draft-wise, it was like, okay, it was all towards AG. We tried to find a silver lining for Alpha 7's draft, but it was very, very difficult just because of how AG had that solid draft from the get-go. And for them to execute that kind of draft, or for them to even put in that kind of draft, the players must be able to play those kind of heroes. The pilot is so important. And then it comes the coaching staff to be able to like, okay, can you play this? Can you play that? Can you play this in a certain style and so on and so forth? So AG, they've shown that even though with their swap of players, they're still able to hold up as one of the teams to beat.
Yeah, they tried to play for that late game, right? They wanted the Almighty championship play. They wanted him to be that beast that could not be handled. Because late game Alicio, it is quite hard to handle. He has very fast attack speed, a lot of burst, and I think he kind of melts you. In a space of 2 to 3 seconds, you are gone from the game for at least 30 to 40 seconds. That was the win condition they were looking for from Almighty. And that's exactly what AG stopped. They said, no, Almighty, you want to farm? Sure, you can go ahead and farm, but we'll be farming the rest of your teammates throughout the entire game.
Yeah, and it's quite apparent, right? Like AG, they had control from the start to the end. They didn't allow like heroes like Alicio to really farm at all. Alicio had a very, very difficult time at the bottom. If it was not against another farm laner, it was against Lam. And Lam loves his 1v1s with a farm laner, and it was dealt with very, very well by AG.
Yeah, a lot of NTCC happening, but let's take a look at the items here. Impressive coming out from the side of AG. So 3, 2, and 2, Akira did a very good job of playing the hybrid build here with the Sky Dome, with the Axe of Torment, Kirasa Savagery as well, and the Rapacious Fight. So he was tanky, but he was able to do damage as well. At the same time, just a very small addition, but the fact that the Radiance coming in from Saber, complementing with the Flash Tremor Smash combination, and Tauhen always at the right place at the right time with the knockups, with the with his ultimate as well, right? And if all else fails, no worries, we still have Leo coming in, slamming them against the wall, a shared amount of damage, hero damage dealt across the likes of AG. This was the best team performance coming out from AG Global.
Yeah, I wanted to summarize based on the stats as well, right? And you spoke about like performances. Obviously, AG, they had majority control of it based on this chart as well. Looking over at their draft and looking over at some of the stats, again, it's because of their AoE skills in almost all of them, except for the Lam, that is. That's why the Lam is like the finisher of the entire team to just sort of jump in after all the skills have been expanded. Health of their opponents for Alpha 7 is low enough. Lam comes in, just sweeps them all up and secures those kills, and that's how they got the ace towards the end. Our MVP this time as our support player, Saber, with a KD of 116.
Yeah, taking 35% of the damage. But the true value that Saber provided was the ability to slow the opponents down, take attention away, and force the errors coming out from Alpha 7. It's no easy task to play against a Lianpo already. And with the fact that he was jumping in, getting the Radiance, the slows, setting up the fight for the team, that's how the success came for the side of AG Global.
Yeah, and we would check out some of the best moments from the previous round. Yes, Alpha 7 had the first blood, they had a decent start, but then again, it was hard for them to get more out of that, right? Just because of how much durability that AG Global has, and also their capability of dealing up damage with the AoE, and then you have the Lam just wrecking havoc on the backline.
Yeah, exactly. They provided so much space for Jia, right? So you take a look at the previous fight. Jia was having the freedom to land quite a few hits as well. Now, there were a couple of nice moments coming in, especially a shout out to Nyap. He actually kind of disabled Saber for a little bit. But here we go. That Radiance was the one thing that saved his team's life and changed this whole fight in their favor because they could not reach Nyap in time.
Yeah, this is the one. Look at
Just
it.
one Radiance.
Yeah, just looking at Dalham with the Universal Law from the side, that was a unsung highlight for me, that because he used it, he did not get any kills, but it was more of like dispositioning Alpha Cell, forcing them into a corner, and that's how they got wiped out. Now, for the final fight here, it was pretty straightforward by now because AG, they had the capability to deal the level of damage that they could at this point, giving them the ace, and that's how they wrap things up to secure their win.
Yep, so congratulations once again to AG Global. They will be one of your two teams all the way from Group, this is Group C, right? Group B. Group B that make it out. Alpha 7 unfortunately will not be part of this competition anymore, taking a loss of 0-2. So Vitality against AG, they will be representing Group B to see who else is in their way that will stop them from hitting the next stage into the knockouts and hopefully into the grand finals as well.
Yeah, now it's just a matter of seeding, right? Whether AG or Vitality, who will be like the first and second seeding moving forward. Alpha 7, unfortunately, they become the first team. But we'll check out this interview with our hosts.
From All Gamers Global, Saber, the Roamer. Saber, what an intense game that you had here. But before that, can you show us the game face of Saber in 3, 2, 1? Oh, there you go, the game face, super strong. But Chuchun here and I here have some questions for you, Saber. Starting off with this final match. Did the match from third game help you boost up your momentum to make this a quick and easy win to secure the deal for All Gamer Globals?
I will try our best.
Yeah.
Yes.
Chuchu here is doing the translation for us, so that Saber would be able to answer this confidently.
Yes,
Yeah. You can use the microphone here, Saber.
Yes.
Yes. I am confident. Yeah.
Yeah, very confident over there. Like the game 3 really helped you do it for game 4. Yeah, he's super shy.
Like,
I'm pretty sure Saber here is just really feeling this victory.
No, the funny thing is he's asking, is it okay I'm saying it this way? Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, yeah,
you can say
no,
yes.
you can
You're
say it.
confident.
Please
It's
say it to
fine.
our audience over there.
Okay.
Say it for us, man.
Now I'm going to ask you the next one. For this group, we all know this is going to be the group of death right now because this is going to be the toughest one. Your next opponent is going to be Team Vitality.
Ooh.
And you saw them before, and they are here as well. What do you want to say to them?
I think I will try our best and quick 3-0.
Quick 3-0!
Quick 3-0 for Vitality! Oh my God, Saber, really confident, like especially from what he said. But he's shy, but confident on the play style. But Saber, thank you so much. You're amazing.
But do you have any words you want to say to your fans, though?
Thanks for support AG Global, and we will not let you down.
Oh, there you
We
go.
will not let them
And give
down.
him a fist bump. Don't leave him
Yeah,
hanging.
I got it.
So I think we'll wrap things up. We're going to toss it back to the caster. But we don't want to waste any more time. We might actually have to break for a bit. But okay, for now, for Hey Showcase, I'll see you guys in the game.
Which is asleep? I found it! The
Defeat.
Hello, my name is Ryan and my in-game name is Clue. I'm playing for Gen.G team and I'm the roamer for the team. Oh, I think we still have a bit of time before tournament, right? But for now it's doing like really well, especially in scrims actually. But yeah. It's just the same. It's like another international tournament for me, that's it. I need specific preparation because I think if you play our games, you can like really easily beat them. But they are in their, like you said, they're in their own crowds also. So maybe in stage it will be like way different. We could have seen it before in Indonesia, in KC. Dominator got some home crowd boost and they end up like top 2. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to play both of those teams actually. From my personal side, it will be Vitality team. Just like some sort of like long-term competition with them since like last year and stuff like that. So I will be like really happy to play them actually. I think it depends because like roamer role can give like different thing in game, you know. So I don't think there is like specific any best roamer player, but yeah, I'm still really looking forward. I know that there is like so many MENA players and fans that are looking for us to do well, and you can trust us. Thank you for supporting us.
Honor of kings. Honor of kings. Honor of kings. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Dugo naman dirigma, sa akin nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas, sa aking ibawagayway. Sa kasaysayan ng matitirang taga-salaysay, ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Pusan ng lahi, Ang pwersa ko ay pupuntangi, humahawi ng isang batalyon, parang buhawi. Di magwawakas sa digmaan hanggat ang huling hari ay di pa nasasakal gamit bituka ng huling pare. Ubod ng barumbado kapag nang balagbag, sugutan ng patago hanggat di papasag. Puso lang ang dala ko, palaglan ng palag, uulan ng palaso, taas ang kalasag. Kasi kapag ako nakumana, lahat natutulala. Hindi nila inaasahan ang mga atake ko na nang bubulaga. Namumula pa ang mga mata na parang bata, kalabawasak sa kada atak. Lumalago pa ka mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapat pa siya. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Bugaw kaya matik iba yung galing. Kahit gano'ng veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin. Kahit letra lang gamit kaya kang buntalin. Kahit pagsama-sama pa akin lang bubombahin. Yung asta boys in the hood, yung dating boys to men. Sobrang toxic na galawan, dapat dyan poisonin. Ako yung prince of landing, lahat pupuksain. One hit kill, lahat susubukin for the win. Paalam sa karera nyo, advanced condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang duda na kami ang the best, oo gets. Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends, diba? Common sense.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Cash-G. Hindi ko na dapat gagawin to eh. Pero wala, binuhay ni Julian Dragon man. Kra! Samda na po, kanda na pita, la kanda na pita, la kanda na po, sa la kanda na pita, la kanda na po, da la kinda na po. Sa la tapira tapi, sa la tapira tapu, sa la tapila ta kulo, sa pila ta kalita pila. Pero ang kompetisyon, bigyan mo ng kombinasyon, siguradong bompanisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paboritong kombidyante na jowa mo. Pag-nag-aaway tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas, imbis maghilaan pababa, bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas? Kasi
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Honor of kings is what we fight for. Looney, Abra, Malupiton, 2025.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
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 The blinding light, you were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream I've had, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all to get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Remember and even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Remember and even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back.
Gear out a weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be soldier animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run, you don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better for you, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, different rocket we go. It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tide of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
On a killing spree, I told you all this. All my enemies, they go on silence. Word of mouth only sends for seconds. We got honor.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose. I gotta show them.
In the earlier days, the Philippines and its towns were ruled by a mighty Datu, the monarchs, rules of the Philippines archipelago. To become a Datu, one must have wisdom, exceptional leadership, and physical prowess to win battles and climb his honor.
Nakarating na ako sa world stage, ngunit hindi pinalad makalaro ng kahit isang laro. Ngayon ang pagkakataon ko para ipakita sa mundo ang aking tunay na galing.
It's been so long since we've been here. Let's remind the world who we are again this time.
Nós aprendemos muitas coisas com as nossas experiências internacionais. Dessa vez, vamos ganhar tudo.
He watched from afar, and heir to his throne, he seek.
Built and revitalized, we're coming for the crown. We'll show you the legacy of our organization.
The Lord considers us as the underdog. Dark horses are imminent. I have read the one that overload are the warriors about to be crowned as king.
Kemenangan selalu ada di ujung jari. Kami gagal dan itu menyakitkan. Kami akan melakukan segalanya untuk menang. Kami tidak akan mengecewakan penggemar kami kali ini.
We aren't called elevate for nothing. We rise, we ascend, we never look down.
We have recruited this team. We are coming for the crown, even though we are new.
We are now back in the world stage, and we remind everyone who they need to be wary of. We are coming for the crown.
Our country has always won the title. It won't be different this time. Come and try if you want.
We the White Cup, rush but smart. The cards we play will be unpredictable. Time to show them what warriors are made of.
To represent your country is an honor. To serve as its most outstanding warrior. We promise to never disappoint. We will win and make our homeland proud.
Who will be worthy of victory?
None other than Nova Esports. It's your favorite kind of tofu, kindofu, and this time with me is none other than Blam. How you doing, man?
I'm doing fantastic. I mean, after watching that game between AG and Alpha 7, yeah, it was a bit of a disappointment there for Alpha 7 for getting knocked out of the competition. Obviously, going into this, we expected a little bit more from the top Americas team, but hey, when you've got such a dark horse like AG Global, it was a little bit expected, I feel, for some of us.
Yep, and now it's about the expectations we have placed upon these two teams as well. KAGENDRA didn't have the best start to this competition in our Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3. Nova yet to perform on stage just yet, but in a short while we will see how they fare against the second seed in Indonesia.
I mean, this is not just any kind of like normal team, right? This is one of the top 3 and only one of the top 3 in KC 2024 that made it through the Season 3 Invitational.
Yeah, and what's not normal is the Infinix GT20 Pro. This is one of the best phones out there. This is our official gaming phone of the competition. Also our sponsor in this competition. So if you're looking for performance of the best, not just in the phone, but also by design, give it a check. This Infinix GT20 Pro is definitely something you do not want to miss out on.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's been doing fine, right? And touch wood, there's been no technical issues with this phone as well. So it's even better on the side of production. Hey, I touched 3 times the wood. I've touched my table and my head. It's full of wood. It's all good.
Okay, we will trust that the jinx has been broken there. But yes, this is going to be the debut game for Nova, right? So Nova, I want to highlight a couple of players as well. I think introduction to Muji as well as Waypit. If you haven't already seen them, Waypit easily recognizable. The guy who has been memed since Season 2 for sleeping right before games, taking a nap.
I mean, we even saw it from Alpha 7 Denny on the first day, right? I mean, it didn't do that well against Team Vitality, but hey, a little snooze helps every player, and it kind of gets them into the motion, right? Like the fact and the grandeur that where they are, they're on stage at a global competition, and they really want to be pushed, don't want to be holding any of those punches. And there we go, even flexing the punching on the side of Nova Esports there. But I'm very excited to see this debut because they had one heck of a performance in KC 2024.
Yeah, some might even tout them as the potential champions of our Honor of Kings Invitationals Season 3. So let's let the boys take the stage at the moment. Now let's talk a little bit more about Muji as well. Muji plays in the farm lane, and he has been known, right, for his stable and consistent playstyle. This has been supported by his extensive tournament experience as well. This is including a silver medal at the Asian Games 2023. Now, if you want to get a little bit closer to him, he's also compared to the animated character Luffy because of his cheerful smile and visible teeth.
There we go. A little bit of lore here for some of the Nova Esports players, which I feel like maybe KAGENDRA needs a little bit more lore to themselves to try and get them a win on the board, because if they don't do that well in this matchup, they face the same inevitability as Alpha 7. So really a lot riding on this match here for the boys in KAGENDRA.
Yeah, KAGENDRA also a force to be reckoned with, to be honest. I mean, they were the second seed of Indonesia coming after Bigatron as well. This time, it is their turn to take the stage again. And hopefully, they will be able to impress not only just the local communities here in Philippines, but also their home crowd back in Indonesia. Senku, one of the strong players on the side of KAGENDRA as well. This 5-man team. Yesterday, the performance with Mai, I think it was pretty good from Senku, but it just wasn't enough from the rest of the team. So let's see if this time they can fix their synergy and fix that problem.
Yeah, in terms of fixing, here is the lineup fixed in place for Nova Esports. It's Wendy, Sai, Shuan, Muji, and Wei Pit. coming in strong. This is the same roster from KC 2024 as well, and we know Wendy loves himself an MVP.
Oh yeah, this is one of the monster matchups. I think Wendy has always been very explosive in the mid lane, providing not just support in terms of damage, but also control, right? He has been really consistent, really stable. I think he could be one of the winning factors going into the series. But this is no easy task going up against KAGENDRA. That's going to be represented by iHans, Weeraw, Senku, Lanfeng, and Lu as well. Now, their performance is definitely going to be improving. If it seems the same as what Alpha 7 offered to us in the previous series, we could be in for a tight one today.
Hopefully, I mean, that's what they're really hoping for in this last best of 5 that they've got in the group stage, right? They need to make a mark somehow because this is all they have to do now. This is their last proving grounds for the side of KAGENDRA because they lost 3-0 to Impunity. And when going into this, we were kind of thinking that like Impunity, KAGENDRA were kind of on that same wavelength, but for Impunity to actually hold no punches and go for a 3-0 scoreline, it's looking pretty difficult here for KAGENDRA. But I hope that the people in Philippines can actually give them a little bit of hype up there, even though it's not their home ground, but they need some spirits going through into this series, I feel.
Yep, and even if they're handed a loss today for the side of KAGENDRA, right, there is still some hope. Of course, their fate is going to be left in the hands of Impunity. But in order to make the best chance, they can either take the series by surprise, win the game against Nova, or they can get as many wins as they can, up to a maximum number of 2. Even if they were to lose the series, that will put them in a better position and put the pressure actually over to Impunity.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, that's the most that they can really hope for KAGENDRA, because if we're going to be completely realistic, we're looking at these two teams that, obviously, Nova, as we've already stated, are top 3 from KC 2024. KAGENDRA wasn't able to get into the top 8, so there's a lot of room for improvement for KAGENDRA, especially from their last series of Day 2 against Impunity, to actually take on this Goliath in this David and Goliath matchup, right?
Yep, and it's a tall mountain to climb. For all of you that are unfamiliar with Nova, they have a very extensive history and very extensive hero pool as well. So KAGENDRA have to be prepared for all types of trouble because Nova, they come up with the most brilliant drafts. Their coach is one of a kind as well. So you can expect them to be attacked from all fronts when they go up against Nova in this best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm really excited for the debut of Nova because I want to see if there's going to be any kind of like draft differences here, because we already saw it from like AG where they started to finally pull out of the picks, like the Suya as well. That came through. I was very excited for that pick to finally come through because back in KC 2024, that was one of the hot picks into the mid lane, giving over his passive, obviously, to heroes like the Lam, or giving over to one of the farm lanes as well to increase attack speed. And to get into Day 3 and only see it once really shocked me.
Yeah, I mean, that was also because of the global ban pick format, right? You have exhausted certain resources. You kind of force your opponents into space where, hey, Ziya actually now not as dangerous of a pick and not as risky as when the hero pool is open. Now, if you are not familiar with the global ban pick formula, this is how the format goes. It was actually incorporated from KPL that has been doing this since 2018. It means you only get to pick that hero once for the entire series. Win or lose, you will not be able to use this hero again.
Yeah, and I feel like as we get into Day 3, we should really kind of start setting the expectations for the knockout stages, which there will be the ultimate battle condition imposed on the best of 7 series. And it's only applicable to the final game of the series, so if it goes 3-3, then it goes into a blind draft mode. So each of the coaches has a limited time to submit their hero lineup to the referee without knowing the other team's hero selection. So those are going to be some really exciting matches if we're able to get to the ultimate battle condition.
Yep, but that will only appear on the best of 7 matches, so you prepare for that in the semi-finals and the grand finals, which are happening really soon because we are entering the 3rd day. Today's the 3rd day. Tomorrow is the last day of group stages. We will be heading into the knockout stages after this.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of grandeur in these next 2 days, right? Like, today, we see Alpha 7 get knocked out. We need to see KAGENDRA lift their spirits high and try and get as many wins on the board for against Nova. And then same for the third matchup of the day. We got Blacklist against Gen.G. If Gen.G don't go 3-0, they go home.
Yeah, and that's a tough thing to ask of them. I mean, it's Blacklist. Did you see their performance yesterday? It was so strong.
Very strong. I mean, I was front seat. I mean, Chammy was definitely up to scratch. Like, I honestly feel like he's one of the stronger clash laners within the tournament this far. And same with Chaz though. Like, we were seeing the vision scores coming through for this boy, and it was looking at like some really high IQ math test scores come through. It was like completely different to every other like support player in this competition.
Yep, but let's save that for later. It is time to take a look at what KAGENDRA have in mind. They are going to be prio pick blue side, first pick, counter pick available for the side of Nova.
Yeah, going blue for this side around, I think for KAGENDRA is kind of a good position for them to try and get like a comfort pick, something that's going to be strong to try and get them the game 1 point. But Nova, like you just said, Kin, they get to have those 2 counter picks, so they could lock in their farm lane straight away, as well as their support, and then still kind of get the feeler out for KAGENDRA going through.
Yeah, you know what? At this point, I think KAGENDRA, it's more of you can't not have a problem when you play against Nova, right? Nova's hero pool is so deep, is so vast that no matter what you pick, Nova will have something to answer to it. So KAGENDRA, I think at this point, the thought process behind the coach should be you know what? Let's think of a problem we want to face against.
Yeah, I mean, the Bandit, the Diadea, so we know for a fact that it won't be Diadea first pick as well as the Orgrin, but it looks like it's going to be locking in the Lung, so prio pick onto the Lung, I feel like is a good pick, especially going up to Langfang as well, right?
Yeah, now this is going to be an important decision for the Nova side, right? So the Nova boys, do they want to use the huge burst, or do they want to use suppression, or maybe just straight up stuns coming in? And you know what? They say both. Let me get the stuns. Let me get the damage as well. Nuwa in the hands of Wendy. We haven't seen him use it just yet in this competition, but I can assure you, I think it's going to look pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, out of all the mid lanes have really shined on this pick previously, and we know Wendy to be one of the stronger mid lanes within the competition, even though only debuting today, history tells us that he's a fantastic mid lane. But looking over to KAGENDRA, they do lock in the Dolia. Dolia actually being spared in the first 2 banning phases there. That's going to be paired with Lung's Infinite Vastness, or even just to get that Unruly Blade up off the cooldown a little bit quicker.
Yep, right now KAGENDRA have a very important decision, right? So they have to look for the appropriate bench onto the Clash as well as the Rogue, right? And Weipit, he is pretty proficient. We have seen his Zhang Fei, we have seen him play, I think we have seen him play Ming before. And that's why KAGENDRA, they want to disallow that. They will take away the Ming as a ban.
Yeah, I feel like that's been a little bit of a shot to Haller's heart there. We know him as the Ming one-trick player, but yeah, you are correct. Weipit has played the Ming many, many times, and pairing that with the Lady Sun, it was kind of just a little bit of a foresight for the side of KAGENDRA to hopefully notice and ban out. But it is actually going to be Xuan going on his Mayin, and we know that this player absolutely stomps on this pick.
Yeah, I think KAGENDRA, the problem they choose here is going to be Xuan on this Mayin, right? They don't mind having that threat, and they will go with the Ganemo. Right now, I think the prio thing for KAGENDRA is they want to have a better time in the laning phase for the farm lane.
And they also want to have a better time in the team fights, right? I mean, having the Ganemo and the Lung means that they have quite a lot of burst damage from the Flaming Palms and the couple blades. And that if you haven't got CC, you kind of need the burst to take down the Orgrin, right?
Yeah, I think that's a big marker to have, right? But Weipit, he goes for the tie-in. If you don't... Wait, hang on. No, he's still choosing. Okay. Give me your pick. It looks like it's going to be a touch-out. Okay, so in this case, right, if you don't kill off the members quickly on the side of Nova, they're going to come back and haunt you till you're dead.
Yeah, they have a lot of kind of get out of jail cards as well. I mean, you got the TP from Nua, be able to get across the gorge very easily. Mayin is able to be very quick into the engages and to the disengages as well. But I feel like the big setup here for Nova, especially with this draft, is all going to be sort of set up around the Orgrin, maybe the Chow as well, getting that little bit of CC so we can start to see the Path of Passing come through, and then Death Precipice comes in, and then that's the huge CC that they need for the likes of the Nua, and then Lady Sun just to roll through with that massive damage.
Yeah, I think right off the bat, you can expect a lot of aggression coming into the mid lane. This mid lane is going to be important, right? Because whoever wins that skirmish in the mid lane in terms of farm, in terms of EXP, will be the difference maker in the team fights, right? If you have a Garden mode that's able to burst down the Organ early in the fights, that's a big win for you. Likewise, on the side of Nova, if Wendy can offer that annihilation, that creation coming in to destroy the back lines or even the front lines of KAGENDRA, it's not going to look pretty at all for either side. So I would expect that there's going to be 4 different members just having an exchange in the middle, right from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, putting the players aside, if we look at the matchups into the Clash lane, we know from statistically and historically that the Byron generally takes it in those early parts of the game. But how do we feel it's actually going to play out for Ihans and Chuan?
I think both of them are very proficient in the Clash lane. It will really come down to the slightest of mistakes here. In the sense where if Xuan misses his whatever timings or gets serious timings, then it would be a big opening for Ihans to take advantage of, right? Usage, the timing of the usage of your skills is very important in the laning phase as a Clash laner.
Oh, it's not Byron on the gorge. It's Itadori. It's the collaboration Jujutsu Kaisen skin, which I obviously whaled plenty of tokens into. Thank you very much, Honor of Kings. But less about the skins. We are now going into game 1 between KAGENDRA and Nova, and there's a lot at stake.
Yep, and as we say it, it's going to be 4 members all huddled up, and it looks like Senku should be able to get that slight advantage, right? As long as he gets that reverse sprite, I think it's a good advantage to have, at least for the start of this game.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Waypit was able to, unfortunately, be able to take those blows from Lu on the Dolia, but the Wavebreaker did come through, almost catching out Muchi there as well, but Nua coming in with the teleport is just there to aid that farm lane.
Yep, Waypit's rotation makes a lot of value here, right? Now, the decision is Lanfang going to make the mistake of being overzealous in positioning and get caught out?
Yeah, we kind of hope not, right? I mean, we don't want to see a sort of a lull into false sense of security here, but like, oh, we're actually doing pretty well in terms of damaging the side of Nova, and then all of a sudden they just kind of like roll in with the Lady Sun and then ultimate shell you to the face. It's not what we want to see for KAGENDRA right now.
Yep, every stack of damage that comes up from Waypit with the Leaping Koi Tide or the Severing Surge actually affects this lane quite a lot. If Lanfang gets caught out, I mean, sure, Lu has a bunch of heals for him, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, not enough. They need to kind of find elsewhere. Just the positioning needs to be well on the side of KAGENDRA, but right now we're seeing a little bit of toe-for-toe here between Weera and Sai in the mid lane. It's looking pretty low, though, for the side of Nova. Again, just giving over. It's either KAGENDRA are actually doing very well in terms of trading blows, or they're just trying to lull them in.
I mean, it's a pillow fight, right? And the pillow is slowly being filled with cement, and it's going to start to hurt. So at this point, I don't expect any kills just yet. The only place that I would expect a kill to come out of is either in the farm lane or in the mid. And so far, both teams have not made that very aggressive rotation to try and get a kill there, because it is a risk. You don't want to be in a position where you fail this early part and get demolished for the next 5 to 6 minutes.
Yeah, speaking of demolish, I mean, cement-filled pillows would be a pretty big demolish, and I feel like I would decline my invitation to that pillow fight, Kindofu, unfortunately. But looking at the stats already on this one, it's pretty even in terms of the resources, so there's no clear indication that one team is farming better than the other. There seems to be a lot of presence into this mid lane, and already a big engage here. The Death Precipice used pretty early to keep Sai alive, but Weero is going down. First blood going over to Nova.
Yep, this is a match of difference of inches here. Really, really tight, and that was the first blood going in for Nova. This is what they needed, and to amplify this, right? Muchi needs to get a kill. Hang on, they're going for more.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to progress on this, though. It was a great rotation from Wendy just to put a bit of a pressure up into the Clash lane. But I think Ihans is safer now.
Yeah, he's going to be able to clear his wave, but he loses that space sprite on the top. And let's take a look at the replay here. I think there's just a little bit of miscommunication here. There was a very nice block, but as that Severing Surge came in, I think that was one of the main things that dealt a lot of damage to the side of Weeraw, and he just couldn't handle it.
The infinite fastness has been procced there. We do see that Senko got taken down as we was looking back at that replay. So that is going to be a second kill going over to Nova. But right now, as I just quoted a few moments ago, that there was no clear disparity in the resources. And now there's definitely looking like there's a fine line being drawn here by Nova.
Yep, that's why you don't give away the first blood, right? Now Weeraw is in a very tight position because he can't defend his own buffs. And it's a risk because CY is already at level 8. Everyone is under level.
Yeah, CY taking the Azure Golem is going to be a little bit of a starvation here for Doom. We know that he has low cooldowns on his abilities already, but having that extra CDR on a pick like the Doom makes it really easy and a lot more confidence going into these engages. They're able to take the neutral objective, though.
Yeah, and Nova right now, they're not too concerned about losing this Tyrant, right? Because they already have the level advantage. If they want to force a fight, they can definitely win it. They have the gold advantage as well.
Yeah, Infinite Fast has been used once more early on. I mean, he has to use it. It was pretty much caught between a hard rock and a hard place. The Annihilation just come through, connected onto Weeraw a little bit there, taking a chunk of his health. But we could potentially see the T1 here fall down if we don't see a quick defense from KAGENDRA.
Yeah, I don't think they will go for the defense here because Lanfeng already expended his flash because of that exchange there. So it's very dangerous for him to go in and expect to get out scot-free.
Oh, there we go. We see that Senko goes there once more. It is due to those titles as well. But CY looking pretty confident and trying to take a second buff from the side of KAGENDRA, able to claim the Crimson Golem for himself once more. They even opened up the side lanes or the mid T1s, kid, and they're still helping themselves as if it's a free buffet.
Yep, and this is the quality and pacing we expect from Nova, right? This is exactly what needs to happen when you have the lead. They just force the pressure. There's nothing they can do to take a fight right now.
I mean, nothing they can do, right? They don't have the minion waves. They don't have everybody in that mid lane. I mean, they are sort of slowly formulating, but Lu does go down thanks to the Annihilation from the Nuwa. But CY actually gets taken down thanks to the Flaming Palms from Lanfeng.
Okay, so a very overstepping of boundaries coming out from Nova. Unfortunately, it is CY who is the victim of that kill, and it goes actually to Lanfeng, right? Which is a benefit. Silver lining for them. Hopefully, this is something they can use to capitalize. They need to equalize the map control as well. There's no towers taken except for the T1 on the top, but Hans might suffer the fate of a 3-man aggression at the top.
Yeah, I feel like you've just got to let this T1 fall, right? There's no way you fight against Waypit, Muchi, and Xuan in that 3v1, right? So that's another T1 opened up, but it is going to be traded down for the T1 into the farm lane. It's Lanfeng getting another kill onto Xuan after being teleported down to his demise. So KAGENDRA, believe it or not, are fighting back here.
Yep, actually, yeah, I do believe it. And most of all, Lanfeng has not died just yet, right? He's recovering in farm. They have pretty much tied up in terms of the gold, but map control not as good, right? Right now, Nova taking 4 turrets for themselves across the map.
I feel like when you are being focused heavily by like a team like Nova Esports, focus is hard to maintain, especially when they're sort of across the door in many faculties as well. But able to get the kills is definitely a little bit of a boost in confidence here for KAGENDRA, it seems, but it looks like Weeraw might be getting caught out here. We do see iHans and Lu looking for the rotation, but it's a little bit too late. Sai gets the kill onto Dune, meaning that they could actually go for the Overlord here if they really wanted to. They don't have a neutral objective to Nova Esports name just yet, whether they're just trying to do a win without any neutral objectives, which I don't think is the case. But right now, KAGENDRA looking like the backs are against the wall, especially in that cluster.
Yeah, the reason why Nova is a little bit more patient is because they're waiting for the respawn of the buffs, right? So I'm not sure whether they know that the Azure Golem has been cleared out on the KAGENDRA side, but it's just buying time. They don't mind having a little bit more patience. The true objective here they're looking for is actually the Tyrant buff, right? Because they want to continue fighting.
They do want to continue fighting. I mean, they've got 26 seconds until it is up. And there are going to be many members alive on the side of either KAGENDRA or Nova on this one. The path of passing is going to make it an easy way out for CY. If he needs to, he does get hit by the Riding Wind and the Flaming Palms. It does take a lot of damage, and it looks like at level 11, Lanfeng is doing a lot of damage. But this is the ticking time bomb for KAGENDRA, right? They need to make use of Lanfeng on the Loom. If they don't get him, if they meet towards the end game, I feel like that it does definitely go in the favor of Nova, right?
Yeah, I think so too. Waypit gets caught out of position there.
Yeah, what a nice knock-up. Waypit does get taken down by iHans. We do see that they are still not ready for that battery, and they want to make it a neutralized trade here. A 1-1 going over to the side of Nova. So CY picking up iHans. Revenge for Waypit.
Yeah, they were looking for an opening on the side of KAGENDRA, and I think you can't fault them for trying to find that, right? And I mean, it's just unfortunate, but CY, timing of his sheer state, very well done to be able to get that kill, even with the extra shields coming out from that force field suppression. Now, with this being said, Nova, they are going to re-establish the control, once again, take away the buffs. This is exactly what Nova needs to do now.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't do it, then Nova's going to just help themselves to it, right? KAGENDRA just need to try and just make sure they get a fine line of those resources as possible, but they are trying to cut him off because they have only the T2s available in the mid lane and the farm lane. So in terms of the access that Nova have into the jungle right now, it seems quite limitless.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what you need to do to push the advantage, right? So when you have the goal lead, you have the EXP lead, you need to starve them of more resources. And this was the play that enabled it. Waypit, unfortunately, a little bit out of position here, but it's also serving as a bait to come in. Very nice Death's Precipice coming in from the side of CY. And you can see, they thought they were safe. But iHans gets caught out by the Seer State, and they secure the Tyrant buff for themselves easily.
Yes, we are now getting into the 10-minute mark as well, so the shadow barriers for these neutral objectives are going to be up. So again, something a little bit more grand to fight for within the Gorge. They are taking the Shadow Tyrant for themselves on the side of Nova. Historically, we've been seeing focus heavily on the Tyrant, but it is looking like KAGENDRA are going to get the Overlord, but are they going to do anything with it? Muji gets taken down by Senko, though. The couple plays getting that 88% instant kill. Senko is hitting like a truck.
That was a beautiful play coming out from Nova, actually, right? They timed it so well such that the Eye of the Whirlpool was going to be in a position where they could meet KAGENDRA face-to-face in the Overlord pit as well. But KAGENDRA, I think they kind of, Nova kind of underestimated the positioning and the prowess of Senko here. Senko at level 12, in close range, actually, you know, gun in mode hurts a lot.
Yeah, like you were saying yesterday for KAGENDRA as well, they love to fight. Indonesian teams, they love to fight. So when they saw the Eye of the Whirlpool, they saw it as a challenge, not a threat.
Yeah, exactly. And they were well rewarded for that efforts as well. Right now, they have regained control across the map. Shadow Overlord already flying down on the bot lane. If they do not kill off iHans, it is going to be a lot of time wasting coming in. And it looks like they will be able to defend on the side of Nova.
Yeah, I feel like either killing up iHans or even Lung, right? Especially getting those flaming palms off the table, as you just saw there, up into the high ground turret. It just took so much damage from this hero just for one skill alone. But that mid lane is still looking pretty healthy on the side of Nova. And I feel like if KAGENDRA want to try and get a winning condition into this one, going into the 12-minute mark, they have to do something about this mid lane.
Yeah, they also need to watch out for the very fast rotational speeds available on the side of Nova, right? And I think getting hit by all of this creation and annihilation coalescence offered by Wendy is not going to be in their favor. KAGENDRA need to figure out a way in which they can blindside Nova.
Yeah, they need some damage limitations right from Wendy. They just need to make sure that they're not taking too much damage before they take the next team fight. And right now, we are seeing the goal difference actually start to become a little bit more cleaner on the side of KAGENDRA. Still at 1.6k gold away, but it's definitely looking a lot better for the side of KAGENDRA going into this 13-minute mark soon in this game one of a best of 5. But honestly, I feel like KAGENDRA are definitely giving them a try for their money, especially Lao Fang into the backline is exactly what we needed. The takedown of Wendy, infinite fastness back into a team fight as well. But it is going to be Shuan taking out Senko. Senko has been taking a lot of the blows, but so has Longfang been dealing a lot of those blows on the side of KAGENDRA. They've got to watch out for that clash lane. There is some minions there. They've got to be careful.
Oh, I mean, KAGENDRA, they're doing so well. They're exposing the one weakness on the side of Nova's lineup, which is that back line, right? The moment you have access to the back line, they don't mind CY jumping in as long as they don't die. And Lanfeng, very good positioning so far to abuse the fact that they have pretty much very squishy people in the backlines. Wendy, Muji, Waypit, all easily bursted down by the side of Lanfa.
Yeah, and I mean, once you've taken those guys out, then there's not a lot of damage on the side of Nova, right? Like, as soon as Nua and the Lady Sun goes down, but we're going to check a little bit of that quick replay because it was very quick how this all started. The Flaming Palms connected onto the Nua, then the Infinite Vastness just going in onto the backline to secure the kill onto the Maid as well. Just trying to run out of there the best as possible, just not quick enough for Shuan.
Yep, it felt like Nova didn't know that the Infinite Vastness was available for the side of Lanfeng. Because you know when he is aggressive, Luke always has a save mechanic, right? He's going to take to the skies.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you can transform into a dragon and be safe, you're definitely going to take that option. But I have to give it over to KAGENDRA. I feel like this is probably one of the better goalie performances we've seen in the Season 3 Invitational this far.
Yeah, and Raw, even though it doesn't deal a lot of damage, the fact that he's able to use the Wind Slash to stop the entry from CY multiple times is actually having a very adverse effect on the lineup of Nova.
Yeah, it's a great counter disengage, right? Like, they think that they've got the motion going for the side of Nova, but then KAGENDRA, Weiro more specifically, gets it in, but it is going to be Ihans falling down here. This may be a little bit more of a tricky team fight. Waypit does go down, but it is going to be Senko taking another bullet for the side of KAGENDRA. We have minions in the mid lane. They've got to be careful on the side of KAGENDRA. They need to defend this T2, not allow any access into that base, because once they get to the high ground turrets and take down, it's going to be harder for the side of KAGENDRA to come back.
Yep. Ideal situation here. Lanfeng gets the refresh on his dragon, takes to the skies once again, but there's a lot of pressure coming in. Can they get the kill? They do, right? Lanfeng is taken down and shut down by Wendy.
Yeah, unfortunately there, a little bit of damage over time, was able to secure the kill onto Lung. I believe like that was probably his first death of the match. We haven't seen any statistics so far in this game, so it's hard to kind of say, but we do see the Starbreaker coming through on the side of KAGENDRA as well in terms of that anti-tank damage, but is it going to be enough? Is it a little bit too late in the game as we see that Nova are trying to take this mid high ground turret?
Oh, they are unable to catch out Xuan. No punishment there. That was a very ballsy move coming in from Xuan, trying to garner the attention on the side of KAGENDRA. And now, because of all this pressure, once again, Nova access into the jungle for free.
Yeah, they can now clean up their jungle, and it's going to give a lot more resources. And now, as you can see, very evidently, the gold resources is definitely going over to the side of Nova. They're now a steady 3, almost 4k gold difference already. Going into that 16-minute mark, honestly though, I have to give props to KAGENDRA. Getting into the 16-minute mark with Nova, one of the top 3 teams of KC 2024, is not what I had on my bingo card for today.
Yeah, and it's a tough one to match up against, right? Because Nova right now, they are probably at their strongest. Take a look at the maximization of the buffs as well. Azure Golem buff going into the hands of Wendy so they can get the steal. Did he actually steal that? No, he didn't. Okay,
no, he didn't.
Nonetheless, right? Massive cooldowns, you have mana regeneration. Wendy is a beast right now. And with CY and Muchi having that Crimson Golem buff, it's a hard fight to take on the side of KAGENDRA.
Yeah, we can kind of see the Armored Premonition coming through from the Orbran as well, so CY
oh, they caught
a little bit
Lanfeng.
more tanky. Oh, yep, they did catch him. They used the Infinite Fastness. He's able to get out of there just for now, but Annihilation coming through. It just actually missed Lanfeng, but I think it hit Ihans there.
No, but that get out of jail free card, gone. One more Infinite Vastness, there's no more escape mechanism for Lanfeng.
Unless we see that Dolly gives it over to him, right?
She just used it.
Oh, just use it. Okay, then yeah, absolutely. There is a defining moment for the side of KAGENDRA. We do see
nice jump.
A little bit in the thick of it. It is going to be CY that gets taken down by Senko. Currently a 1-1 trade. Wendy is able to clean up Ihans just at the last minute there. But again, KAGENDRA now back on the fighting foot.
Yeah, this is the best play I've seen from Ihans. Yes, he's dying a lot, but the fact that you trade Ihans for CY is a perfect situation. Now there isn't a huge tank, and Lanfeng does have the ability to just dive in. He still has access to his flash, right? Also Infinite Vastness, so pretty much he can burst almost anyone down from the lineup of Nova at this point.
Yeah, I mean, other than the fact that he's able to take down CY, which is fantastic, I feel like if he just held out a little bit longer, especially for these neutral objective timers, I feel like that would have been a lot more beneficial for the side of KAGENDRA, because now the neutral objectives are going to spawn just as CY spawn, so they need to kind of run down this Overlord, which we can see right now that the focus is there for KAGENDRA pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think it's a better decision that Nova is taking right now, right? They don't mind losing their Shadow Overlord because they have this fighting capability. They want the extra damage as well. So the Tyrant buff makes a lot of sense for them to take instead of trying to force out a very unconventional fight from Lamfeng's side, dealing with the Infinite Vastness and the refreshers coming in.
Yeah, I mean, they've been focusing the Tyrant pretty much all game Nova, but it works out for them because picks like the Lady Sun, picks like the Nua is going to do so much more damage, but it is going to be Wendy that gets taken down. An insta-kill of 72% went over to the side of Lamfeng. Is this the aggression that they need? Senko putting in the work. The couple blades are landing and hitting differently onto the side of Nova Esports. This may be the bounce back that KAGENDRA needs.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any way you want to start the series, you want to start it with a win. And KAGENDRA, they're trying to force their will onto the side of Nova. And Nova, so far, they're hanging on, but there is a true back and forth between these two teams.
Oh yeah, beautifully displayed as well. Like, honestly, I wasn't expecting KAGENDRA to come in fists of blazing in this one, but they are definitely going past my expectations here, and they're doing very well. They're able to get into the higher ground turret position and take 2 of them. So even before Nova touches one of their high ground turrets, KAGENDRA's like, I'll raise you 2.
Okay, and this is going to be, I think, the first Tempest Dragon game that we have seen so far. Right, KAGENDRA now pushing the game up to 20 minutes, and they managed to survive against Nova.
I mean, this is a little bit of luck for them, a little bit of the Irish charm, right? The Tempest Dragon couldn't have been on a better side of the gorge for the side of KAGENDRA, because that's the side where the lane's completely wiped for Nova.
Yeah, exactly. And it's 2 lanes, it's not a singular lane. So right now, Weeraw has a very important job to make sure that he gives vision, Ihans as well, giving vision for the team. Right now, it's what decision do they want to make with this information.
Did they try and get the green? Is the green in the eyes of KAGENDRA here, Kin? Are they looking for that Dragon Slayer steal?
I don't think so. I actually think that Lamfeng's looking for a surprise kill here. He needs to find one of the members on the side of Nova. Ideally, the control, which is going to be Xuan. He goes in though.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is looking like the Tempest Dragon is going to get reset there. So is the Infinite Vastness also. But we do see the Sage Sanctuary come through.
Nice.
It's been wiped off. So second lifeline here for Lamfeng is not going to go down just yet. So maybe not the outcome that Nova wanted.
Yep, and this is a good situation for Nova. They have pretty decent control of the Tempest Dragon pit. Right now, they get the reset with the Sea of Fate as well.
Ions, like he's been there, he's been circulating, he's been stalking the side of Nova, just looking for a way in. But he's got to be careful because Xuan is just behind him as well. He does flash in, he gets the knockup as well. Onto Muchi, is going to be the Sage Sanctuary get worn off here. Is he going to wipe out Muchi as well? No, he battle rolls out. It's going to be a double kill going over to CY. The Infinite Fastness being used as a precautionary method to try and get into safety, but it is Lamfeng is taking damage from the Tempest. He's got to be careful. Into the backline though, they are able to take off the Sage's Sanctuary from CY. Looking a bit battered, but a 2-for-2 trade right now between KAGENDRA and Nova.
Yep, Lamfeng doesn't have access to the Infinite Vastness. If they can kill Lord Xuan here, it's going to be big. The first life is down.
First life down, it does mean that they're able to take out another member of Nova. Is this KAGENDRA looking to put a stamp on game 1?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it. Lamfeng now has access to that Infinite Vastness again. He can play as aggressive as he wants to. There's not a lot of control. Xuan is down for the count as well. And CY, he's going to give it a try. He catches the vision. I don't think they have enough damage just yet.
I'm on the edge of my seat. It's like, what is going to happen? Are they going to steal it? The Annihilation comes through. It is going to be Weeraw getting the Tempest Dragon, and Lamfeng gets the kill onto CY. This is going to be huge for the side of KAGENDRA. They are 2 members down. Xuan back in 7 seconds. He's got to make a hell of a defensive play.
Yep, CY is down. Their main tank down for 30 seconds. Let's see, in the space of 30 seconds, what damage can KAGENDRA do? They have to make something work with this.
Oh yeah, they've got to put just 100% pressure onto the side of Nova Esports, and they're trying to do that. Xuan looks pretty low. They don't have any of the Vanguards just at the Crystal just yet, but they are taking trades. CY is still down. Xuan goes down as well. Game 1 going over to KAGENDRA. Do you believe it? Absolute cinema.
Yep, this is a big moment for KAGENDRA. Now, it starts to feel like they have a little bit of control on their fate as well. And that dream of winning against Nova, maybe not such a dream anymore. But hey, this is game number 1. Once again, congratulations to KAGENDRA. This is a result they have been looking forward to, but they need to finish the job. As for Nova, at this point, I think maybe it's just the nerves. Maybe they haven't fully gotten into the swing of things just yet.
I mean, they've had, what, 2 days of having rest, right? 2 days of having to watch the competition and what their future opponents may look like. So maybe it's a little bit of fear. Maybe it is just those pre-show jitters because it's the first time being on stage. It is their debut game. And KAGENDRA, just like Alpha 7, took game 1 from their Malaysian brothers as well. Is this going to be the only win that they get? But that was a heck of a match to start that out with.
Yep, exactly. To be able to push Nova to a Tempest Dragon game is already an achievement in itself, and to take the game itself is also another achievement, right? So I think full value to the coaches. I think it was a very good choice to pick up the Loom. They definitely made it work. Full returns. Everything worth the investment.
Yeah, rate of interest for the side of KAGENDRA is definitely paying off there. So, well played to KAGENDRA. That I feel like that is probably one of the... It's the second point on the board for the whole of the Indonesian region. And to get that as one of the top 3 teams out of KZ 2024, I think that's a huge feat for them. That's going to be a huge morale boost.
Alright, so talking about morale boost, I think Nova maybe not getting the start that they wanted, right? This is not the best foot forward. But Wendy, I think I have to commend his Nua as well. Very accurate, a lot of big plays. But let's take a look at the itemization. That's my biggest curiosity, right? How quick did Lanfeng hit his 6th itemization slot? Full on damage, full greed. He did buy the Sage's Sanctuary. It was swapped out a couple of times. Axe of Torment, Eternity Blade, Master Sword, Siege Breaker, and the Daybreaker as well. I mean, that's why he was so painful. And adding on to the efficiency of that was Lu. Managed to get the good cooldown and gets the Howling Wind, allowing them to really catch Nova off guard.
Yeah, I feel like between Lanfang and Muchi, Lanfang definitely had a much better game. Not only just in terms of gold, but obviously kills to deaths ratio as well. And seeing a 22-minute game for the side of Nova Esports is definitely something I didn't think I would see in day 3. But just looking at that though, Senko and Lanfang doing 150k damage each between them.
Yeah, and moreover, I mean, it's also the addition of the Wind Slashers coming in from the jungler, right? Raw was doing so much work, even though it was a little bits of those short stops that he offered in the team fight. Raw did achieve so much for the team in the team fights as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a bit of a battle of like Dolia against the Chow as well. Like, I was thinking that Wave Pit would actually give a lot more utility over to that one, but I feel like Lanfang definitely deserves the MVP in this one to go 30% of the damage dealt, 40% only taken, but to bait so much and take so much away from Nova, he definitely deserved this one.
Yeah, putting efficiency on the board here. I think Lanfeng, this is the kind of performance we were expecting out of him since day number 1. It did take him a little bit of time to get here, but he's here finally. Now, this was not a game that looked like it was in favor for KAGENDRA at the start, right? Giving away the first blood, CY was pretty fed in the first half of this match.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We were seeing something of a different beast of Nova. It was like, oh man, this is going to be like, not even going to get to like the Tempest Dragon at least, or even the Shadow objectives, it seems, because as it was getting to the 8-minute mark, they were already at the high ground straight into the clash lane, but no, KAGENDRA was like, just hold my beer. We're going to go 22 minutes. We're going to last another 14 minutes into this match and take the victory. At the 8-minute mark, we couldn't have guessed that.
Yeah, and bear in mind, this was in a position where Wendy was very successful in finding a lot of annihilations onto Lanfeng, especially after he finished that dragon form in the Infinite Fastness as well. So it was a tremendous amount of stress, and still KAGENDRA found a way to come back into this game.
Yes, and it's exactly what they needed, right? Especially after taking a 3-0 defeat from Impunity. Having that one win on the board is definitely what they need to go through for the rest of this best of 5 to see if they can get through. But like you were saying, in the actual game itself, Senko was taking a lot of the deaths there as well as Ihan, but it was just setting up the greater picture, which is that Lanfang on the Loom, right?
Yep, the Loom win condition definitely working out in favor. And with the fact of the synergy coming in from Lu to save him, not just providing the health and the shields with the wave breaker, right? The refresh Celestial Melody. I think this has been one of the best performances on a Dolia we've seen so far.
Yeah, like I said in the game, it was one of my favorite performances on Dolia because we had Dolia yesterday for the final game of a Blacklist against Elevate, where they actually paired it with Lu Bu. But I was very excited for it when I saw it in the draft, but the execution just wasn't there. But hey, KAGENDRA was just like, let's go for the Dolia, and they played it very well.
Yep. Now, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Yes, it was a great game for KAGENDRA. That's a lot of Indonesian pride and Indonesian fighting style, which we all love to see. But that's just game number 1. And based on what we have learned so far from the first 3 days, or maybe the previous 2 days, your first game might not dictate the final score for sure.
I mean, for the day 1 at least, the first game generally did kind of dictate it, but for day 2 was definitely the different kind of story. Like, we've seen a lot of game 1s or even game 2s being switched over to the sides of these teams, and then there was taken the victory. But yeah, it is still a while to go. This is not just a sprint, it's a country mile.
Oh yeah, and right now I think I'm really curious as to how Nova is going to be going for their draft in the next game. Now we know, I want to talk about Wendy. Wendy is known to be very proficient in the mid lane as well. This is the first time I've seen him play Noir, but one of the specialties that I remember from, even last season coming in from 2024 was his ability to make Shangguang shine like crazy, really shining bright like a diamond, right? So is Nova going to pull this out? Because they themselves, they have an access to a Dolia pick as this series goes on.
They do, and we've been kind of hoping for the Shangguan to come through in Season 3 Invitational as well. I don't think we've actually seen a single pick yet for this hero, and maybe it's something some of these teams are holding out to for the knockout stage, because that's the thing about the group stages. You can't kind of show all your cards straight away, because if you do, what have you got in the barrel of the gun going into the knockout stages? Everyone's going to know your trump cards.
Yeah, but KAGENDRA did show one of their cards, and that actually is going to be the Mai, played by Senku as well. So I'm curious to see if Nova or even KAGENDRA will allow the Mai to step out into this game at least once.
We can hope, but there's been a lot of bans on Mai, right? I feel like she's probably one of the most banned heroes at the Season 3 Invitational, very similar theme to the previous international tournaments as well. But now with the global bans, you would have thought that we started to see her a little bit more. She has started to rear her head into the gorge, but still getting banned in those prio bans.
Yep, but we can theorize, but it's better to take a look at the facts instead. So we will be heading into the bans and picks. Now, once again, let me remind you how this ban pick is going to work. It's called the global ban pick format, meaning you can only play your heroes once in the entire series. And because we are in the best of 5, the ultimate battle will not be triggered. So there is no more Ogren for the side of Nova Esports. There's no more Dolia for the side of KAGENDRA. A lot of big heroes with big impacts taken away. But of course, there is, if your hero pool is deep, you can have plenty more to explore.
Absolutely. This is the thing that I've really enjoyed about this game 1 between these two teams, right? Is that it's not like one of the teams has gone for like B-tier picks and then let the other team kind of exhaust all the greatest meta picks we've seen so far in Season 3 Invitational. There's been a little bit of a give and take between this one. Like you said, the Orgrim for the side of Nova Esports, Dolia, Lung for the side of KAGENDRA. Very huge picks on both teams being exhausted means that it's not kind of one-sided.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, I'm curious as to see what kind of mid laner they're going to put on to the side of KAGENDRA as well, right? We all know Wendy is very proficient. I'm very sure it's going to be a spectacular performance once again. But on KAGENDRA, I don't think they want to allow the Mai to come out at all during the series coming in from Nova Esports. And if they do, it's not going to come out now.
No, I don't think it'll be second game, surely not, unless they are looking to try and get that 2-0 on the board, right? And then hope that Nova Esports takes the reverse sweep. But I think everything's on the cards today for the side of KAGENDRA. Because like we were saying, going into this best of 5, they don't need to pull their punches. They need to be throwing fists, no gloves, no bandages on. They need to just be raw dogging the punches.
Yeah. At this point, KAGENDRA, I mean, their fans have entrusted the team to show up at the highest quality Now, both of the Indonesian teams did not manage to have a result that they favored, right? So Bigotron lost their series yesterday. Of course, KAGENDRA lost against Impunity. So they are looking to be able to put up a much better performance today. And so far, it rings true, right? There is a better performance coming from KAGENDRA.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, even if they just get this 1 point on the board, it's going to be still a good thing for those win differentials if there's ever like a
tiebreaker, right?
A tiebreaker, yeah. Ever a actual thing that we'll see in terms of tiebreakers for this group. But I didn't think that they would actually take a 3-0 sweep against Impunity, though. Like, Impunity able to go 3-0 against KAGENDRA, but then KAGENDRA to come up against Nova and take a game from them. Like, what's changed between day 2 and day 3?
I'm not sure. I think it really is coming down to the decision making. And I don't think Lan Feng was as confident that day when they were playing against Impunity. I felt like he was constantly being pressured and he didn't allow his true self to be shown. So maybe today, right, the cuffs are off. They know that, hey, it's do or die day. We can't lose this. Even if we lose, we have to make sure that we give a good fight to the side of Nova Esports.
Yeah, very true. That could be definitely the case for the side of KAGENDRA, but we're hoping to see Nova actually bounce back in this game too, because they have very high expectations, not only from ourselves casters, but the viewers at home, knowing that this team made it so far last year in the KC 2024 and took down some of the biggest teams last year as well. But it looks like Nova's going to choose blue side this time around, so they are going to get the prio pick. And what are we feeling for the side of Nova? We say that obviously KAGENDRA would like to go for something like the Mai Shiranui if they got the prio pick again. But what is it that Nova could be holding here for the prio blue?
I think Nova would definitely want to ban out the Mai. I don't think now that KAGENDRA have won, they have a little bit of comfort in their hands. I don't think you want to make things comfortable for them, right? You want to stress them out. So take out a Mai and maybe take the Dolia for yourself and show them that, hey, it's Nova you're playing against, right? It's not just some team from the Malaysia region.
Well, they do ban out the Orgrin. Obviously, this is something we saw yesterday as well, where one team would take the Orgrin of the Diadea combo and then ban it out for the rest of the game. Kind of like a little bit of a tease, like, hey, look, we did really well with these two picks. For you, we're going to deny you at every hurdle. But it's even KAGENDRA banning out their own Mai Shiranui, knowing that Nova is the prio blue and Wendy could potentially get that pick, is something they don't want to face against, right?
Yeah, but, you know, is that the best strat? Banning the same heroes every round? I mean, it's global ban pick. If they have the hero pool, I think KAGENDRA definitely can kind of take the advantage and build upon it, right? Nova, I think they will do well for themselves not to underestimate KAGENDRA at this point.
Yeah, I think KAGENDRA just kind of banning very reactively here from game 1. They saw that Wendy had a much better match than Muchi, so they're banning his picks. Whereas now Muchi gets the Ali here. This could be very troublesome for the side of KAGENDRA.
Yep, and I think one of the very strong supports that KAGENDRA can kind of pick up for themselves is actually the Diadea, right? The lockdown from the Bitter Farewell does stop Ali from using the lift step to go back, and if the timing is right, she's stuck there.
She is stuck there, but they decided to go for the Princess Frost, so they try and give Senko his pick straight away there. Ihans on the Dharma could be very deadly. We saw a very good game of his Byron in that game 1, right? So Dharma with the Truth Mantras, the Enlightenment Mantras, could be doing some pain gains. We had some fantastic performance on this pick yesterday.
Okay, Nova, they pick up the Shi for Wendy. We all know how dangerous Wendy is on this Shi. So KAGENDRA, I like this pick. Direns here with the legal immunity will be able to get out of sticky situations here.
Yeah, and I mean, he's recently been buffed as well. He seems to be one of the more sought-for farm laners, especially when there's not really much else on the board. And sometimes it's even surprising that he comes through and does very well. But when you've just drafted the shirt for the side of Nova and also have the Unbridled Outburst from the Zhongfei, having that illegal immunity is just going to be easier to get out of jail card, right? You just slip out of the team fights.
Okay, so Nova, they will ban out the idea. They understand what's at risk here. And it looks like Nova, I think they might be going for the Yuhuan because they ban out the Musashi, right? They don't want to deal with the duel to the death, the imperil state. So let's see, is it going to be the Yuhuan? Meanwhile, Kagendra, they pick up the Mankey. I think that's a very nice pick.
Very big pick for the side of Kagendra. Monkey been having a little bit of a 50-50 performance here. And actually, it's not going to be the Huan we're seeing. We're going to see the Dion Wei. A little bit of a love letter to Jizzix. We know he had one great game on it. Not so good yesterday. But pairing that with the Sunset is going to be frightful.
Yeah, it's actually one of the best junglers to deal with the Mankey, right? Able to shred through that cute fur. But here's what happens. Kagendra with the secure, I think Lu is going to do well in the secure to be able to get as much heals, but more importantly, get the stop onto Shi or maybe even Sun Ce. He can tank the hit from the set seal and jump back into a different brush.
Yeah, I like the fact that that Kagendra have gone for a little bit of a healing potential here, just to kind of like try and out sustain the damage from Dion Wei, the true damage going over to Monkey as well. But looking at Nova Esports draft, they are looking for something of a dictation. They want to dictate the pace of this game because they have picks like the Sunset. So set sail, being able to get you up and down the map a lot quicker. We saw already from Nova, especially Xuan on the Mayin, using that teleport mechanic to perfection just to get up and down the map. Yes, they didn't win game one, but they were able to kind of have a great presence just across the gorge as a broad.
Yeah. Okay, you know what? Actually, I'm kind of concerned a little bit for Nova's draft because if the unbridled outburst is not used at the most efficient time, it actually opens up the door for Ihans to jump in with the truth mantra. So they need to be very careful about when they unleash the beast here. And you know, a lot of the situations where the usage of the skills, Silky Beauty, Set Sail, those are also defensive measures on the side of Nova. So they can't be too trigger happy throwing out these skills. I think Kagendra might have the opportunity to expose a couple of weaknesses based on the timings.
Yeah, they got to duck and weave, right? And thanks to Lu picking up the Sakia as well as Lamfang on the Gen.G, they've got kind of the room for error as well, because obviously the legal immunity, but then also you've got Sakia being able to kind of like dash and fly through the brushes as well. So I feel like they have it within their grasp and within their draft to actually formulate a victory over Nova in this game too. It just depends on the execution.
Yeah, and this is how important the farm lane is, which is why the supports are already going over to that side. Right, whoever has the advantage will be able to have the trickle-down effect, essentially having map control as well as the burst potential.
Yeah, already we see that Muji is ahead in the XP as well, able to clean up those first wave of minions just a little bit quicker than the side of Kagendra, but it's still very early doors. That's not going to dictate who wins this game. It just means that you don't want to make sure that Muji has that same kind of field day going into the mid to late game. But CY doing a lot of damage onto Wero here, and is paired up with Wei Pit into the mid lane, giving over a bit of support. But again, we're seeing that same kind of rodeo.
Yep, so it gives you a little bit of a preview of what the fight is going to be like later, right? So it depends on Senku's ability to be able to catch out the remaining members on the side of Nova. And CY actually is not the ideal person you want to catch because he's able to get out of CC abilities, right? The only thing that really stops him is suppression.
Yeah, the suppression coming through would have to be something of a god kind, but I feel like with Senko though, it's a little bit of a different playstyle from the Gunamo to the Princess Frostbite. Like your trick shot, the Frigid Prison, is going to be a lot harder to land onto the side of Nova, and you've got to time it correctly, right? You don't want to be using it willy-nilly. You need to make sure you're trapping something like the Dion Wei within the Frigid Prison, so he doesn't just leap in with the Leap of Fury and do so much true damage.
That's where the value of the Mankey and the Dharma, as well as Lu coming in with the Sakia, matters so much, right? Because the three of them can actually, each of them individually set up situations where the Frigid Prison doesn't even need to be aimed, right? They are already stunned there.
They're already stunned. I mean, they also have the Winters here as well, right? So that big AoE stun. The slow as well is able to set up nicely for those trick shots. But right now, we are seeing that Nova are just a little bit ahead of the gold. So the farming is a little bit faster on the side of Nova. But this could potentially be the unbridled outburst that we need here. Pushing away Lu is going to force the flash away for the side of KAGENDRA, which for the side of Sakia, it doesn't really matter. He can still fly into the brushes.
Okay, so this is a big moment for the side of Nova's Wendy, right? But Lanfeng did not expend his flash as well. So that is the winning marker. Wendy will only expend the flash after Lanfeng uses his own, right? Because then there's no escape available for the side of Lanfeng.
Yeah, they're kind of watching it with a Hawkeye. They're watching that common skill cut. Like, hey, is he dropped it yet? No, not quite. But we haven't really seen much action or brawling going up into the clash lane just yet. But they're both level, well, we see that Hans is level 5 and Shuan is actually just ahead a bit with the level 6 broadening into the level 7 at some point soon. But we are getting into the 3-minute and 34-second mark. So very soon, those neutral objectives will be up on the Gorge. And I feel like we'll probably see a lot more brawling going on for these. But do you think it's going to be the same story for Nova as in Game 1, where we see a lot more pressure and obsession go for the Tyrant?
I think they might have to contest, right? Tianwei under level doesn't do well, especially against a tanky Weeraw here on this Squirrel Bunny. And Lanfeng, like, nobody has died yet. So if everything goes status quo, it's actually not as easy to fight on either side here.
On either side now, but it looks like the neutral objectives are now up. We're seeing the teleport mechanic come through for Ihans. It is now back into it, so we're going to see a little bit of a 5v5 here. The set sail does connect a little early on in that team fight, doing a lot of damage onto Ihans, but it's not going to be able to set up a kill just yet. I feel like it's just a bit of a deterrent to a clean wipeout of that Tyrant.
They force a flash from Xuan. So Xuan now, his only viability is when he has set sail, of which is off on cooldown. So this is a very open neutral objective that KAGENDRA will happily oblige here. Hans, does he want to commit for the ultimate?
Yeah, I'm not too sure here just yet. It looks like he's going to... I mean, Shuan was taking a lot of damage from the T1 there as well, but also dealt a lot of damage to it. So they've got to make sure they give some TLC up into the clash lane. But we do see that Waypit has activated the Unbridled at first. He's in beast mode right now. So they've got to be careful that they've got a long time before that's back off and cooldown.
Yep, so the Firefly Brush here doing so much work for the side of KAGENDRA as well, right? Muchi, I think, doing okay, does expend the Frenzy to try and deal a huge amount of damage. But because of the existence of Lu on this Secure, look, all that damage mitigated.
All the damage is mitigated. I'm just trying to check here where the strongest and biggest gold difference is within these lanes, and it's looking like it's very even in terms. It's only like a few hundred between lanes, so there's no kind of like clear dominance. But the dream roll does come through. The set sail kind of missed there, but what didn't miss is Muchi getting the kill on Sakir. So first blood is actually going to go over to Nova this time around. They may set up for another one here. Ihans is on the death edge there, but it is going to be Shuan getting picked off there. The winter is here, picks off the sunset.
Okay, it's a big win to me for the side of KAGENDRA because they traded a roam for a clash lane, right? And here's what's happening as well. Lanfeng now has access into the top lane. He's going to be able to amplify his farm. We didn't manage to see a significant difference in terms of gold. We might see it now.
I mean, we might see it now. They were able to take the T1 down into the farm lane as well, so it's not like they're just staying in one lane. Lanfeng is making full use of this. He's going to be careful, though, because we do see both CY and Shuan there. We do see that the illegal mutant comes through. He's able to outplay the CY, but Shuan then comes through with a knock-up and taking the kill onto Lanfeng. So down is the farm lane for now.
Okay, so it's trades all over the place right now. If they get a kill on Hans, this is a big win for the side of Nova.
Oh, huge, right? I mean, they're already looking to approach that T1 and do some damage onto it there. So trying to open up that second side lane because they already have the farm lane open as well. But they got to make sure that they aren't able to get too much more real estate from the side of KAGENDRA too early. Because I think if they do open up that mid lane, it's going to be very difficult for KAGENDRA to come back in terms of gathering resources in safety.
Yep, if you take a look at the itemization, and they might not be in a good position here. So, slight advantage in terms of gold for Muchi, right? Simply because he was able to get the T1 at the bottom and get one wave. Because right after Lanfeng was eating the wave at the top, he got taken out by the side of Nova.
Yeah, we do see a bit of engage here from Lu and Lanfeng picking up the kill onto Shuan as well. Shuan is actually taking a lot of lives here. Is he going for the same strat as Senko? He doesn't seem as effective, but we are seeing Ihans into the mid lane. Winter is here, is freezing the CY. Is definitely where you want that Dion way to be. Is in place and not all up in your face.
Yep, they're trying to pull the side of Muchi back as well. They're going to force that T2 down. This is a big move by the side of KAGENDRA, right? Not only does this get them a little bit more vision control on the top side of the map, this also opens up the neutral objective on that Shadow Overlord, which is going to come in the next 2 minutes. So at this point, Muchi needs to be really careful. KAGENDRA, they realize that, hey, there is a potential opening here. And after they deal with this loss of the T2 on the bot, the next big move that KAGENDRA can do and should do is to try and find where Muchi is. If they can get a kill on the Muchi, this is going to be a big advantage for the next neutral objective.
Yeah, definitely a bigger picture play here for the side of KAGENDRA. They're not thinking of the smaller picture. Normally, we see the puzzle pieces having to be put together for the bigger victory, but right now, they've just got the bigger picture in mind. The Unbridled Outburst there does land onto Sakir, but no more. The Dream Roll is not going to connect onto anybody on the side of Nova, just mainly being used as a bit of a distraction and keeping the damage away from Wero for now. But there's something brewing here, Ken, in the mid lane, it seems.
Yeah, they have exhausted everything. It is Ihan's time, right? If he can get the perfect truth mantra at this point, Nova have no answer. But okay, time expired. All the ultimates are slowly coming up. Wendy and Muchi do have the ultimates available.
They do have their ultimates available. Like, this is getting to one of those, like, where the pendulum starts to swing. It's now that point of the game, right? We're getting into the 10-minute mark. I think just one bad mistake, which we've seen over the past 2 days that happen. Sometimes we see teams overextend, and then that's it. It's kind of like being punished by your opposition. But set sail is coming through here. Is it going to land? It does actually land onto the Gen.G there, but it's not going to be the end of everything because there's nobody to take the engage. There's no minion wave to force the fight there for Nova Esports.
It's okay. They won already, right? Nova, that small little exchange of buying time, look at the damage that has been done to the top T2, right? So KAGENDRA, every time they commit to an exchange and engage like that, Nova win the map bit by bit.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing they've got to make sure that KAGENDRA realize, right, is the fact that they're trying to kind of pull the rug from under their feet, just like a little bit at a time, just making sure they don't notice. But KAGENDRA's doing the same thing. They're getting those little wins here. The T1 down into the mid lane does fall, but the Unbridled Outburst is very effective this time, landing onto 2 of the side of KAGENDRA, meaning both the farm lane is down as well as the support. Ihan's here in the brush. He's looking to use the Enlighten Mantra there, but it's just to kind of push away Muchi there. But right now, Muchi's trying to focus on the Shadow Tyrant, trying to get a bit more damage over to the side of his team. How did you feel that mid lane fight went? Is this kind of the beginning of the end here for KAGENDRA?
Yes, definitely. It swung the doors right open into the heart of KAGENDRA, right? Right now, Nova, I think what they want to do is to get one more kill for sure at this point. We're all going to have to use his Dream Roam to get out. But more importantly, they're going to start splitting all of their members across the map and put pressure on all 3 lanes. And the moment this T1 in the mid falls, it's going to be a horrendous situation for KAGENDRA because that opens up the doors for them, for the side of Nova to start exploring, taking the Crimson Golem buff and stuff. And here, Lanfeng might die if he overstays his welcome.
Yeah, because I mean, the one advantage they did have was that Clash lane, right, having that wide open and just waiting for the Shadow Overlord to come into place. But now, the fact that they took the L in the mid lane, but it's going to be a little bit harder here. They're able to hold on to the T1 into the mid lane for now, but it looks like it's definitely brewing around the Overlord pit.
Yep, and Nova, they're not going for the Shadow Overlord, right? They still have the Primal Bond. So at this point, it's really about, can they find a freebie coming out from KAGENDRA? Anyone out of position? And Lanfeng, it's a risk. If he gets caught out now, there's no fight to be had, and that's exactly what's happening.
Yep, the Unbridled Outburst does come through. Leap of Fury as well, not managing to actually wipe out Lanfeng. He's being used a bit of a bait, but it is going to be Zhongfei that is able to dive back on and take out the marksman on the side of KAGENDRA, which is a lot of damage already gone for KAGENDRA for now. They're really relying on Ihans to make big plays, but CY is taken down. If they can try and just make this a bit of a neutralized play here, maybe they could go for the Overlord. But it's looking like Wero is trying to commit a little bit more. Into the backline is Muchi. He does overstep. It is Lu picking up the kill, but the set sail does land, and Xuan is hitting like a truck, but the knockup from Sakir, as well as a CC from Dharma, denies any kills for Nova in the mid lane.
That's why I love this Princess Frog pick, right? It's all about the counter initiation. You know, there is a set standard. The moment that ship comes through, Shen is always going to be at the same place at the same time. All you need to do is to get the Frigid Prison down. So the countermeasure was very smart from the side of KAGENDRA. I like this pick. Take a moment to look at what happened here. Yes, legal immunity, but Muji was actually allowed that entry point. He was able to look for Lanfeng specifically, get out scot-free, didn't even tank a tower hit throughout the entire process here. And I think it's the exact same greed that Muji had, which allowed him to be taken out.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was just like, hey, I need to get these kills. I need to make sure I can take him off the cards, and then we can maybe, if we get a bit more wins on the board, a little bit more kills, we can then go forward and conquer. But the Overlord does go over to the side of KAGENDRA for now, so they need to make sure they make some waves with this.
Yeah, KAGENDRA, this is the best position that you can have against a team like Nova, right? I think Nova maybe is still struggling to kind of keep up of the fighting style of KAGENDRA. And this is, I'll be honest, a pleasant surprise for me. I love KAGENDRA, and if they can really take a 2-0 lead against, hang on.
Oh yes, there's a big setup here. The set sail does land onto Lanfeng, and his Ihans that get taken out as well, so there is no sort of secondary front line there for the side of KAGENDRA. It's all reliant on Wero right now. We do see a 1-1 trade though. Is CY being taken down, so plenty of times the jungler has been wiped out. But it is making sure that Nova is getting pushed away from this team fight because their clash lane is looking like it's been threatened by the Vanguards.
Yep, this is where the Firefly Brush is going to be of absolute importance for the side of KAGENDRA, right? How fast can they heal up so they can put additional pressure onto the 3 lanes across on Nova's side? And looks like, okay, that's going to be really quick because Muji is still alive. So they'll start working on to this Shadow Tyrant on the side of KAGENDRA.
Yeah, Muji's still alive, and he's built the Daybreaker as well, right? So he's going to start doing a lot more damage, and we're kind of starting to see that now, especially with that last fight in terms of the mid lane, where he's able to go straight to the back line very greedily, but take out Lanfeng. He's going to be able to do that a lot quicker unless we see some of the defensive items, which we normally see on a Gen.G.
Okay, so right now Wei Pit has managed to brush his rage here. Oh, they know that.
Oh no, that was a cut down moment for the side of KAGENDRA. Both the set sail and the Unbridled Outburst. That was the double whammy you did not want going into the 15-minute mark.
I mean, this is the dream scenario for Wei Pit, right? The moment you get your Unbridled Outburst charge, you get to use it, and you get a kill, and now the map is once again open up for Nova. So KAGENDRA making a couple of very small mistakes there. I think they didn't know that Nova knew that they were there, or at least Nova were taking a very calculated guess that, hey, the important members on the side of KAGENDRA, especially the tanky boy, Reroll, is ready for the take.
I mean, sometimes a shot in the dark is what you need in this fight, right? Especially when it's not quite going in your favor. But the she there, Wendy, just pulling in Senko, is like, buddy, you're not in control of your own body. We're taking you down right now. Down goes the high ground turret for the side of KAGENDRA. So now the base is opened up, and this is definitely where KAGENDRA don't want to be in this game too, because it gets only harder and harder as you start to lose those high ground turrets, and the enemy team gets those enhanced minions.
Yeah, it's a feels bad day, right? They did all the work, but the base is open, and again they get caught.
Yep, they do get caught. The Unbridled Outburst is actually focused onto Li Bang, but he's able to get out of there thanks to the legal immunity. But it is going to be High Hans falling once more. We saw it in game 1 where he was being used as the scapegoat, but right now, I feel like the Dharma is detriment to this team fight going into the late game.
Yeah, it's not the ideal situation for the side of KAGENDRA, but Nova, this is exactly what they want, right? Freebies here, this is going to be the Shadow Overlord, and you can be rest assured, this Shadow Overlord definitely will result in one of the 2 lanes being taken down.
Yeah,
if not both.
If not both, yeah. It's nice to see, though, that both Lanfeng and Muji are playing very close in terms of the gold resources within their lanes. Like, both of them are over that 12k mark as well. So it's just showing that both of these players are at the same caliber, and it's not quite the easy matchup that Nova were probably thinking about. But right now, Nova definitely have the wearing the pants, right? They are ahead of the game. They have the minions here into the farm lane. They have the Vanguards rocking up in all 3 of the lanes as well. So it's going to take such a good defense on the side of KAGENDRA to make sure they're able to come out of this on the other side.
Yep, they didn't manage to sync the waves that well on the side of Nova. So this is going to be nullified. This attack is going to be nullified for now. But the Shadow Overlord is flying down on the top lane. This could be the opening that Nova have been looking for.
could be the opening. They're still waiting for Wei Pit, just getting as much madness as possible to get the Unbridled Outburst as well. They do get a lot of damage onto Muchi, but he has thankfully the Sage's Sanctuary. So even if they were able to wipe him down, I feel like it could have been a unlawful overstep there and could have been very punishing on the side of Kagendra, but right now it's still playing that defensive measure. They still need to make sure those Vanguards are wiped out and no more high ground turrets are taken from the side of Kagendra.
I think it's a good idea, right? This practice of patience is really good. Hang on. I don't think it's in a very nice position. Lanfeng, they might not know. I think they caught a glimpse of the 3 members of Nova hiding in the brush there. That could have turned out really horrible for Lanfeng.
Oh, yeah, if he was going in blind, you'd be like, no, you're not walking out that one alive, unfortunately, buddy. But Nova is actually starting to get the push back. We see that Ihans is trying to get a bit of a macro play down into the farm lane, just trying to get more pressure onto the side of the Shadow Overlord. But this may be where the fight is all brewing up here. We did see Shi trying to bring in Wiro. Is he going to be able to make this out alive? He has no dream roll. Wiro stuck into the middle of it. You're in the jungle, baby, and you're going to die.
Yep, that's exactly why you have to be really conservative with your usage of your skills as well. Kagendra, they make a small error, and look, Nova now primed to be able to break into one of these lanes for sure.
Yes, I mean, it's down the Wiro as well. And again, both Ihans and Wiro are literally the lifeline for all of the other squishier heroes on the side of Kagendra, because as soon as they go down, Senko is wide open, as well as Lanfeng using the Splendor so early. I feel like that might have been a little bit of a mistake there for Kagendra, because now Nova have that incel.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really blame him. False error. Set Sail is going to start the fight here. They're looking for an opening. What can they get?
Yeah, the Winter has been placed down just to kind of use as a bit of a zone-in potential here for the side of Kagendra. The minions in the mid lane, they are enhanced, but they are able to wipe them out. So still, Wiro is now back into the fight as well. It only seemed like a brief moment for me. I thought he was gone for quite some time, but the Splendor Unforced here there was actually wasted also.
I think at that moment, it was a good play, right? It was guaranteed death. If he got caught by the Silky Beauty, I think a lot of the members on the side of Nova were ready for the burst as well. And knowing at this situation where the Tempest Dragon is going to be out, I don't think it's a risk it's worth taking to eat that Silky Beauty and hope to survive that situation. Kagendra, right now, it's a lack of resources, right? They have to be really careful about the next move they have to take.
Yeah, Shuwan is taking a bit of damage into the backline, but it is giving intel over to his teammates. It is going to be Shuwan taken down, but it is the Sage's Sanctuary that comes back. A little bit of a bait there. We did see that the Unbridled Outburst did connect as well as the Set Sail, but it's the illegal immunity that keeps Lanfeng alive. But there's just so much health onto the Zhang Fei that it's just not enough. The damage from Lanfeng is just not going to be able to wipe it down. He's able to take down the Sunset though, but Muchi is rolling through the tourists that are the blue minions here and looking for a little bit of backdoor. He has the damage. He can do it. One man, one dream, taking the team to game 2.
This is not what I expected out of Nova, but a win is a win. And so they tie the series up 1-1. Kagendra once again caught blindsided, one of the specialties on the side of Nova, right? They forced them out of resources, they forced them to take unnecessary fights, and now they forced them back away from the base and take everything away.
Yeah, everything away from the side of Nova Esports there. We're seeing the casters on the live there. I thought we changed for a second, Ken. I was checking myself in the mirror. But no, a good play for Nova towards the end there. But the fact that it took Muchi and the minions alone to actually try and get the victory there is definitely a telling tale, right?
Yeah, now for those of you confused, I'm actually Yasumiao, I'm on the left.
And I'm OSX. How's it going, guys?
Okay, well, jokes aside. I think this is a very impressive series by Kagendra, honestly. I think that the fact that, hey, we are in the second game of a second Tempest Dragon. How many Tempest Dragon games do we get out of Nova, man?
I mean, we would definitely, it's not what we was expecting. Tempest Dragon and Nova Esports are definitely not synonymous, right? This is something completely out of the ordinary. And the fact that it's now a 1-1 makes me feel, Kin, that we could be onto a best of 5 here. I mean, you are on the desk. I'm watching your words come out your mouth, but it's not quite matching what's coming out on the screen. But you are here, and it could be the first best of 5.
I mean, we're talking about actual, true, full-blown value here, right? And that's what I like to provide. So at this point, it looks like both Kagendra and Nova are providing full value of entertainment because it's really back and forth. something that I did not expect when I came onto the desk today, right? We were expecting Nova to have a much stronger punch, but it's KAGENDRA who's punching above their weight today and actually bringing the game over to Nova. But that's exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, we was privy to it in the introduction as well, right? We were saying, look, KAGENDRA, this is the do or die. They need to make sure that the punches they are landing are hitting and hitting hard. And it's exactly what they did in Game 1. Game 2 could have gone either way, but I feel like there was just kind of a little bit more control from Nova, especially going into that late game, was able to kind of just, especially with Wendy on the Shi, I feel like he was the ultimate control mage in this one.
Yeah, I feel like they were a little bit too jittery on the side of KAGENDRA, right? The early usage of Splendor, specifically, I think the usage of Splendor from the Princess Frost by Senku, I think that wasn't necessary. He could have healed back, right? But we don't know whether Muji did have enough damage at that point to be able to kill off Senku with 2 hits, which is a possibility, right? But the one that Lu used, that one's definitely necessary because he definitely would have died. Look at the defensive capabilities coming in. CY just building the full tank. Xuan as well, actually going for a real hybrid, but more focused on getting as much value from the damage items as well. Starbreaker, Siegebreaker, and the Axe of Torment. And Waypit, I think he shows you what it is like to optimize the usage of your Unbridled Outburst, right? He never used it without waste.
Yeah, I mean, there was some better than the others, but they were all definitely kind of hitting to scratch, right? They needed to be at that point, which is what you were saying in the draft, right? They need to make sure they execute the Unbridled Outbursts to perfection, or else they will completely waste this huge utility going into these team fights. And I honestly think there's only 2 contenders on the side of Nova Esports for MVP, and I'm gonna have to give it over to either Muji or Waypit. Waypit with 0 deaths, but just the contribution he gave to his team, the 12 assists, was really the thing that I think made them have this victory, as well as the control mage that is Wendy there. But you can kind of see that that gold graph is not as confident as it should be for a top 3 team of KC 2024.
Yeah, definitely. I think there were moments of shakiness coming out from Nova, but let's take a look at who the MVP is. And yes, it is going to be Muji, 4, 1, and 5, taking only 10% of the damage. The way that he worked out his target prio was so good because he was able to weave in and out, get the kills onto Lanfeng, and if not, late game, work his magic onto, you know, just shredding that squirrel slash, I don't know what, panda, right, that Weeraw was having. I mean, it was a beautiful game by the side of Muji as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, he even dictated the score for this game too, right? You saw his face card. It was 1-1. He knew this was coming the whole time. He is 10 steps ahead of KAGENDRA. So maybe we'll be seeing a bit of a clean sweep here for the side of Nova Esports, but just the second MVP of this game has to be Waypit. Just those beautiful Unbridled Outbursts were just to perfection, just setting up the team fights, what was needed. And when it was paired with the set sail towards the late game of this match, it was just a huge indication to where this team fight was actually going to go and how successful it's going to be for the side of Nova Esports.
Yes, Waypit was always saving his skills to be able to catch out Lanfeng. I think that was one of the main things why they won the fights so hard, right? At the other side, we have to give props. I really like this performance of Princess Frost by Senko.
Yep.
He did manage to get a few nice catches like this one. Unfortunately, there was not enough damage coming out because they did a really good job on the side of Nova, actually just stifling the amount of times Lanfeng was actually able to get a hit. But this moment, I think, was one that really defined the series because they were caught blindsided. And this game, won by Nova, is really through a sucker punch as well. Knockout out of nowhere because they were tunnel vision onto that final fight with the Tempest Dragon as well and forgot to defend the base.
Yeah, no, that being caught out behind the neutral objective pit there was probably the setup to the means towards the end for the side of Nova Esports. But I do have to give over to KAGENDRA. They are definitely not going down without a fight. And you can see all in these highlights, they are in this match to win it. And I don't blame them because if they don't win it, they're gone.
Yeah, I mean, we love to see the Indonesian region teams fight. So I want to see an even stronger draft coming in. There are plenty of heroes that can still achieve this effect as well. And as we go in, look, it feels like we're in a very long series, but it's just 2 games. So let's see if this series is going to go the distance, or now that Nova have finally gotten their hands on the first win, are they going to just steamroll KAGENDRA and get a 3-1 victory?
They may do. KAGENDRA may have taken too much of a morale blow there, but honestly, I feel like they shouldn't. They should be definitely keeping their heads high going into this game 3 because it's not like they were beaten sorely in this one. They were going blow for blow, and every match, every fight they were going for, they were getting something out of it. I just feel like maybe the early to mid-game map control just needs to be a little bit different and a little bit more better improved for the side of KAGENDRA going into this game 3, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I think, you know what? I have just reminded. So you kind of jinxed the production here.
I have, haven't I? I've jinxed it. I think they forgot to press the right button. They haven't clearly got our faces on the keyboard.
It's okay. So with that being said, I think this unexpectedly has become my favorite series of the tournament so far, right? I mean, this has always been about letting teams shine, finding their strides in the games as well, and KAGENDRA is proving this theory at its best.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But to be honest, looking at those drafts though, there was probably a little bit more at risk here for the side of Nova than KAGENDRA. I mean, yes, they lose picks like the Princess Frost and the Dharma as well, Ihans. I feel like didn't have as good as performance as he did on the Byron. It was less effective, but I feel like that's kind of what happens when you've got such a great CC on the side of Nova as well. Dharma doesn't get quite the enlightened mantras through and the truth mantras hit in the way that they should do when you've got somebody like Shi or Zhang that's pushing you away with their CC moves, right?
Yeah, I think there's plenty more heroes still left to be explored, right? So I don't think KAGENDRA have been held to a standstill in terms of draft and hero pool as well. While KAGENDRA hasn't been given the opportunity to be put under stress where they had to really show the depth of their hero pool because, you know, IMP was a 3-0. But I think maybe today we could see a very different KAGENDRA because they're doing well. The picks might not have been the best or what they're known for, but they're doing well.
They're doing very well. Very, very well. And it looks like the Dolies are doing very well after that game 1 performance, right? They're happy they got to see their hero on the board. But going into this game 3, this is definitely one of my favorite series of Season 3 Invitational so far, I feel. Like, what we had as expectation-wise going into this one compared to what we're getting, I feel like I've got into a bargaining with a salesperson and I'm coming out with more than I expected. And this is everything that I wanted and more, especially at this stage of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, whatever I had planned and whatever I had thought about, thrown out the window, and that's exactly how I like to have these games go, right? It's the surprises that make it so super exciting. And at this point, I wouldn't want to say that, hey, maybe Nova is going to dominate from this point on, but you can't deny that possibility as well.
No, you can't deny the possibility as well that what's happening here between this matchup. But right now, we're just waiting to see what the draft will be into Game 3. But here is the update for the global ban picks. So these are the ones that these teams cannot pick for themselves. So we see for the side of Nova, they've already exhausted the Ali, the Zhang, the Child, the Lady Sun, the Nua, the Ogre, the Mayin as well. And over to the side of KAGENDRA, they've exhausted the Dolia, the Lung, the Ganamo, the Dune, the Byron, Gen.G. Some really big picks for both of these teams already gone. So in terms of the draft and what's available now, are we going to be expecting to see something like the Motsu, right? Like, this is something that normally comes through very early on within the drafts of these series. But so far, we're getting into Game 3 and not a single Motsu has surfaced.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think it will come out for Nova, to be honest. I think Nova will go for the Dolia pick this time, right? Looking like they need to close the series now, or KAGENDRA is really going to bite them back. I think it's time to give us that Shang Guan Dolia combination.
We've been hoping for it, right? We've been praying and hoping for it. We said it in the last little intermission of the last the 1 minute time there between these matches, but it could either be the Dolia, it could either be the Diadea. We're still yet to see this little lady grace the gorge, but maybe it's getting to day 3, and this is where the teams are kind of realizing, even though we realized it very much early on, especially those day 1 and day 2 matches, how effective this pick can be in this game.
Yeah, and you know what? Likewise, for the side of KAGENDRA, give me that wee raw Luna, dude. I have been waiting for his Luna for months.
I mean, it's not been the best performance pick so far, so I feel like because they're at point here, maybe they could decide to go for it and just say, hey, look, we're kind of even Stevens on the scoreboard. This could either go 50-50 for us. We could get game 3 in our possession, or we could lose it. So we may as well just try some of the more riskier plays here rather than at match point.
Yeah, I mean, champions always believe they're champions, right? So why are you scared of risk? At this point, I think if you really want the result, you have to take the necessary risk for it. I mean, you've been training for months. You have had to deepen your hero pool. I think it's a worthwhile risk to take for KAGENDRA.
We shall see. I mean, KAGENDRA's taken the worthwhile risk of being on the blue side here, so they really want to get something big with this Prio Blue pick. And I mean, was it the Prio Blue pick that was able to get them the Game 1 victory? Was it blue side buff? Or will Nova have the warranted response of the red side?
Yeah, I think, there's pros and cons. And they do ban out the Dolia. I think they do consider that, hey, Nova would like to go for a comfort pick now. Let's destroy the Shangguan combo, destroy the Dolia combo as well.
Oh yes, the Ali does get banned out here for Lanfang, so they don't want to see him come through with this pick. We've already seen fantastic performance on both Lung and Gen.G. So again, 2 farm lane heroes that are on the opposite side of the spectrums. But with the Lanfang, with Lung being banned here, Nova's kind of been forced into the position of trying to ban out the Mai Shiranui, or Cinco gets it.
Yeah. I like that notion, actually. And they oblige. They say, sure, let's give you the Mai. Now the question is, do they take it? Okay, yeah. Stupid question. Of course they'll take it. KAGENDRA here with the Mai Shiranui, a Senko special.
The Senko special, yeah, the double S coming through for the side of KAGENDRA. But it's the most important thing is how is Nova going to respond? It means that Xuan is going to get the Dharma. What is going to be the second pick for the side of Nova? Something that's going to have a bit of lockdown potential, surely. Maybe a little bit of suppression. Oh, the Diadea, baby.
Yeah, this one's a bit tough, man. It's a very strong start for the draft on the side of Nova. I mean, that's the benefit of being on the red side, right? So you have the potential for the counter picks.
You do have the potential. Oh, wait, is this actually going to be locked in, the Yaria here? Is this going to be the debut for the side of KAGENDRA and for Season 3 as a whole? Oh, we're getting the Marco Polo and Yaria combo. This is going to be pretty cool for KAGENDRA.
I like this, but also it's a double-edged sword, because if you get caught out by Dharma, it's game over, dude.
It is game over, but then again, you still have to try your best. I mean, Marco Polo is more than likely going to take the cleanse, right? So he's going to have that cleanse. It's not going to be as quick as a cooldown as the likes of the Gen.G, which we see that Muji picks up here, which is going to be obviously to counter the CC from the Mai Shiranui and the Yaria here. But it's looking like that single target CC is going to be strongly focused onto the Mai Shiranui, like the Dharma and the Diadea.
I mean, Purify definitely does make sense, but there's a bunch of ways Nova can get that Purify off of Lanfeng early in the game, right? Or early in the exchange, right? Gen.G has the Imperial Order with the Golden Stun. You have the jump in by Dharma with the Truth. You have the Bitter Farewell by Diadea. There's so many things that will force Lanfeng to use that Purify early. And I don't know. I mean, if you're gonna go with danger, I would rather just go full on stun, get the full value of it.
Oh, the Kong Ming. I mean, this is probably like the second time that this has come through, and the last time it came through, I believe, was it Gen.G's game against Elevates? I believe it was.
Yeah,
yes,
and
it was.
A good success.
Yeah, it was a success because they were able to win that match, but it's all now depending on who's going to be body blocking those shots, because that's the way that they won it on the side of Elevate, right? I mean, Gen.G kind of tried to mitigate the damage and the outcomes of the Kong Ming, but the winning strategy became the winning formula.
Does a Kaiser make sense here?
Ooh.
No, it's going to be a Nerta. Okay, very tanky, able to reposition in the team fights as well. I like this, and there is a very strong global presence from this KAGENDRA lineup.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, was it Loops that played this when it was Lubang and Netzer in the, I think it was either in MSI or there was a team that played this in the KC 2024, and it actually was like one of the throw-offs that we had. It was the first time seeing it, but it was played very, very well.
Oh yeah, for sure. But Nova, they come up with a counter of their own, the Agudo. I think it's going to take quite a bit of work, because the burst potential that Mai Shiranui offers is not going to work against Agudo.
Oh, absolutely not. No, yeah. I mean, the Agudo's kind of like the Black Shrew Esports pick that we saw in KC 2024, right? Like, there's not much really needed to be done with the Agudo. You just need to make sure you get those little jungle camps into it to obviously force your passive to be the best it can be.
Yeah, so Kagendra's draft needs to work on a very specific thing. Number one, they need to make sure that they kind of stifle the growth on the side of Nova. Like you mentioned before, jungle camps are of utmost importance for Agudo. So see why, if he gets his jungle taken away, those camps, it matters too much. It will hurt him in the long run.
Yeah, it kind of all depends on how they dictate the pace of the early game. If they're able to kind of smash down the side lane turrets or even go for that mid tier 1, which opens up the side of Nova Esports' jungle, then it kind of means like it's a wave goodbye, or at least a much harder effort for the side of Nova to kind of defend their jungle.
Yep, and this mid lane is going to be really important because, once again, I feel like every team now knows that the Mai Shiranui is the Senko special. They make life extremely hard for him.
Oh, very difficult. Very, very difficult. But we're going to be getting to Game 3 very soon now, and this is the stacked out rosters that we've been seeing. I'm glad that we get into this point now, Kin, that we're sort of starting to get those kind of last stand picks like the Nazar and the Lubang coming through, as well as the Yari as well, something that we don't normally see paired together, but we know can be quite effective down into the farm lane with the Marco Polo. But it is going to be the cleanse that comes onto the Marco Polo because there's so much CC over the side of Nova. But it's going to be the case and point that you made, Kid, is Nova has many ways of getting that cleanse off.
Yeah, and in fact, they do have quite a lot of damage to offer as well. Muchi with Wave Pit, like we say, the idea offers a little bit too much damage as a roam, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But right now, we're seeing that the idea is coming into the mid lane just to try and offer a little bit of a heads up for the Kong Ming here, because the Mai Shiranui needs to be locked down, and Daidia, I feel like, is the best woman for this job.
Yep, and here we go. Muchi already winning the lane against Lanfeng, right? If you know how to position properly, it's quite hard for Lanfeng to play.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's able to sort of like get in there, do a lot of damage as well, but the thing about the Marco Polo is you need that attack speed, 200% attack speed built onto him before he can start to do his effectiveness.
Yeah, at the same time, he can only get the Resplendent Revolver hits like one hit, and Muchi gets the sidestep out of the way.
Yeah. I mean, this is where the Yari is probably going to come into effect as well, right? Just trying to like lock in Muji into place, because obviously there's only so many illegal immunities you can do, but there's going to be a 4v2 dive as well. Agudo dives in, first blood so early for Nova. They're like, guys, we were patient, we waited for you, but Game 3 is going to be a different tempo. KAGENDRA still, however, gets a kill from the side of Nova as well.
Yeah, I think it doesn't matter, man. At this point, Nova, they have essentially won the farm lane, right? Muchi at level 3 gets the gold advantage against Lanfeng. Lanfeng now has a delay on getting that item, the Spark Forge Jagger. That's going to hurt him a lot. His damage output is not going to be enough in the next coming team fight, especially when we hit the 4-minute mark. He's nowhere near the monster he needs to be.
Yeah, it's definitely stunting the growth here, but we see the Lubang and then as a combo come through. The Battlefield Command has already been exhausted for now, so there's going to be a bit of a cooldown reduction on for that ability for the side of KAGENDRA. But I suppose it'll be back up in time for those neutral objectives. But like you were saying there, the stunted growth of getting that Spark Forge Dagger means that the range of the Marco Polo and the effectiveness of him is going to be stunted.
Yeah, it's not a nice situation to be in, and here we go, the stun comes in. Okay, Imperial Order, I think, is actually going to be one of the very important skill sets that needs to be landed for Nova to hit their full potential here, right? Simply because it lowers both your physical and magical defense as well. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very important if you land that onto something like the Nazar or the Lubang, right? Just to try and get that front line from the side of KAGENDRA, but we'll see. I mean, they've definitely maybe prepared for this. Maybe it's something that's caught KAGENDRA off guard, but this constant rotation from Agudo and Kong Ming has to be put in check by KAGENDRA. And it looks like Nazar is up for the job. We do get going into the backline there. It's going to be the kill onto Wave Pit trading for Hans. A little bit greedy, but Muchi is getting that kill. So more gold going over to Muchi, which is not the place you wanted to be going if you're trading kills.
Yeah, right now Nova doing really well to deal with the circumstances that have been given to them, right? So with that rotation by the Battlefield Command, look at what's happening here. This means Xuan is free to push the lanes. Now there's a plenty of damage that goes on in this T1 on the top. At the same time, reroll gets
the
caught out.
flash in. Oh, the Enlightened Mantras come through as well. And oh, it's the winning strategy landing right on the bonds of Nazar.
Yeah, this is the best strategy to be had. Ihans, he can't do anything here. He gets caught out at potential death as well. Wendy already at level 6, so this winning strategy is definitely going to hurt a little bit more. Right now, I think Nova can start to kickstart a faster pacing, and I would expect this first neutral objective definitely going to go into the hands of Nova.
I mean, from what we've seen so far, you expect so, right? I mean, they're up about just under 2k gold difference at the 4 minutes, which has been completely different to what we've been expecting so far in this best of 5. Maybe Nova's finally woke up. There's not much of a time zone difference from Malaysia to Philippines, but maybe it's just a little bit enough for them to just wake up on the stage and maybe just feel and get into the groove of things. But right now, we are seeing Agudo trying to get a bit of a head start onto the Tyrant.
Yep, Lamfeng actually going to expose his position here. They are going to try and throw as many skills as they can to stop Lamfeng from jumping in. The Fever Barrage is a good skill, but right now, because CY is so tanky, I don't think CY is too afraid. Here comes the jump, Skyfall.
Yeah, Skyfall does come in onto the backline. Is looking like they're trying to focus Wendy as well. Just trying to take it off, but it's going to be the winning strategy. That's from the sideline from Nova, as well as Wei Pick getting on the action. He's like, bro, give me a kill. I want some goodies, but the bit of well is going to make it so difficult for KAGENDRA once they dive in to get back out. But it is going to be Marco Polo trying to do a bit of damage there. The winning strategy comes through once more, wipes out Lanthing. There is so much damage going over to the side of KAGENDRA, and as they're doing this, they're picking up Monopoly.
I mean, if Lanfeng didn't choose to jump in there, I think it would have been something that they could stomach, right? This loss, this trade is something that KAGENDRA could still stomach, but the fact that they lost Lanfeng in that exchange after, you know, even though they got the Tyrant, it's not good at all for KAGENDRA. Nova now definitely very much in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they are in the driver's seat, and KAGENDRA is the hostage in the boot right now, screaming with mouth tape over their mouth. But it's going to be interesting to see how they try and come back from this, because that T1 in the mid lane going down so early is going to be hard for them to try and gain any pressure into the enemy jungle. Agudo trying to throw the third ball in there as well. Trying to steal the Crimson Golem and successfully do so as well. Wendy, though, gets taken down a bit overzealous into the mid lane.
Okay, that's a nice consolation prize coming in for KAGENDRA, right? So Wendy actually is also one of the potential entry points that they could use to win the teamfight as well. Look, CY is tanky, yes, but CY alone doesn't do much damage, right? So if they can actually melt down the damage, the people that offer damage on the side of Nova, that could be the win condition that KAGENDRA can base off the win off.
Yeah, I mean, it all rides on a very important team fight for the side of KAGENDRA, because right now they are definitely not having the motion of the ocean on the Gorge. It's a dominant game 3 for Nova as they push that clash lane into the T2 as well. We do see the Lamfeng able to claim a little bit back off the T1 turret. He has been caught there. Nazar is going to have the Battlefield Command put on top of him. The shielding does come through, but it means that Lamfeng has had to retreat as well, because he can't stay overextended, because all it takes is one quick shift out for the focus, and then Nova comes around and takes Lamfeng off the Gorge. But again, T2 taken at 7 minutes is not the place where KAGENDRA want to be.
Yeah, and Nova, they're perfectly comfortable to play very passive right now because their ultimates are down. But the cooldown of their ultimates are really short. Wendy, once again, has his winning strategy already. Muji now has Imperial Order ready. Look, KAGENDRA, I think the cooldown timings might not be in their favor here. And Lanfeng actually jumps in.
Oh no, yeah, he's a bit overcommitted there. Tries to set up something, and I think it's only the fact that Lu was there that he was able to escape, but CY is not happy with that disengage, and neither is Wei Pit and Muji. They're looking to try and push this T2 into the farm lane whilst they get the assault onto both of these, but we do see that Wendy gets knocked up there, tries to go into the backline, and again, Wero playing Nazar pretty well, but is it well enough to get a victory over Nova? Muji takes down Ihans, and that is going to be a 2-1 trade for KAGENDRA, which is probably the only positive thing they've had so far in this game.
Yeah, right now with the T2s falling apart here, only leaving the T2 on the top, I believe. Mid lane should be down as well. So Nova, they don't mind this very slight loss. Wendy, I think, has died a couple of times already, 2 or 3 times, but it is of no matter. The tenacious nature of Wendy on this Kongming is just what they need, right? It's just the constant winning strategies coming out so that they can put pressure onto the backlines and just disallow Lanfeng from using that Fever Barrage is what is going to win them the fights.
Yeah, I mean, Wendy's basically using this Kongming like Senko did use the Ganemo in Game 1, right? He's there to do the damage. It doesn't matter if he dies, but as long as he's done his job, maybe got a kill or two within the early team fight, it means that it's going to be a lot easier for the side of Nova just to come through and the steamroll with CY and the rest of the crew.
Yeah, because every skill that you throw on the Wendy means it's a skill that they did not throw on the Muji, and Muji is your true win condition.
Absolutely. I mean, it takes a little bit longer for Gen.G to activate as well with getting those items, and also proccing his passive. He needs to get that movement speed and attack speed increased to be full optimal, but it looks like the high ground turret may fall here for the side of KAGENDRA, holding on by the skin of its teeth, but the Battlefield Commanders come through from Ihans, but he is going to be dodged and taken down, both Senko and Ihans, and it's looking like Lafang is trying to get a little bit of a last resort kill onto the side of Nova Esports, which is Waypick going down. Are they looking for a pre-10-minute victory here? They're like, hey, you battled us and beat us in one game, but we're going to make sure that we take you down now going forward. It is looking like it's going to be a 2-1 for the side of Nova Esports. Very convincing Game 3.
Absolute domination. I mean, the violent nature of the draft coming out so strong from the side of Nova. KAGENDRA, I think they kind of felt like, hey, there's some hope here. We are able to take the fight on to Nova. But Nova, they showed how strong they are. And this is the real level that Nova is at.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is the Nova that we expected going into this day 3, right? They taken a while to get here. They may have just had a bit of a jet lag coming through off the plane. But oh, we're playing in Season 3 now? Oh, we're against KAGENDRA. They're 1 point up. Let's show them what we need to do to actually take our dominance in this Season 3. But that was quite the draft. 2 teams coming out with some quite different picks in that Game 3, but definitely put a staple on those picks as well.
Yep, I think at this point, KAGENDRA was kind of chasing shadows, right? That game was not going to be able to... the comeback, far from it. You needed Tempest Dragons plus 20 or something like that, right? It was difficult. KAGENDRA had no way back in.
No way back in at all, unfortunately. It's not looking like as the Marco Polo and the Yaria combo was as effective in that one, and I believe it's all down to the fact that Nova Esports knew that they had to do something very early in this game to make sure that it didn't actually come optimal into the late game, and you can kind of see it here that between these two marksmen, there's at least a 2k gold difference, and we see that the Sky Pierce are already being built there onto the D-Ranger as well as the Doomsday and the Spark Forged Dagger. Kind of a bit of a throw in the face for Marco Polo, but here, in terms of the MVP, Kin, from the performance we've seen, who do you think on Nova gets it?
I think it will be given to Muji, right? I think he's the one that dealt the most amount of damage, but if I want to talk about like value provided to the team, I think CY or Wendy takes the cake for me. Look, the main difference between the draft here is that the way that the draft works on KAGENDRA's lineup, the damage comes over time. It takes a little bit. The only one that's able to deal burst damage is Senko. But on Nova's end, the whole MO of the draft is, I'm going to launch my attack on you, I'm going to burst you down in less than 3 seconds. Xuan, if he gets his hands on you, you're dead. If Wendy gets his hands on you, you're dead. There is no, hey, let's take this slow, I'll wine and dine you and then I'll finish you off. Nah, no such thing. Nova just comes in heavy, and KAGENDRA is just, I think at least here, it's a big draft difference.
So what you're trying to tell me there, that Game 3 motto from Nova Esports is, if you look at this, you're dead. That's what I took away there from your little speech, Kin, is that there was a lot of deadliness coming from that team comp off the side of Team Nova, and it's actually going to be Wendy offering up that utility. Obviously, we saw him die 2 times, but he was still able to pick up that 6 kills and 8 assists, stealing 29% of the overall damage. And we know Wendy is no stranger to that MVP role.
Yep, Wendy gives me motivation to try Kongming in rank. And you know what? The scores are reversed here.
Would you be putting execute on Kong Min?
That's worth a try, but yeah, not something that we want to see. But nonetheless, Wendy, this is the performance that we were looking for, right? ignore the depths. I think it's a small price to pay for what he is offered, because the damage that he offers, the rotation, this first movement of 4 different members. So what if Waypate dies, right? End of the day, it's all about shutting Lan Feng down, right? As long as this Marco Polo does not hit his stride, the game is in safety for the side of Nova.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like that was the ulterior motive in the early game, especially with those 4-man rotations. It's not like we just saw it once and it was kind of just like a once in a blue moon, but it happened so many times. It became kind of like an MO of Nova Esports in this Game 3 to shut down the Lanfang, and that's exactly what they needed to do, and they knew their mission going into this draft. But I have to give props over to Waypit as well. He's able to lock down some of these members of KAGENDRA, just making those team fights a little bit easier. The high frame heroes locked into place for the bit of well.
Yep, exactly. And of course, all the benefits going to the side of CY being the tank, right? He just needed to soak the damage. Wendy and Muji were going to do the rest.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can see CY here. It puts the Clash lane just kind of like just moving around the heroes like, yeah, I'm just here, just soaking up the damage whilst my teammate just kind of like throw the winning strategy, throw the legal immunity at you as well. There's so much going through.
Yep. Now, with that being said, this means Nova is going to be in the lead in this best of 5 series. And as we approach the next game in this best of 5, it is a potential closer from Nova. And Nova, I think they have been placed in the situations where they were on the losing end. But somehow they always managed to figure out, hey, a comeback game, a reverse sweep. I mean, that's how they won in the Malaysia qualifiers, right? Against AG.
They did, yes. They took a reverse sweep against him, and it looks like they're going to give that same kind of treatment over to KAGENDRA, giving them the well-deserved Game 1 victory. I'm not going to say it was kind of a pity, because it wasn't. We saw KAGENDRA throwing out all the punches. They were definitely... it was their own merits that got them that victory. It was no pity at all. But going into this Game 3, it was definitely a different Nova that we saw from Game 1 and Game 2.
Yep, so really curious now, because now as the hero pool starts to dwindle, who else do we have left in the tank? We have seen a couple of teams pull out the Soyue in the later stages of the series. I think it's definitely something that we could consider for both ends, right? But with the way that Nova is playing, I think if they were to go with the same level of aggression, I think a Soyue makes a lot of sense, because the faster a hero hits late game status, the more monstrous he'll be. And based on how Nova performed in game number 3 here, yeah, I'm giving it a Soyue as one of my preferred picks for Nova.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we may see the Soyue come through into the farm lane. We may see the Suya as well, but I feel like there's still other picks to be had. Like, we haven't really seen much Lady Chen, right? Especially within this series alone. I don't think we even saw a Lady Chen against AG and Alpha 7. No, first game we saw her, she did come through, so teams are starting to pick her, but she hasn't been the most picked, and obviously that's just down to global ban pick. You can't kind of rely on these big mid-lane heroes that we used to from last year's esports scene, so maybe we could still see a Lady Chen come through for either KAGENDRA or Nova.
Yeah, interesting to see. I mean, that's the beauty of the global ban pick format, right? So a potential surprise at every turn, because you can't use the heroes that you have used before. So one chance, hit or miss, you will not be allowed to pick it again. This is only different if we are going into the knockout stages and the grand finals as well, because that's going to be a best of 7, which will trigger the ultimate battle. More information on that as we get closer to that stage of the competition. But right now, let's head back live into the venue here, where all of the different teams, they are having eyes on Nova and KAGENDRA. This is not the result, I think, that a lot of people would have expected in terms of how close the battle would have been. But we are here right now, and let's take a look at the bans and picks.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the updated global ban and pick, so some of these are quite pocket picks, so it's not quite as detrimental to either of the teams, like the Kunming, the Agudo as well. We haven't been seeing them quite frequently. Obviously, the Dharma is quite a big pick, as well as the Diadea. But still, KAGENDRA still has a Diadea in the tank, but I feel like Nova are going to deny that every turn, especially going into match point here. They don't want to kind of upset the match point by giving over the Diadea to KAGENDRA, because even though it wasn't kind of as impactful as what we saw on the screen in terms of damage, but utility-wise for Nova in that Game 3, it was definitely a Diadea dance-off.
Yeah, and bear in mind, Lady Sun is available for KAGENDRA as well. So actually, there's quite a bit of options available for KAGENDRA to try and tie up this series as well. Nova, I think they'll do good for themselves to take out the Lady Sun, or even if they want to allow the Lady Sun to go into the hands of KAGENDRA, get rid of the Ming. That's too potent of a combination to play.
Very potent, especially this late into the series as well. But we could also see the likes of, we haven't seen any, obviously Guan Yu's been banned quite frequently by the side of Nova Esports. They don't want that to come through. But I feel like that's just as a frightful pick for Shuan than it is for Ihans. We know that Shuan can play this pick to perfection. We've seen it many a times in other international championships. So maybe the Guan Yu could come through because they're now on blue side, but in terms of what's left for Prio Blue, it's going to be interesting to see what Nova actually do go for after these bans.
Yep, I think based on how Nova likes to play, I think a lane fits that playstyle, right? Split the fight, very early aggression. The moment you hit 4, I think it would make sense for you to use that Death at Sunset to net the first kill. Pretty decent wave clear as well, as long as you have the Spark Forge Dagger. I think based on just clashing alone, I would prefer a lane pick. But it also depends on what KAGENDRA opens at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, KAGENDRA, they got Senko's Mai Shiranui, but it didn't actually play that well just because of the sheer focus down into the farm lane, kind of drawing her away from that mid lane, meaning that she couldn't kind of farm up, get those items, and a lot of denial from the Diadeer as well was definitely the draft perfection from Nova Esports. They do better at the Orgrim because that was still available for KAGENDRA. KAGENDRA going for a Lu Bang ban here. So we've got plenty open, and it looks like it's going to be the Huan. So a bit of a flex pick here could go in the mid lane, could go in Rome. We've seen it in Rome in the Season 3 Invitational, or it could be that jungle pick.
Yep, it also throws a wrench into the thought process on the side of KAGENDRA, right? Because right now you immediately have to consider, do we want to pick up the Musashi as a potential counter, or do we want to just go full in and lock in the Ming Lady Sun combo here?
They're thinking about it, but no, they're going to lock in the Yixing. They want that board on the Gorge, and it's the first time we've seen it in this series as well, so we could be seeing some great control from Senko coming on this pick.
Okay, this also means, yes, exactly, a dive-heavy lineup, so I think Dun makes a lot of sense, which means this Yihuan probably would go into the mid lane, I presume.
We presume, but it still could throw a spanner in the works, especially going into the second ban phase, because you're not quite sure where it's going. But now that definitely locks her into place, right? The Sakir into the support role. You're going to have the Wind Slash, and you're also going to have Sakir stock up as well. That's going to be something you've got to try and dodge. And there's only so many roles that you have of Lady Sun, but that Ming is fleshing out the first pick phase of KAGENDRA.
Yeah, this game is definitely about healing, right? We have all of the healing coming in from the Unending Sorrow. Maybe if it's changed into the Melody of Peace, Nova will benefit a lot of that. The Fireflies coming in from Nova as well for Sakir is going to be of maximum value. Now the question is, can the heal factors on the side of KAGENDRA match up against Nova? Because they do have decent control, but if Ming dies in this game, if Lu dies, he's out of position. Nova's just gonna walk all over them.
I mean, I feel like Nova definitely have the upper advantage of the healing potential because they've got it from 2 different faculties, right? They've got it from the Huan, they've got it from Sakir. So it means that once CY dives in, and if these 2 heroes are around him, he's going to get double the sustainability, not only from the Gel's Benediction, and not only from his passive as well, but he gets the healing from both of these heroes.
Yeah, and right now, Nova, whatever that fits into the mantle now in terms of the farm lane, someone with huge burst, which, like I said, I like the Soyue. Can we get a Soyue, please?
He's ordering it. He wants it. Waiter, we want the Soyue, please. Pick coming through for Nova. I mean, he doesn't leave much left open for Nova as well, right? Because they've already picked out quite a few of the big staple farm lane picks. But yeah, I feel like that long range, because they have such a solid front line right now, the dive in from the Dune really complements that pick. But they are going to go for the Marco Polo with the burst.
Okay, I like it. I like this. It does kind of have the ability to bait out certain skills coming out from KAGENDRA, and they will go for the clash lane a lane. Okay, this is beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, after the ban out the Guan Yu, it's kind of like they're forcing themselves into the lane, which, like you were saying, privy to the ban draft for this game 4, is that maybe this is their big pick, because obviously the dive in with the Death on Sunsets, being able to have that wave clear if you go for the Spark Forge Dagger, is going to be a great utility for the side of Nova. And I believe this is Kaiser coming through for the first time in the Season 3 Invitational.
Yes, it is. So this is really important, right? It's a game of healing, sustenance. Whoever loses in the laning phase is not going to have a good time at all. Stuns galore actually coming in from the side of Nova as well. The big concern for me here on the side of KAGENDRA's draft is they don't have a lot of hard stuns.
No, they don't. They don't have a lot of hard stuns. I mean, you've kind of... The most thing you can do in terms of control is going to be World is my board, right? That's the main thing that's going to come through. You've got the slow from Kaiser. You've obviously got the knock-up as well. But other than that, it's looking like a very great team fight engage for the side of Nova, I feel, just because of the Dune, because of the Elaine as well.
Yeah, that's my biggest concern, right, on the side of KAGENDRA. I think they need to figure a way out on how to make this lane a huge advantage for them, because as it stands now, great, you have in the farm lane good sustenance, very consistent heals coming out from the passive of Ming, but if you allow the game to go with no changes, a very steady growth, and you get ganked by Nova, oh no, mid game it's gone.
Yeah, I'm very shocked that obviously we saw that KAGENDRA's already exhausted the Dolia as well, so it wouldn't come through with the Kaiser. And that's the kind of the combo I'm still waiting to get out of this Season 3 Invitational, because that's generally when you see the Kaiser come through, is locking in the Dolia. But hey, I'll take the Kaiser here. It's the first time, it's his debut in Season 3 Invitational. It's whether that Weiro is going to be up for the brawl that CY is going to bring with that dude.
Yeah, and bear in mind, there is no one to protect Senko, and there is no one to protect iHearts, right? So if they get caught, they're essentially dead, because Lu, his primary obsession is to be able to save Lanfeng. Lanfeng is meant to be the main win condition here. So if Lanfeng dies, this whole composition breaks down.
Yeah, Lanfeng's going to be given the presidential treatment, I feel, going into this one. Basically, ground zero, all eyes on Lanfeng. But then I feel like that's going to be the same kind of theme for Nova, is that they know they need to take out Lanfeng on the Lady's Song, because that's a lot of damage being taken off the cards for KAGENDRA.
Yeah, and you know what? Nova have two very distinctive players to make the difference in this match. Number one coming obviously from Muchi, the corresponding farm lane on the side of Nova. But it's also Xuan, because Xuan will have the ability to dive on the backlines, and that is of big concern here. Hans needs to make sure he contains Xuan in lane.
Yeah, I like this. I mean, look at Muchi's common skill, right? He's gone for the stun, so we can kind of dream up a scenario here between Wendy and Muchi. He goes in with a stun, Muchi goes in with a second stun, and then you've got like the wind slash as well as the mulberry slam as well coming through. That just keeps them suspended, keeps them locked into place, and just KAGENDRA will be very stuck and status.
Yep. But of course, sustenance, like I said, is one of the main strengths of KAGENDRA, right? So if they can get the proper initiation and allow Lanfeng to stay clear of damage, incoming damage all the while in team fights, it could swing the other way as well in KAGENDRA.
Yeah, you can kind of see that maybe that's what they're going for with the Kaiser and like the Charlotte, right? Like Kaiser's going to be the necessary engage, or at least try and be the counter engage for the side of KAGENDRA. Then Charlotte comes from behind. Obviously, she deals a lot of damage, has the HP regen as well. But looking so far, that KAG is having a good start on this T1 into the farm lane.
Yeah, Senko actually giving a lot of value by rotating down, right? He does give the farm in the mid lane over to B-Raw, which is to help him kind of match up in the farming pace that is offered on the side of CY, right? And I like this itemization coming in from the side of Xuan. He actually goes for the energy core first so that he will not be stuck in lane. He can clear the lane much faster.
Yeah, with that damage over time onto the minions is definitely going to help him a lot faster to clear those waves. But right now, we are seeing a little bit of tit for tat up into the Clash lane. Oh, almost getting the Moonlight Slash land onto the Charlotte there, but nothing actually comes through for it. But it does mean that he's forcing away the Charlotte to unlock that teleport mechanic as well.
Yep, so Xuan is doing a very good job, right? The Meteor kill as well, managing to land quite a bit of damage on the Hans. And this is what is scary, because if Xuan wins this Clash lane bout, during the laning phase, then KAGENDRA is at risk. The back line is very much open to be invaded by Xuan with that Death at Sunset.
Oh yeah, literally freeing him up is kind of like just letting your own, you're signing your own death warrant there because he's able to just be into the team fights. He has access. He's the optimal hero on the side of Nova to get on top of that Lady Sun, right?
Yeah, and if you're asking about, hey, what about iHans? iHans has to make a choice. Does he leave the lane where the minions will be pushing in, or does he clear it first? Either which is too late.
Yep, this may be too late here. We do see the Death on Sunset as well. There is the Moonlight Slash coming through. It's going to be First Blood going over to Wendy. So nice rotation from the mid lane by the side of Nova. And they may not be stopping there. There may be a bit of a trade here for KAGENDRA trying to get this T1. But thanks to Elaine's efforts earlier, Xuan was able to get that teleport mechanic, meaning that Wendy can rotate down to the bot lane and hopefully save this T1.
Yep, there's a crack in the armor on the side of KAGENDRA already, and it could be exposed even more here. So right now, Hans not going to have a good time in the lane. The fact that Wendy got the help Xuan kind of win that clash lane, but the rotations from Wendy was what made the major difference, right? That first blood coming into the hands of Wendy.
Yeah, he kind of all set it up from there, as well as the efforts up into the clash lane as well. Like you said, they bought the energy core first on, just so it made it a little bit easier for Elaine just to clean out those minion waves, as well as also do damage over time. And then, as we saw, it was kind of just like a pejorative up into the clash lane, as we saw iHans fall down, as well as Weiro, as they tried to defend their T1. And it kind of just all collapsed from there, because Nova just never took the foot off the gas.
Yeah, I think it's rare that we don't talk about the farm lane at all during the entire game until like the later stages. It was just the Sakir, CY, Dun, as well as the Wendy Yuhuan show, because stuns galore. I mean, all 5 members had their own version of what could be considered a CC, right? And they played it to perfection, because you would normally expect a Kaiser to be able to survive some damage, but only when he is in his invincible warrior form. He could not even use it.
He couldn't. I mean, we saw Weiro use it literally at the edge of death, and unfortunately, that's still not going to be enough of a lifeline for Weiro on the Kaiser. So, with Kaiser playing from the back foot, it's very hard for KAGENDRA, and Nova Esports knows that very well. They've probably played against 1,000 Kaisers in scrims and know exactly how they need the means to the ends to beat the Kaiser matchup.
Yep, and you know what? Even with all the damage and all of the pressure that they have laid down from the side of Nova, it's pretty impressive, because KAGENDRA actually managed to funnel all of their farm into Lan Feng's pocket. He was actually going toe-to-toe with the farm that was given to Muji as well. At the late game, they were both at close to 8,000 gold.
Yeah, I mean, you can put all the farm into Lanfang until you've literally looked at your gorge and realized you have no T1s, you have no T2s, and then you're having to use that power very defensively. And we know that Lady Sun is not the best at defense. It's all about roll it in, getting the damage, using the ultimate shell. You need to be playing very offensively. And again, Nova Esports knew that they had to cut the head of that Hydra, because if they didn't, it would be a different story for Nova Esports.
All right, so once again, congratulations to the winning team here. It's going to be Nova. Right now, I think Impunity will be looking on with a shade of worry, right? It looked for a moment that KAGENDRA had something going, and I think Impunity were also hopeful that KAGENDRA could change the script for them and maybe look for a rematch as they head into the next stage of the competition. But Nova said no. Let's take a look at the itemization here. I think Muchi pretty much going to hit the late game items, going for that Daybreaker as the next form of item, and with the Fuji charge already ready up, there was a lot of form of control available from Nova.
Yeah, definitely showing that they wanted the control of this game 4, and they played it with finesse, to be honest. I mean, amongst them all, they only had 4 deaths and managed to secure 15 kills from their opponent. But let's look where that damage came from the side of Nova Esports, and it was majority coming from Wendy there on the Hue 1, going in with a team fight, having an 80% team fight participation as well. You just, like you said in the closing part of the end of that game, that it was the Wendy, CY, Wave Pitch show just all rotating together.
Yeah, and one of the things is Wendy just went full damage for this, right? Which is normally what we like to see on a E1, right? Normally, if you're picking him up, it's normally the tank build. You want to go for more utility base. But Wendy just said, no, we want the damage, right? And knowing the fact that they were already ahead, the fact that damage is also going to amplify the lead that they have. So it's a very good decision. And I mean, the complementary stuns coming in. I think it has to be Wendy on the MVP, right? Yes. So it is going to be Wendy 616, taking a little bit of the 14% of hero damage dealt to the team, but dealing 29 over to the side of KAGENDRA.
Yeah, like I said before, Wendy is no stranger to the MVP, so for him to get 2 out of the 4 games MVP is no surprise to me, but we're going to see exactly why going into these highlights. I mean, he got first blood, obviously, with the help of Xuan up into the Clash lane, and then we see here again, just constantly being on top of CY, being on top of Wei Pit as well, just constantly just giving that AoE stun, the heals, the untargetableness that we saw from the Unending Sorrow was just beautifully played by Wendy, the MVP.
Yeah, now bear in mind, this is 4 minutes plus, it going to 5, right? This is the kind of gameplay we expected at the late game stages, but, you know, Nova just hit that late game stride really early in this game. Full-on combinations with all the stuns and the damage as well. And Muchi never had too much difficulty landing the perfect Fever Barrage because everyone was constantly running away on the side of KAGENDRA because they had to.
Yeah, I mean, you can see a little bit of a proverbial square in the circle here on the Gorge between both the Huan and the Yixing, and clearly the circle broke out the borders of the board. And really there, we saw up into the top lane where we saw that Ihans was trying to get out there on the run, and then it was just sort of like, when he was like, where you going, bro? I've already slowed you down, I've already done the damage, and I'm going to get the last hit, but this is the closing call here. With the Shadow Vanguard is exactly how Nova Esports was able to close out this game 4.
But they got a consolation prize. They managed to kill off Muchi as a small token of appreciation for their participation itself. So let's take a look at the standings now. This is going to put Group C with Impunity at the top of the table still because they won with a clean 3-0. Nova second in the place, one because of the 3-1 scoreline, having given 1 win away to KAGENDRA. Likewise, Group D will be looking at Nongshim and BTR. BTR will be going up against Rough War Era in the 4th day, which is going to be tomorrow. And we'll see who takes that 2nd place spot in Group D as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's nicely placed, right? Because, I mean, BTR against Rough War Era is the fight for 2nd place. So that's going to be super duper interesting. Obviously, Nongshim has no more matches anymore. They are done for, same as, I mean, done for in a good way, whereas done for in a bad way for KAGENDRA. KAGENDRA, unfortunately, will be going home, as well as Alpha 7. So we're already seeing those teams starting to fall away at the waist, unfortunately.
Yeah, so we'll transfer all of the hope from Indonesian fans going to Group D here, where BTR needs to get the win against Rough World Era. No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure at all. No pressure at all. Just give it all over to one representative rather than having 2 now.
Yeah, and playing in the hometown of Rough World Era as well. No pressure, once again.
No pressure at all, but here we go. Here's the interview.
Joining us on stage with me, Chucha, and also our friend Bruce. Of course, it's going to be the winner, none other than Xuan of Nova Esports mid laner. Alongside, it's going to be Wendy, the Clash laner of Nova Esports. Well, we have a lot of questions because they are right now on top of the hot spot, the most fearsome team out there.
Right. So let's start here with Wendy, my man. You good? Yeah, he is. He likes to smile a lot.
He's okay.
But the question is, a lot of the people here, especially the audience watching the Invitational Season 3, think Nova Esports is one of the favorites and probably one of the strongest teams. A lot of people believe that. Does the team think that to be the case? Why or why not? Chu, please translate for us.
你们自己感觉到现在大多数的观众们感觉到你们是最强的一队啊，你自己感觉到什么？
我觉得我们得谦虚一点嘛，因为我们现在的实力还没有足够的去零封对手。
They personally feel like they're not up to par that they wanted yet. So they feel like they still can't perfect what's need to be perfected so far. Still a lot of improvement, room of improvement.
Oh, there's a lot of humility there, but that win was very convincing. Great job there, Wendy.
Okay, next up, Xuan. He likes to smile, by the way. Xuan, you guys are going to face against Impunity, which has been performing brilliantly yesterday as well. Now, what do you think of Impunity for your next matchup?
Impunity very strong. Respect. See you tomorrow.
Oh, that's going to be a very clean respect. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. But for last and not least, there's so many fans across all the globe.
Yeah.
For Nova Esports fan, do you have anything to say to them?
Terima kasih semua fans Nova. Malaysia boleh.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Round of applause to Nova Esports. Where are the fans of Nova right here? See, there's a lot ready to cheer you on. Wendy Schwan, thank you so much for being here with the interview. And that wraps up our second series for today. Stay tuned. Coming up next is the third series for the day. Don't go away. Honor Kings Invitational Season 3. We'll be right back.
Which is the snip? I found it! The real wire! Don't snip the real wire! Hurry up!
Defeat.
Susubukin for the win. Paalam sa karera nyo, advanced condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang duda na kami ang the best, oo guess. Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends, diba? Common sense.
Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Cash G. Hindi ko na dapat gagawin to eh. Pero wala, binuhay niyo uli ang dragon man. Kra! Samda na po, kanda na pita, lakanda na pita, lakanda na po, sa lakanda na pita, lakanda na po, darakinda na po. Sa latapira tapi, sa latapira tapu, sa latapila ta kulo, sa pila ta kalita pila. Pero mga kompetisyon, bigyan mo ng kombinasyon. siguradong bumpanisyon. Yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupiton ang paboritong komedyante na jowa mo. Pataga-away tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas. Ibis maghilaan pababa, bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas? Kasi
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Honor of kings is what we fight for. Looney, Abra, Malupiton, 2025.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
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 tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Turn it back.
Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, Put the line down when I run, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tide of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
We barely fought this one, crushing pieces, you can G. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is wait and look at me stay with the rain. Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
Follow my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let him know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tide of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up.
In the earlier days, the Philippines and its towns were ruled by a mighty Datu, the monarchs, rulers of the Philippines archipelago. To become a Datu, one must have wisdom, exceptional leadership, and physical prowess to win battles and climb his honor.
Nakarating na ako sa world stage, ngunit hindi pinalad makalaro ng kahit isang laro. Ngayon ang pagkakataon ko para ipakita sa mundo ang aking tunay na galing.
It's been so long since we've been here. Let's remind the world who we are again this time.
Nós aprendemos muitas coisas com as nossas experiências internacionais. Dessa vez, vamos ganhar tudo.
He watched from afar, and heir to his throne, he seek.
Built and revitalized, we're coming for the crown. We'll show you the legacy of our organization.
A lot considers us as the underdog. Dark horses are imminent. I have read the one they overlook are the warriors about to be crowned as king.
Kemenangan selalu ada di ujung jari. Kami gagal dan itu menyakitkan. Kami akan melakukan segalanya untuk menang. Kami tidak akan mengecewakan penggemar kami kali ini.
We aren't called elevate for nothing. We rise, we ascend, we never look down.
We have regrouped this team. We are coming for the crown, even though we are new.
We are now back in the world stage, and we remind everyone who they need to be wary of. We are coming for the crown.
Our country has always won the title. It won't be different this time. Come and try if you want.
We the White Cup, rush but smart. The cards we play will be unpredictable. Time to show them what warriors are made of.
To represent your country is an honor. To serve as its most outstanding warrior. We promise to never disappoint. We will win and make our homeland proud.
Who will be worthy of victory?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3.
Thank you so much, Chuchu. Before anything else, Pilipinas, mag-ingay! Kasama ko ngayon, si Wise. Wise, coming up next is series number 3. Ano bang gusto mong sabihin for all the fans of Blacklist right now?
Kailangan natin magpakabayas dito, guys, kasi yan, ano sabihin natin yung chant ng Blacklist. Alam naman siguro nila, no?
Alam na alam yan. Okay, Wise, take it away.
Blacklist!
Isa pa, Wise!
Blacklist!
Isa pa, Wise!
Ayoko na.
Alright, thank you so much, everybody. Now let's move on to the series for today. Choo-choo, Wise, let's give it back to our casters. Casters, take it away.
All right, that is the legendary Wise, a legendary esports player in the Filipino scene, gracing our tournament. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3. I'm back here at the test circle together with my buddy Blam, and we will be watching some amazing matches, including the hometown heroes of Blacklist International next.
Yes, I mean, it's not the last time that the Philippines will get back on the stage. Obviously, we still have Rough World Era tomorrow, but this is a very important game, not only for Blacklist, but for Gen.G as well.
Oh yeah, well, I have a few fun facts about Blacklist International, but I'll drop it later when they do the walk-in, so stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, Blacklist International, they're in the comfy state right now in their group stage because they won against Elevate yesterday. But Gen.G, this is a must-win match for them.
It is a must-win match, and it's a very fine line that they have to walk to get over and try and stay in the competition. They have to at least win the 3-0 in this one, so there can't be a round that drops for the side of Gen.G.
Yes, it's going to be pretty scary for them. It's a tall order. It's a David versus Goliath situation. But before we get on to the game, this is Blacklist International, ladies and gentlemen. And fun fact for Blacklist International, Dragon and Golden Kite, they are actually twin brothers.
I mean, now that I see it, I can't unsee it, but there we go. We now get some lore of Blacklist. I mean, we had some lore earlier of Nova Esports. I don't know where you guys are getting this lore from. I'm clearly not talking to the right people, but hey, it's good for the audience to know anyway, and I now know as well, so every day is a school day.
Oh man, I mean, I just love discovering these fun facts, right? Just outside the game, you know, all these other fun facts. And just to drop another fun fact while we have them on screen. So Dragon, his real name is Dragon Heart How. Hopefully I didn't butcher that. And for Golden Kite is Golden Heart How. So there you go. But here we have it. They're competitors in this round. The do or die team, it's going to be Gen.G.
Yeah, I feel like day 3 should just be renamed as Do or Die because, I mean, Alpha 7 have dropped. They've died. Not actually died, but metaphorically in game, as well as KAGENDRA. And now Gen.G is the last ones, especially today, to prove themselves that they will rise above and hopefully get into second place for this group.
Oh yeah, this is a must-win game for them. It's quite a tall order facing up against the hometown heroes, the team that came out first seeding from the Filipino qualifiers, and they are even playing in front of their home crowd, feeding from the energy. And this is Blacklist International and their lineup: Dragon, Shami, Jushi, Chaz, and Golden Kai.
Yes, this is the team that brought Elevate to their knees at a 3-1 defeat, and they did it quite effortlessly. Like, there was no real lengthy matches in that one. I believe it was only one of the games that went to around about 18 minutes, so there was no Tempest Dragon, no way to earn that dollar. But here is Gen.G looking to earn that dollar. It is Inua, Wawa, Ray, Rock, and Clue, hailing all the way from the MENA region, representing Morocco in this tournament.
Yes, and for Rock, he has experience playing in the KPL before this. So this guy will be a very important figure for the team, not only bringing in his own personal experience into the game, but also helping his teammates out on how to get out of the sticky situation right now, going up against the top seeding team from the Filipino qualifiers, Gen.G Esports. They must do it.
They must do it, but I feel like what they mustn't do this time around, what they did against Elevate, was that Ray was taken out of the jungle, and then obviously a Rock was put into the jungle, because Ray did not look that confident in the farm role, so they need to keep him in the jungle. He is a fantastic jungler, so they should just keep Rock into the farm lane, give him some good picks, give him some prio picks, and hopefully lead you to victory.
Yeah, and speaking about picks, right? So since this is going to be the first game, we're going to, of course, reset all the picks again. Every hero is up for grabs. But the most standout hero is definitely Mai. I doubt we'll get to see Mai being played out. It will most probably be one of the earlier picks. But some of the earlier picked heroes that teams offer like a choose is like the Ogren, the Dharma, or even the Yuhuan, or maybe even the Long.
Yeah, I mean, even the Diadea, right? We saw Clue play the Diadea of Game 1. That was the only victory that they got over Elevate, which is where they actually didn't have a single farm lane as well. So they did switch Rock into the jungle, but they also gave Ray the jungle role as well. So they had the Doom, they had the pay, but they did actually serve it up very nicely. And for those that I was actually watching the video back, as I do, for research purposes, obviously, the people were saying that the pay and having a no farm lane is a whole KPL strategy from a few years ago. So definitely a bit of a shadow of the past that Rock is bringing into the flavor of Gen.G. And I think a little bit more of that is needed, especially for that 3-0 win.
And it worked out for them, right? When they did that, of course, there were a lot of surprises the moment he did that, and everyone was like, "Hey, how are you supposed to play the pay in that sort of role?" But he made it work, and those are the kind of drafts that we like to see, right? Like drafts that kind of like put us off and just shows us that, oh, okay, this game is that versatile. You can almost play any hero in any role.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing a little bit more flavor within the drafts for the rest of day 3, right? So we saw the likes of Tsuya into the mid lane. We've seen some Alessio as well. Obviously, things don't quite do as well. But then, obviously, on the last series we just had, we had the likes of Kang Ming come through, as well as the Dion Wei as well. So a lot of different picks, like the Marco Polo and the Yaria combo. So clearly, these are the picks that the teams pull out when they need to the most. So when they're not throwing punches, they need to bring out these kind of picks to throw off their enemy team.
Yeah, we've been seeing a decent amount of Marco Polo picks today as well. So that could be one of the hot picks of the day. Of course, this is the global band pick season, ladies and gentlemen. So you might pick it once and you can't pick it later. And from what I observed, even from the previous game, the game where Nova played as well, the hero pool is definitely a big challenge for all these teams. Now, without further ado, we'll be jumping into the draft for game number 1 between Blacklist International and Gen.G. And when it comes to the bans, of course, we're going to see the Mai out.
Oh, absolutely. Mai is probably a overbanned hero in this one because we haven't really seen her perform. When they do come out, the teams that generally do get to pick her either shine in the early game or we see what happened against Nova and KAGENDRA in one of the games in the series where they just went completely full aggression on the side of Nova Esports, completely denying the Mai Shiranui any chance of growth. And there it is. There's the ban, followed by the Dharma, but it is going to be Chami banning out the Dharma, even though both Wawa and Chami are fantastic on this hero.
Yeah, and it's common for the second pick team to ban out the Mai, right? Because you don't want to leave it for the first pick team. First pick teams, they normally don't ban out the Mai because they're hoping for the Mai to land onto them. And now the Liang is being banned out as well. The Liang has been a very strong hero. We saw how it was used yesterday. It's used as a top CC sort of hero, or it can also be used as a zoner type of hero. So very flexible there, and Blacklist International just doesn't want to deal with it.
Don't want to deal with it, but they now have the option, thanks to the Dolia ban, to go for the Orgrin or the Diadea here. They lock in the Diadea because they know that Clue had a fantastic performance on this one in game 1, but it does mean that Gen.G may have fed this to them for a reason. Let's see what their counter picks are going to be on the red side. So going from that match that we saw from Gen.G earlier, obviously Doom was one of their most successful picks in terms of getting the victory, only victory against Elevate. But are they going to go for something a little bit more convenient for the side of Gen.G? They are going to lock in the Sakia. So, okay, we saw some great performance so far today on the Sakia and lock it in the second pick on red side. They're definitely thinking about this one wisely, and they're going to go for Wawa's Sunset.
Okay, Sanche in. So that means that we might expect big engagements here by Gen.G. Of course, supported by Sake, who can provide the healing, sustainability when it comes to team fights. So that will be very, very helpful in many situations. And even situations where they need to escape or disengage from team fights. Long, also another hot pick here in this tournament, being picked up by Blacklist International. So Long and the idea on the laning phase will be pretty strong.
Yeah, pretty strong indeed. And then Chami rounding it out with the Mai-In. I honestly thought that they were going to actually lock in the Orgrim for Blacklist here, because we know that their game 1 against Elevate, they locked in the combo of Diadea and Orgrim, but it's still up for grabs here for Gen.G. But no, they're looking like they're going to go for the pay that they had in game 1. So we're more than likely going to be seeing Roche into the jungle role. I'd be very surprised if we see Ray on the pay.
Well, I mean, they had done it before, so it could potentially happen. And this is what might throw Blacklist off, right? It's like, okay, are they going to pick a farm lane? Are they not going to pick a farm lane next because it is still open? And Gen.G is playing this sort of mind games with this sort of draft, right? So that is going to be real interesting. And they had success with pay on the farm lane, so I wouldn't be surprised if they actually go for that again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm warming up to the idea, but they've just banned out the Dune, which is going to be a little bit of a spanner in the works, because that's one of the picks that actually accompanied the pay pick. But I'm kind of warming up to the idea because of how the coach of Gen.G looked over to the side of Blacklist and said kind of like, hey, checkmate, let's see if you know what we're going for.
And the Yixing is banned out, another hot and popular hero with the World is My board, locking in multiple heroes at the same time, especially with the fact that it can lock in the Mayan from being overly mobile and able to escape over the walls and so on and so forth. But the Mayan is still a very mobile hero, and able to come up with the split pushes. So they